Pirates I Can Reject Everything Chapter 241-260. 241. The thief who stole the memory turned out to be it. The 9-year-old genius secretary is here. Chris, above the observation deck. It's weird, I didn't see a figure at all, but where did the flute sound come from? Goozy looked at the other four with a puzzled face and asked, how about you, have you found any figures? Oliver shook his head, frowned, and said with some worry, I think it's better to be alerted, lest something go wrong. Jason stepped in, very serious, and said, I've seen it outside, only the sound of the flute, and no figure at all. Such a situation is definitely not normal, and we still need to be alerted. Rielton stood at the window, laughed and said, don't need to be alarmed, you all look over there on the deck. When the deck heard Rielton's words, everyone did not hesitate, and hurriedly looked in the direction of the deck. Eyes, they saw a young man in black clothes and black trousers, standing there quietly. It was the person they admired most, Captain Chris. The captain appears, then don't need to be alarmed, the captain will definitely solve it. Kanado hurried to the window, eager to see what Chris would do. Heitai nodded, smiled, and said with great admiration, that is, as long as the captain makes a move, there will be no problem. The white ghost looked anxious and excited. Hurry up and take a look outside, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, ha ha ha. Jin Liduo was also very eager, strode to the door, and said in a hurried tone, yes, the captain must have found an abnormal situation, it's time to take action, he he he. Go out and have a look. The others didn't say a word, scrambled for the first place, hurriedly walked outside. Above the deck. With a creaking sound, the wooden door slowly opened, and a beautiful figure walked out of the room. Chris, did you hear the voice too? Kobato wears a pair of glasses, looks very intellectual, gentle, and generous, a typical lady. Chris put his arms around him, stood quietly, and said calmly as always, it's so late, why haven't you rested yet? At this moment, the melodious and low sound of the flute did not disappear, and echoed intermittently throughout the ship. Chilly, and after listening to it, goosebumps all over the body followed. Maybe I just got on the boat today, so I'm still a little uncomfortable, and I haven't been drowsy for a while. Kobato came to Chris, turned his head to look around, blinked his beautiful eyes, and asked with a look of doubt on his absolutely white face. Chris, where did the flute sound come from? No matter how I looked, I couldn't find anyone. Could this sound come from the sea? At this moment, another creaking sound sounded, the wooden door opened, and a beautiful figure stepped out. Reiju stood at the door, slim and slender, rubbing her delicate chin, her face full of doubts, and muttered to herself. Strange, this is not Germa's war house, why am I here? Turning his head to look in the direction of the deck, he frowned and asked curiously, who are you and where is this place? Stunned. Kobat was stunned, her beautiful eyes widened, and she said strangely, Sister Reiju, what are you talking about, are you sleepwalking? At this moment, the creaking sound kept ringing. The wooden doors were opened one by one, and they all woke up and walked out of the room one after another. Mad, where is this place? How could Lao Su appear here? What the hell is going on? Burgess turned to look at the people around him and cursed. Who are you? Tell me where this is, or I will break your necks. Bartolomeo screamed strangely, looking very surprised. Fuck, I am not in Logatown, how could I be at sea, what's the situation? It seems that something big has happened to us. Lafitte turned his cane, still so suave, Vivi said with a smile. Nami rubbed her forehead, her beautiful and refined face showed distress, she couldn't get up, how could I be here, it's impossible. Makino nodded again and again, wrinkled his face, and said with a wry smile, I should be in Windmill Village at night, how can I sail on the sea, strange thing. Surprised. Shocked. Kobat was severely shocked. She knew very well that something must have happened to these people. What's going on? Why did everyone lose their memory? what's the situation? The flute, it must be the flute. Kobo hurriedly looked at Chris and quickly asked, is that so, Chris? Chris didn't answer her, stuck out his right hand, spread his fingers quietly, aimed at the sea on the left, and snorted lowly. Universal pull. Suddenly, a white vortex appeared in Chris's palm. A powerful attraction erupted, and something suddenly flew out of the sea on the left. At the same time, the sound of the flute stopped abruptly, and the whole ship returned to silence, and there was no sound at all. Shocked. Seeing Chris showing this hand, the people beside him were shocked and exclaimed in amazement. It's amazing. What kind of ability is this? It can be attractive, it's incredible. Alvida was carrying a big iron rod, and her pretty face was full of surprise. Porch pointed at the flying object, and said very curiously, look, is that a seahorse, or is it red? Hawkins looked at Chris's direction, still looking like a dead man, and said in a low voice, very strong, this person's strength is really terrifying. Others didn't speak, and looked at Chris' figure one by one, keeping silent, not daring to say anything more. Bang! Chris didn't say a word, and punched the flying seahorse on its stomach. Wu Heima let out a shrill scream, and the tears couldn't be controlled, and they flowed down. At the same time, streaks of white and green light spit out from Heima's mouth, and floated towards Lafitte and the others. A thud, Chris threw the seahorse on the deck, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and said coldly, I know you can understand people's words. If you dare to escape, I will kill you. After speaking, without any hesitation, he directly walked towards the training room. Woohoo! Heima kept sweating on her head, nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. She was really frightened by Chris. What's the matter? It's this damn thing that dares to steal Lao Su's memory. It's a mess. Burgess was furious, stepped forward, and said fiercely, if the captain was not there, you would have succeeded, and I can't kill you. Lafitte stood the cane on the matter, still so modest, and stopped, okay, since the captain left it, it must be useful. It's unbelievable that a mere seahorse can steal our memories. It's really amazing. Bartolomeo shrugged his shoulders and looked speechless. Luo carried the demon sword and cried, still so cold, the light that floated over just now should be our memory. I have to say, this seahorse is really amazing. It can steal memory in dreams. Thinking about it makes people feel terrified. Iroj smiled and folded his hands together and said, it's embarrassing to say it, the little monk slept too hard, and he also got caught. At this time, the hippocampus made a whimpering sound, telling everyone something. It said, I will never dare again, please forgive me. Abis blinked her eyes, and said in a tender voice, it said that the person just now was really terrible, and he was almost killed. Of Heima, and said with a smile, you deserve it, you dare to attack us, courting death. But your ability is good, you will follow me in the future, have you heard? After speaking, he immediately jumped onto the seahorse and stepped on it. Ooh, Heima nodded again and again, with a look of horror on his face, obviously frightened by Padang. He didn't dare to have any resistance. Don't say it, although my memory was stolen, I feel a little angry. Karina looked at the seahorse, her beautiful eyes flowed, and she said with a smile, but seeing it being abused like this, I feel very happy that it didn't come, hee hee. Betty took a breath, shrugged her shoulders, and said casually, okay, if there's anything else, I'll talk about it tomorrow, or go back to sleep quickly. Without hesitation, he turned around and walked into the room. It's all gone, it's still more important to sleep. Jairkson smiled and said Isho, staying up late is a woman's natural enemy, hurry up and rest. Perona let out a crisp laugh and floated into the room, this princess will go to bed first, and I will cook it well tomorrow, ha 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 ha. Then, the girls didn't stay here any longer, they went to their rooms one by one, and they all went back to sleep. 3 days later. Chris, in the training room. It's amazing, Chris's awareness is really admirable. Lijah leaned on the chair, shook her little feet, held Chris's quote, and wore a pair of glasses, with a look of admiration on her little face, and said something. Sure enough, Chris is the one I've been waiting for. I'm going to be his little secretary, specializing in all kinds of things. Little genius secretary, it's me, Lai Jia. She is 9 years old this year, very smart, has read a lot of books, and has mastered a wealth of knowledge. Just the day before yesterday, when the fleet was sailing, they met her, and there is no need to say more about the result. Under the influence of Baccarat's lucky fruit, she can only obediently get on the boat and become a part of this place, and there is absolutely no way to refuse. Big guys, the above is the picture of Lai Jia. Weekly explain, after Khalifa was defeated by Nami, Iceberg re-recruited a secretary, this little girl. In the anime, Lai Jia does not appear, this is the content of the comics. If you have any questions, please leave a message in the book review area. The author will explain it. I won't say more here, and I can't count the words. 242. Paramesha wine fruit appears. Good news, within half a month, enter a new world. Yes, you are indeed a genius secretary, we all recognize this. Nami looked at the map with a sweet and pure smile, praised and said something. Ah, it's so smart, it's worth it when you grow up. Alvida stood the big iron rod in front of him, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and smiled. Isho said, anyway. Well, she is the smartest child I have ever seen. Reiju leaned against the chair, crossed Erlang's legs, propped up his white chin, Isho gentle, and echoed. Lai Jia's intelligence is indeed extremely terrifying, a proper genius. Under the guidance of Chris in the future, her strength will definitely improve very fast, which is inevitable. Betty stopped practicing, took a puff of cigarette, and said calmly as always, I am also looking forward to her future. Meidi held up the barbell and exercised her arm strength. Yanran Isho said, she has such great potential, and the devil fruit she will eat in the future must be the best one. Unlike me, with average aptitude, there is no hope of becoming a strong man at all, so I can only eat ordinary devil fruits, wine and wine fruit. Kaya wielded a wooden sword. Sweet Isho, curving eyebrows, no way, Sister Meidi, wine and fruit are also very powerful. Desaya leaned against the table, glanced at Meidi, and joked, if Foxy hears this, I don't know how sad he will be. It turned out that Foxy pirates joined the fleet at Long Ring Long Land, and also sent a one devil fruit. It is the so-called fruit of wine and wine. How to say, the best does not mean the most suitable. Carmen picked up the coffee, took a sip, and said with a faint smile, you are a bartender. In this world, the most suitable devil fruit for you must be this one. Lackey stood the spear in front of him, rested for a while, and Yanran Isho said, didn't Chris say that devil fruit is good or bad? Everything depends on the user. The fruit of wine and wine is paramesha. When it develops to the level of awakening, it can turn everything around it into alcohol, making people directly addicted to it. Alcohol poisoning, killing invisibly, this is the most brilliant method. Just then, an alarm sounded from outside the door. Report. The front is the capital of 7 waters, whether to land. The front is here, the city of 7 waters. These 4 words, the women directly changed the subject and started discussing them one after another. Maya walked to the window, her beautiful eyes looked at the blue sky and white clouds outside, a charming smile appeared on her pretty face, and she said something. I heard that Christy said about the 7 Waters City, which is a very prosperous island. There is a sea train inside, and there will be a masked carnival. It's really interesting to think about it. Perona floated in the air, and quickly followed. Not only that, the best shipbuilder in the world is from the capital of 7 waters. And also, the toughest tree, the treasure tree Adam, there are many on this island. Kanis was holding a harp, and his beautiful face was full of yearning. Yingying Isho said, so, it is really necessary to land in this city of 7 waters. At this time, Baccarat folded his crimson hair in a graceful manner, looking at the man in front of him with beautiful eyes, and said, Chris, The Seven Waters is a place and good luck. Hearing Baccarat's words, the women's department remained silent, looking at him one by one, waiting for him to give an answer. Chris did not stop practicing, waving the blood-red sword, and said calmly, "Continue to set off, do not land. I'm going to tell you, sit here." Karina hurriedly stood up, her beautiful eyes showed a sly color, and she said with a smile, "It's nothing to do, just go out and tease that seahorse, he he he." After speaking, he walked straight to the door. "Wait, this princess is going too." Perona hurriedly followed without a word. Sweetheart Queen shrugged and said helplessly, "Since Chris doesn't plan to land, then we can only miss this place." Canis waved his jade hand gently, his eyebrows curved, and shallow Isho, "It's alright, Chris's business is the most important thing. Besides, there is still a long way to go, and there are still many islands waiting for us to land, so there is no need to feel sorry at all." Makino brushed her dark green hair, still so gentle and generous, for Chris, entering the new world early is the top priority. Everyone understands this, so there is really nothing to regret, it's okay. Girls nodded in unison, and said aloud, all of which put Chris's affairs in the first place, very reasonable and would not make trouble without reason. 2 days later. Chris, in the training room. "Amazing, Lai Jia, you are really amazing." Moyaki was wearing black high-heeled shoes and black stockings. She was very slender. She looked very attractive and intoxicated, making it difficult to extricate herself. She shook her head, and her delicate and fair face showed emotion. "Seeing you practice so fast, I am really ashamed, elder sister." Yesterday afternoon, when the fleet was sailing, it happened to meet her, this gorgeously dressed beauty. Then, needless to say, her fate was already doomed, and she could only obediently board the ship and become one of the girls. "I envy you, Sister Moyaki." Kaya sat quietly, holding a book. Sweet Isho said, "The clothes you are wearing look really beautiful." Murray sighed and said helplessly, "Unfortunately, I don't like wearing stockings, which makes people speechless." Yun Yaksen stared at Moyaki, looked up and down, and exclaimed, "Stockings look really beautiful. It's really a magical thing to be able to show a woman's body and increase her personal charm." At this time, Karina leaned in front of Nami, looked at the map on the table, blinked her beautiful eyes, asked with a smile, and said something. "How about it? How long does it take to enter the new world? This girl is really looking forward to it." Jaerksen stopped cultivating, wiped the sweat on her jade hand, and said with a sweet smile, "It's not that fast, isn't there still 444 places?" He circled his white fingers and said slowly, "One is Winter Island, the other is the Devil's Triangle, and the other two are Sabayati Archipelago and Fishman Island." Didn't Chris say it last time? If nothing else, the next voyage is around these 444 places. Passia nodded lightly, stroked her hair in front of her forehead, and agreed, Chris has been very thoughtful about the arrangement of. So if we want to enter the new world, we must first land in these 444 places, which is inevitable. Nami raised her head, looked at them, smiled and said carelessly, "According to Chris's arrangement, we will soon enter the new world. Half a month, I believe it will not exceed this time, we will enter the strongest sea area and start a new journey." Kobato's beautiful eyes lit up, and he immediately became interested. "It's so fast, half a month has passed in a blink of an eye, you don't have to wait too long." Reiju is cultivating the ability of swamp fruit, and Isho said with a smile, "Our whale ship is the fastest ship in the world. Half a month is actually not too short." Just then, a siren was heard outside. Report. Ahead is Winter Island, weather to land. Ahead is. Guys, the above is a picture of Moyaki. You don't know this person, please explain a little. After Khalifa was defeated by Nami, Iceberg started recruiting secretaries, and many people came to apply, one of them was her. But in the end, Iceberg did not choose her, but let the little genius Laija act as his secretary. Still the same, there is no Moyaki in the anime, she is from the comics. I won't say anything more. If you have any questions, leave a message in the book review area, and my brother will explain it, but I can't count the words. 243. Paramesha Hot Fruits appears. Kill Chris and rob him of Shichibukai's throne. Let's go. Chris stopped practicing, as always, decisively, without the slightest hesitation, and walked directly to the door. Alvida wiped the sweat on her jade hand, and said something with a sweet smile on her face. I just mentioned Winter Island. I didn't expect it to arrive so soon. Looking at this situation, as long as we land in 3 more places, we can enter the new world. Kaya wiped her fair face with a towel, and Sweet Isho said, Sky Island is above the sky, so Winter Island must be a very cold island. Makino lightly nodded her head. Luyi's eyebrows curved into a crescent shape. Gentle and generous, we haven't seen such an island before. Alabasta is the land of sand, Sky Island is in the sky, Long Ring Long Land is long, and now it is Winter Island. Think about it carefully, the islands of the Great Waterway are really very special. Reiju stood up, Meme looked at Bakura, and Kyanshin Isho said, How is it, did you feel good luck? Bakura folded his crimson hair and smiled sweetly. Since Chris has made such a decision, the answer is beyond doubt. Nami put away the map, shrugged her shoulders, and said casually, Obviously, Chris must have a good understanding of Winter Island's situation. Including the Devil's Triangle, Sabayati Archipelago, these. Chris is very clear. I really want to pry open his head and see what's growing in his head. Why is he so familiar with the conditions of the Great Waterway? Betty walked to the door, took a breath, still so calm. There is no other reason, just because his name is Chris. Perona floated in the air and said with a smile, This guy knows a lot of things, there's nothing he doesn't know at all. Anyway, for everything about Chris, this princess has long been surprised. Haley ha ha ha. Everyone else nodded. For Chris, they really admired to the extreme. In the depths of Winter Island, inside a luxurious palace. At this time, many people gathered here, and they were all members of a family. The so-called Aquino family. Alas, there are no pirates with higher bounties lately, it's really boring. Duncanbachino leaned against the chair, crossed his legs, shook his head, smiled bitterly, and said something. Life is really boring. I really hope to have a decent opponent, and then have a vigorous fight. Arubalu has dark blue hair, blinked his beautiful eyes, and smiled. Isho said, Brother, our strength is really too strong. Any pirates passing by are not our opponents, they can only be robbed of the pirate flag and provide us with a lot of bounty. Lilu also had dark blue hair, sat on a chair, shook her little feet, and said with a smile. The Aquino family is the strongest family in the Great Waterway. What kind of pirates, what kind of bounty criminals, all of them will be defeated by us, he he he. Brandy looked at the newspaper and said with an envious look, It's still this Chris who is the smartest, defeated Crocodile, and then took over his throne. Shichibukai, to be famous and famous, to have status, is really too enviable. Hawk glanced at Brandy and sneered, That's because our chance hasn't come yet. If Chris appears here, we can take him immediately. After all, Father has the most powerful devil fruit, Paramesha hot fruit. If there is a chance to meet that guy Chris, then Shichibukai's position will definitely be held by my father. As the head of the family, Aquino was particularly arrogant, shirtless, and said with a big laugh, My devil fruit can rise from 1 degree to 10,000 degrees. If you meet Chris, needless to say, Zhang will burn him to death, ha ha ha. At this moment, there was a crisp knock on the door. Come in. Aquino stopped laughing and said a straight sentence. With a crunch, the golden door was slowly opened, and a young man hurried in. Report to the owner, there is news from below that Chris has entered our territory and is landing on the island. Whether to intercept, please make it clear from the owner. Stunned. Hearing this little guy's words, everyone present was stunned for a moment, unable to react. Come on, Chris actually appeared, it's incredible. Arubel's eyes widened, his beautiful face was full of surprise, and he said in disbelief, we just mentioned him, and then someone appeared. God's will, it seems that God is destined to let my father become the new Shichibukai, he. Lilu jumped off the chair, blinked her eyes, and hurriedly urged, let's get out, I really want to see what Shichibukai looks like. Kambachino nodded, smiled, and said loudly, okay, this is a great good thing. This is the so-called drowsiness, someone sent pillows, quack quack. Brandy stood up with a look of excitement, and hurriedly said, if that's the case, then what are you waiting for? As long as the father takes action, then the Shichibukai throne of Chris belongs to us, ho ho ho. Huokru looked at Akino with a respectful look, father, congratulations in advance on your appointment to the throne of Shichibukai. Akino raised his head and laughed, his voice was very loud, echoing in the empty palace, and said something. God help me too. Chris is just a kid who deserves to sit on Shichibukai's throne, what a joke. Let's go, let's see if I don't tear him to pieces, let him know what a real strong man is, ha ha ha. After he finished speaking, he stood up and strode towards the gate of the palace, showing an arrogant expression. The others didn't say much, and they all followed with excitement and smiles on their faces. The periphery of Winter Island. Chris, above deck. The temperature here is really too low, all the girls put on thick clothes to cover up their slender figures. Suddenly lost the sense of vision, not so beautiful. This is Winter Island, it's really cold. Alvita put on thick clothes, he still carried a big iron rod, which has never changed. I only saw a white world in front of me, iceberg everywhere, exuding a strong cool air, but... Nami blinked her big eyes, her beautiful and refined face showed a look of yearning, and murmured, a place like this is really suitable for skating. He turned his head to look at the girls, smiled Isho, and said carelessly, how about it, do you have to form a team to go ice skating? If not, I will ask again later, haha. Yes, how could this princess miss such a fun thing, Haley. Perona hurriedly floated to her side, with a look of anticipation on her pretty face, looking very cute and moving. Word, Kaya quickly raised her little hand and said with a smile, and me, I'm going to sign up too. It's rare to come to Winter Island. If you don't have fun, you will regret it. Reiju stood quietly by the railing, standing slim. Mainu glanced at Chris' figure, and said something with a smile. Chris is still amazing. Even in such cold weather, he still wears this black dress, which is really enviable. Betty shrugged her shoulders, took a puff of cigarette, and remained calm as always. Chris's development of the fruit of rejection is too strong to be boundless. Come directly to reject the cold, so no matter how low the temperature is, it doesn't matter. What's more, the strength has reached his level, and it has long been cold in summer. This is an inevitable thing. At this time, the big ship gradually stopped and docked beside Iceberg. Go. Chris was still so decisive, spit out a word, without any hesitation, jumped directly onto the ice. Let's go, let's see what good luck there is this time. I hope there will be a stronger newcomer, way ha ha ha. Burgess raised his arms, laughed, and jumped down. Enel held the going stick, and said confidently, if there is a new person, if there is an old rule, leave it to me to deal with. Bartolomeo put his hands in the pockets of his trousers, and with a tugging appearance, he said without a word. I said Enel, since you came down from Sky Island, you guys seem to be obsessed and have been looking for someone to challenge you. Last time Foxy was like this. The captain didn't make a move, and you took all the limelight. It's very unreasonable, you know. Luo was crying with the demon sword in his arms, and said coldly, it's obvious that Enel is proving himself, and he has to be worthy of the title of God. So, as long as there is an opportunity to make a shot, he will definitely not miss it. Kuro pushed his glasses up, expressionless, that is to say, in the next few days, we won't have a chance to shoot. The others didn't say much. They jumped down one by one and landed on this cold island. Big guys, there's a picture of a Rubaloo above. You all know what this person said, so the author won't explain it, and can't count the words. 244. Hot hot fruit versus Guro Guro no Mi, rumble rumble fruit, the battle is about to start. Ladies and gentlemen, Junyoung has been disbanded, there is no other way, there are too few people, so I can only blow myself up. Interesting, as expected of Winter Island, it's really suitable for tourism. Nami shook her head gently, her beautiful and delicate face was filled with anticipation, and she muttered something. If Chris could stay here a little longer, I'd definitely be skating here, haha. Corona floated in the air, her heels against the ice, she slid on it, and gave a crisp laugh, very happy. It's fun and fun, this princess likes this place too much, Haley ha ha ha. Alvita carried the big black iron rod, rubbed his right foot against the ice, and smiled Isho. It's very slippery, walking on such ice, if you don't pay attention, you will really fall. Kaya looked at the girls, blinked her big eyes, a sweet and pleasant smile bloomed on her beautiful and refined face, and made a suggestion. I think we'll have to store some skates in the future so we can find them when we need them. It's a pity, if we have shoes like this now, we can start skating, what a pity. Makino patted her fragrant shoulder, raised her eyebrows, and said with a sweet smile, skating is a technical job, it's not that simple. It's like in Sky Island, we want to learn Waiba, but basically no one can master it, only Nami is the most powerful. At this moment, Betty took a breath and said calmly, people are here, the skates you want, they will bring them here. Hearing her words, everyone hurriedly looked forward. I saw a large number of people appearing on the opposite side, like fish in the sea, skating on the ice and coming here quickly. Chris, that's right, it's really Chris, ha ha ha. Hawk's eyes lit up, his face was full of smiles, and he looked very excited. Kambachino nodded and said with a smile, it seems that our good luck has really arrived. Starting today, the Aquino family will be officially promoted to the throne of Shichibukai. Brandy laughed and said quickly, at such an exciting time, there must be a banquet. Arubalu frowned his beautiful eyebrows, and his beautiful eyes scrutinized the girls, and said a little jealously. So many women, and all of them so pretty, it's so annoying. I'll make them my maids when father defeats Chris, this seems like a good decision, hee hee hee. Lilu looked at her sister, blinked her big eyes, and quickly said, sister, remember to give me some when the time comes. I also really want a maid, very, very much. At this time, Aquino raised his head and laughed loudly, making an extremely arrogant voice, which echoed in the surrounding area, and everyone could hear it clearly. Chris, there is a way to heaven and you don't go, but there is no way to hell, you have to break through. I was worried that I couldn't find you, but I didn't expect you to come to my door obediently. It seems that God is helping me, ha ha ha. Aquino stared at Chris with a cold glow in his eyes, and said in a cold tone, for your own sake, I won't mistreat you anymore. Don't worry, I will only maim you, not kill you. You say, isn't that the case? Those of Aquino's subordinates were all in awe of his strength, and when they hesitated, they hurriedly followed and shouted loudly. Patriarch, you are the strongest, the old server is. You, la la la. Hot hot fruit, directly raise the temperature to 10,000 degrees, burn them to death in minutes, quack. Burning your sister, haven't you seen so many beauties, I can see that I can't waste it. The master of the house, please keep these beauties, my little brother begs you. It's so beautiful, these people are so beautiful, especially the one with the curly eyebrows, it looks like a dick and a jerk. Patriarch, for my little brother's sake, I beg you to give one to my little brother kowtows to you, woo woo woo. Chris, you are paralyzed, you have so many women, I curse you for not being young, hee hee hee. Just like in Long Ring Long Land, Chris didn't need to take a shot at all, someone immediately took care of him. A bang, Enel's figure suddenly disappeared in place, transformed into a light golden lightning, pierced through the void, and illuminated the nearby area. If you want to take action against my captain, pass me first and let me see your strength. Zzz. Enel had light blue lightning on her body and kept jumping up and down like a Thor possessed. She looked mighty and domineering, and the picture was full of shock. What? Seeing Enel's appearance, Aquino was stunned, his eyes widened, his face full of horror, and he was really shocked. Lightning, which is the most powerful force of nature, can actually appear in human beings. Not only him, but the people behind him were all stunned, staring blankly at Enel's figure, unable to react at all. It's just garbage like you, and the captain should take action and let me fall. Since following Chris, Enel has been imitating his behavior, speaking and doing things, and becoming more decisive. The same way, when fighting, it is also about being fast, accurate, and ruthless, not a mother-in-law or a mother. If you can kill it with one move, you will never use two moves. Swipe. A strong blue light appeared, shrouding Enel and Aquino, making it impossible to see what was inside. This scene, like Enel vs Foxy, is so similar. All this is just a matter of blink of an eye, and when the dust settles, everyone reacts. Only this time, the battle has come to an end. Enel stood quietly, his expression full of disdain. Aquino, on the other hand, was scorched black, smoking black smoke, motionless, paralyzed by electricity. Startled. Incredibly shocked. Seeing such a terrifying scene, the members of the Aquino family were shocked to the extreme, and the expressions on their faces were as if they had seen a ghost. What's the matter? Arubal's beautiful eyes widened, her pretty face was full of horror, she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Lilu covered her small eyes and shivered. It's so scary, it's really scary, I dare not look at it, woo woo woo. Cambacino rubbed his eyes and said in disbelief, I'm dreaming, it must be. My father is the most powerful being, how could such a thing happen, it's impossible. Brandy pointed at Enel, his face full of anger, he cursed, and said something. Damn, what did you do to my father, bastard, I'm going to kill you. After speaking, without any hesitation, he rushed towards Enel, looking like he was going to kill him. With a bang, a light blue lightning flashed from Enel's hand, and before Brandy could react, he hit it directly. Ah! A shrill scream rang out, echoed in this area, and everyone could hear it. Enel glanced at Brandy, and said with a face full of disdain, I want to avenge your father, do you have the strength, what rubbish. Immediately afterwards, he turned to look at Aquino, poked his stomach with a going stick, and sneered again and again. And you, it seems like you said that it is a hot fruit, and even such a garbage fruit, I dare to say that it is the strongest. Tell you, Laosu is Logia's most powerful devil fruit, Guro Guro no Mi, rumble rumble fruit. If I want to, I can electrocute you in minutes and make you guys disappear from this world. It's too much of a laugh for you to dare to challenge my captain even with your strength. Enel withdrew the going stick, with murderous eyes in his eyes, stared at Aquino coldly, and said word by word, join us, or I will immediately kill you. 10 seconds 1, if you don't hear a satisfactory answer, you know what the consequences will be, did you hear it? Guys, the above is a picture of Lilu. From the anime, you must know it, so I won't explain it too much, I can't count the words. 245. Shocked. It turned out to be the Logia soil fruit, the devil fruit known as the strongest defense. Aquino exhaled a puff of black smoke, Vivi moved his body, and said intermittently, I choose to join, and I will give everything. Over the years, I have collected a lot of treasures, even a one devil fruit, these I will hand in. Even someone as powerful as you is willing to follow Lord Chris, what reason do I have to refuse? The body gradually recovered, not so paralyzed, turned to look at Chris, bowed, and said something humble. Captain Chris, please take care of me in the future." The others hurriedly bowed and said respectfully, "Captain, please take care of me in the future." At this moment, not only the members of the family, but even the people below, were full of awe for Chris. Even the abilities of Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, are not Chris' opponents, so what else can they say? Aside from fear, there is only deep admiration for Chris. "Little ones, go inside and move things." Chris was as decisive as always, and as soon as his voice fell, he walked directly towards the depths of the island. His back was so unrestrained and stalwart. At this time, Chris's subordinates were very excited one by one, shouting loudly, and their voices were so loud that it spread throughout the entire Winter Island. "Treasure, I like treasure the most, ha ha ha. Long live Captain." No wonder the captain wants to land on Winter Island, so there are many treasures here, quack. "What's the matter? Hurry up and move the treasure to Lao Su." "Wow, it's a treasure, and it's a devil fruit. It's amazing. I love you in Winter Island, just like a mouse loves rice, hee hee hee." "Mad, what are you guys trying to do with our great captain? Just kidding." Yes, to deal with them, one hand is enough for Lao Su, la la la." At this time, Burgess scolded, "What the hell, can't you be stronger? Every time it ends so quickly, and you watch a chicken." Luo carried the demon sword and cried, "Still so cold, it's not that the enemy is too weak, it's that Enel is too strong." The speed of Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, is invincible in the first half of the Great Channel. Bartolomeo glanced at Enel with a look of disdain, sneered, and said, "Grass, it will steal the limelight, I will do the same next time, I can't keep this guy's presence." Yoroch folded his hands together, smiled, and said happily, "There is another squad leader, and there is also a devil fruit appearing, which is really a good thing." Kuro pushed his glasses, his eyes sparkled with wisdom, and calmly analyzed. "Paramesha hot fruit, this is a very powerful devil fruit. If he didn't face Enel, then his fighting power would definitely be well displayed. Just heating it to 10,000 degrees can destroy everything around it, leaving no place for opponents to settle. Anyway, the newcomers who joined this time are really quite strong." At this time, the girls were very happy, and everyone had a sweet and lovely smile on their pretty faces, looking extremely beautiful. Nami looked at them, blinked her eyes, and said with a smile, "Great, since Chris is going to rest here, then we can go ice skating, haha. Happy, really happy, I can go skating later." Kaya clapped her little hands, and her beautiful and refined face was filled with a knowing smile. Alvita stepped forward, and Isho said with a smile, "It seems that Chris still has foresight. Winter Island is really a treasure. Newcomer, join, there are treasures and devil fruits, this time the strength of the team has been improved again." Betty carried the banner, took a puff of cigarette, remained calm as always, worked together, and never came back empty-handed. Since he wants to land here, there is no doubt that the island has what he wants. Reiju touched his delicate chin, Isho was gentle, and said generously, "Another devil fruit, what type will this be?" "If it's Logia, it's definitely the best." The others didn't say much, but nodded, agreeing with what Reiju said. In their opinion, Logia's devil fruit is too rare, it's just a dream. 10 minutes later. Deep in the island, the seat of the Aquino family. In this luxurious palace, many people gathered at this time, all of them seemed to be very busy. "Is no way, the Aquino family has collected too much gold and silver jewelry, those of Chris's men can only work harder, moving back and forth many times. Noisy and noisy, everyone is smiling, not tired at all, walking in a hurry. Without him, all of these are all money. Captain, this is the devil fruit I'm talking about." At this time, Aquino walked over slowly, holding a black wooden box, and said something in a respectful tone. "I have obtained this devil fruit for many years, but no matter how I study it, I have no way of knowing what devil fruit it is. But I feel that this devil fruit is definitely not ordinary, it's definitely great. Aquino shook his head and said with great emotion, originally, I wanted to let my children eat it after researching it. But now that I have joined the team, if I don't give me some greetings, I feel very embarrassed, ha ha ha. Burgess was the most forthright, patted him on the shoulder, laughed and said, That's right, you guys' mental awareness is about to catch up with Lao Su, way ha ha ha. Bartolomeo put his hands in his trouser pockets and said, it's very eye-catching, beautiful work. Jin was still so indifferent, and said disdainfully, hide and tuck, can you do it? Since the captain has landed on this island, everything here will never escape his eyes. If you don't hand it over, your fate will definitely be miserable. Cavendish waved his hand and urged, okay, don't talk nonsense, just open the box quickly, what are you doing? Aquino didn't dare to fart, smiled, and said quickly, open it now. After speaking, the wooden box was lifted to reveal the inside. I saw a pineapple-shaped, pale yellow devil fruit lying there quietly, with a spiral pattern on it, densely packed, all over the fruit. In addition, a heavy aura suddenly emanated from the fruit, which made everyone move, and their hearts seemed to be heavier. It's really incredible that a one devil fruit can affect the emotions of others. Every time I open the box and see this magical devil fruit, my heart is heavy, as if it is being suppressed by something. Aquino frowned, with a puzzled look on his face, and murmured, what kind of devil fruit is this, and why is it so strange? Blue nodded lightly, with a look of doubt on his pretty face, and followed up with a sentence. Yes, we have seen this devil fruit countless times. But every time I look at it, this kind of heavy feeling exists, which is very incomprehensible. It can only be said that this devil fruit is really very mysterious. Lilu looked up at Chris, blinked her eyes, and said with a smile, Master Chris, you should know what devil fruit this is. We all want to know the answer, can you talk to us? Startled. Incredibly shocked. Of this devil fruit, all the girls were stunned, their beautiful and delicate faces were filled with shock, and they couldn't react at all. This. Reiju's beautiful eyes widened, a look of amazement appeared on her pretty face, and she said in disbelief, isn't this Logia soil fruit, it actually exists in this world. Unbelievable, it's so unbelievable. Betty carried the banner, Vivi shook his head, exhaled the smoke, and sighed, it's really shocking, this is a real baby. Earth represents thickness and stability. It can be said that all the devil fruit abilities, the defense power of this soil fruit, is definitely the strongest, there is no one. Baccarat folded his crimson hair, curving his eyebrows, and said dignifiedly and elegantly, the earth is indeed extraordinary, and it is full of awe. With this devil fruit, our team will be able to give birth to a strong man. This is inevitable. Sweetheart Queen shrugged her shoulders and said casually, the area of land in this world is so vast and boundless. As long as you eat this devil fruit, you can control the world's land. Thinking about it makes people envious. Oh, why can't I meet Tutu fruit earlier? It's a pity, it's such a pity. Jessica wrapped her arms in front of her, standing slim and smiling, and said with a sweet smile, as long as you eat the soil fruit, then during the battle, the opponent will not even have a place to stand. If you don't have the ability to fly, then it's a matter of minutes to kill the enemy. Others didn't say much, and nodded one by one. They were very optimistic about this devil fruit, and even thought it was the strongest. Guys, this devil fruit, which beauty should you feed it, Kaya, Makino, or someone else? Please leave a message in the book review area, the author will seriously consider it. The update will resume tomorrow, everyone must watch. Am broken in love, my younger brother is broken up in love, I really don't have the mood to code, so I stopped updating for a few days. Alas, there have been a lot of things happening recently. First, my grandfather passed away, and the updates stopped for a while. Now, it's like this again. My little brother is in a really bad mood. Gentlemen, the younger brother has been adjusted for a few days, and it has been restored. It will be officially updated tomorrow. I'm sorry everyone, bow and apologize. 2 years 44. Salute to the old wolf. Philu reminds you. Read 3 things. 246. The tutu fruit was eaten by her. Off to the devil's triangle. Everyone, now start to resume the update. The younger brother will work hard to code, and will not stop updating. Alas, there are a lot of broken things. This is my little brother's fault. I'm sorry everyone. Startled. Incredibly shocked. I heard that this devil fruit is a rare logia, and it is also the earth fruit known as the strongest defense. This made Akino's family members, with horror on their faces, completely stunned and shocked. Logia. Arubel's beautiful eyes widened, and his face was full of surprise, and he said something. In devil fruits, the most powerful is Logia. I didn't expect this devil fruit to be Logia's, it's really incredible. Lilu nodded her head and looked at the khaki devil fruit, her big eyes unblinking, very cute and charming. If you say that, this devil fruit is very, very powerful, hee hee. Kambachino touched his chin, and said with a look of relief, since this devil fruit is so powerful, it is definitely the most appropriate to give it to Captain. Brandy frowned, and said with emotion, the soil fruit, it makes people feel terrible just thinking about it. In this world, the area of land is so vast and boundless. And the ability to control the land, how strong the combat power will be, this is very shocking. Huokru laughed and agreed. Let's not say anything else, just a Logia-capable person, this is very scary. I haven't seen Logia's devil fruit since I was a child, and this is the first time I've seen it. Akino looked at Chris' figure, smiled, and said loudly, I'll just say, this devil fruit must be very good. Captain, you must be satisfied with this gift, ha ha ha. Chris put his hands in his trouser pockets, expressionless, as calm as ever, let's go. After speaking, without any hesitation, he walked directly outside the palace. Burgess raised his arms and laughed loudly, his voice echoing in the palace, sure enough, this island brings good luck again, way ha 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 ha. Luo carrying the demon sword and crying, walked forward, still so indifferent, there are newcomers, join, and also get the soil fruit. I have to say that the strength of the team has obviously been greatly improved. Hawkins still looked dead, and said in a low voice, unfortunately, all the squad leaders have already eaten the devil fruit. Yoroj put his hands together and said with a smile, speaking of which, there is nothing to regret. Anyway, well, this devil fruit must have been eaten by someone on the boat. As for who it is, it doesn't matter. Bartolomeo touched his nose ring and couldn't help but complain, what's the matter, if I knew that the soil fruit would appear, I would not eat the barrier fruit at that time. The soil fruit is Logia, and its defense is so strong, its attack is terrifying. Mad, this devil fruit is the most suitable for Lao Su, grass. Kuro pushed his glasses, his eyes flashed with wisdom, and said. Actually, our luck has always been very good, especially good. Since I got on the boat, none of the devil fruits that appeared were Zone's, which is very good. No matter what. Is it a barrier fruit, an air pressure fruit, a speed fruit, or a swamp fruit, a restoration fruit, a hallucination fruit? Every devil fruit is so powerful, this is very rare. Lafitte put his cane behind his back. Vivi Isho said very gentlemanly, if you hit Crocodile now, then the result is beyond doubt. Ben's strength has indeed improved rapidly, as we all know. Then, a group of people followed behind Chris and walked outside. On the ice. At this time, the weather was still so cold, and the hot air exhaled instantly turned into white smoke. A lot of people are here, playing happily, their laughter is crisp and sweet, and after listening to it, the mood also improves. Oh, why is Nami always so good? Kaya was on ice skates, with her hands outstretched, trying to adjust her body so she wouldn't fall. Looking at Nami's eyes, full of envy, she murmured, when she was at Sky Island, she learned to be a powerhouse in one fell swoop. Now, I learned to skate in minutes. I really admire her. A beautiful body on the ice in front of me, moving fast, making a silver bell-like laughter, very happy. Come on, who's chasing me, ha ha ha. Nami was quite proud, and slid across the ice like a proud peacock. Karina has fallen several times, stood up quickly, clapped her little hands, and said something confidently. This girl is so smart, how could she not learn? Impossible. Kaya, don't stand stupidly, be brave and step out boldly, so that you can learn to skate. Look at me, go ahead. The voice fell, he opened his hands and slowly slid forward. At this time, Corona said with a smile, isn't it just skating? This is not difficult for this princess, ha 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 ha. With the ability to fly, she put her feet on the ice, and she continued to slide forward, going for a while, and retreating for a while, and she had a lot of fun. Cassia can sing and dance, and naturally has a strong sense of balance. It is understandable that she can slide on ice. Brows curled, Isho said with a smile, actually, skating is really not difficult. As long as you control the direction and follow your feelings, you won't fall. It's also my first time skating, and it felt weird at first, but after I get used to it for a while, I'll find it's really easy, hee hee hee. Yun Yaksen rolled her eyes at her and said angrily, don't hit us, there's nothing as simple as you said, it doesn't exist. Just then, Chris and the others came over, only to hear Reiju say something with a smile. Everyone is almost done playing, we're going to see, hurry up and change your shoes. Alvita carried the big black iron rod, smiling gracefully and generously, I just got a very good devil fruit, but you are not present, so there is no discussion yet. Betty glanced at Nami and the others, took a puff of cigarette, and said lightly, in such a cold day, you are still interested in skating, and my mother is also satisfied. Hurry up, or we won't wait for you. Lilu waved her little hand and said with a smile. Immediately afterwards, everyone hit the road and walked towards the outskirts of the island. 20 minutes later. Chris, in the training room. Wow, this training room is so big. Arubalu has become one of the girls, she stroked her dark blue hair, looked at the spacious training room with her beautiful eyes, and couldn't help but let out a voice of amazement. Lilu looked at the girls, sweet Isho said, my sisters, are you all cultivating here? Abis blinked her eyes and said in a tender voice, yes, if you are cultivating here, you can ask Mrs. Chris if you have any questions. You will also practice here in the future, and then I will teach you observation hockey. Said proudly with a confident look on her little face. Queen Sweetheart sat on the chair, crossed Erlang's legs, looked around the girls, sighed, and said. I went to Winter Island, and there were 2 more women on board. It seems that the number of people is a bit large. Desire brandished his wooden sword, practiced hard, and said casually, not much, plus the ones from Alabasta, maybe 30 or so. When will it break through 50/50s? Then it will be a real big family. Jairksen took a sip of coffee and said speechlessly, it's not more than 30, are you kidding me? Don't make fun of it. At this time, Nami patted the table and said carelessly, okay, other things, we'll talk about it later. The most important thing now is to discuss this devil fruit. Whoever wants to eat it, please raise your hand and sign up. Anyway, well, I've already eaten the hallucination fruit, so I can't argue with you, what a pity. Reiju stroked his delicate chin, was graceful and gentle, Isho, this devil fruit is many times stronger than my swamp fruit. So, don't shirk it, hurry up and act, first come first served. Corona floated in the air, shook her little head, and smiled bitterly, Logia soil fruit, as soon as you hear the name, you know it's very, very powerful. It's a pity that this princess ate the ghost fruit, otherwise you would have no chance, woo woo. At this time, Kaya raised her little hand, looked at them, and said weakly, I like the fragrance of the land very much, so I signed up. Quiet. The girls fell silent, and for a while, it was. No one spoke. Since you have an idea, Xiaoya, let's eat it for you. Makino's willow leaf eyebrows are crescent-shaped, still so gentle and virtuous. With Miss Baccarat here, our luck will always be better. I'll choose again when I encounter a devil fruit next time. Carmen put his arms around him, nodded slightly, and agreed. I'm a chef, this devil fruit is not suitable for me at all. Karina shrugged her shoulders, very casually. Everyone is a sister. Since Xiaoya likes this fruit, then let it go to her. The others didn't say much. Vivi nodded. There was no scramble at all. Everyone was very easy to talk. 247. Drake, Apu, Tessero, Killer, and Crow are all must-haves. Dear friends, I stopped for a long time before, and it has been more than 10 days before and after. First of all, when my grandfather died, it stopped for 7 days, and this little brother didn't forget it. After that, my younger brother fell out of love and stopped updating for about 7 or 8 days. I can't remember exactly. Now, it's stopped again. In this way, the number of days that the update has been suspended has been 20 days, which is a bit scary. It is for this reason that some readers have said that the previous content has basically been forgotten, and many of them have been remembered. Can't get up. Therefore, the reader asked the author to summarize the previous content. In the same way, some readers have said to the author, and asked the author to explain the following content, so that the book can be grasped more clearly. How should I put it? Since some readers have mentioned it, the author will write this chapter specifically, and summarize the content before and after. No way, this book has been suspended for too long, and I really need to write a chapter like this. But having said that, this chapter should, logically, be posted to the works, so that when you read it, you don't need to spend money. But the problem is that the content of this chapter is all written by the author's hard typing, if it is put into the work related. You do this, isn't the time that the author spends in vain wasted. It takes a lot of time to summarize, and the result is that you can't earn a penny, so is it necessary for the author to write. So, this chapters it is impossible to post the content related to the work. It can only be written in the main text so that you can all take a look. I'm sorry, my brother is a person who loves money. Everyone, please forgive me. Well, I've said a lot of off-topic, mainly because I stopped for too long, so they said a lot. I hope you don't take offense. Not much to say. Let's start with a summary of the previous content. The first point, many readers have responded, that is, about the heroine. Many readers have said that since there are so many women on board, why are they not taking any of them? Pig's feet are on a plane. For this piece, the author has mentioned it before. This is called Jagged Tenderness. This is a pirate hegemony novel, but, in the process of fighting, on the road to becoming stronger, beautiful women are definitely indispensable. As for what will happen to these women in the future, don't worry about this for now, anyway. All of them are received on board. This is the most important thing. In addition, many readers have mentioned that the conversation between women is sometimes written as half a chapter, which seriously affects reading. Therefore, the author has made improvements later, and the content of the dialogue about the heroine has been reduced a lot. Second point, many readers have also mentioned the issue of the heroine's name. After reading the previous content, they completely forgot about it. No one can remember how many beauties were on the boat. Also, what devil fruits these women ate, they also forgot. Here, the author will explain it. Of beauties is as follows. The first to appear is Baccarat, the lucky fruit ability, and the woman that Chris relies on most. After all, the fruit of luck really exists, and it is undoubtedly the greatest help for Chris. Next is Betty. Among the girls, the strongest one is her. After all, she has a 2-color hockey, and the devil fruit is pretty good too. Queen of Sweetheart, the person with the ability to paste fruit, comes from the theatrical version. Karina, did not eat devil fruit, from the theatrical version, is a singer, singing very well. Nojiko didn't eat devil fruits. At that time, many readers said that this woman is not good looking, so the author's bacteria should not be affected by the ship. Anyway, well, many readers have great opinions on this woman. Carmen, a beautiful chef, from the anime, appeared in Logatown. Bartolomeo's friend, from the anime, his hometown is Logatown. Passia, a run-of-the-mill character, appears in the Sabayati archipelago, when she was a slave and was later released. Maya, from the theatrical version, is a witch, representing holiness. In the subsequent content, her role is not small. Lackey, from Sky Island, is also a role model, but unfortunately the author still likes her very much. The clothes she wears are very beautiful and her figure is also very good. It's a pity that she is such a trickster. Canis, from Sky Island, is a gentle and kind girl. Aisha, the little girl, was born with observation hockey, which will definitely come in handy in the follow-up content. Yun Yaksen, from Sky Island, is also a role-playing role, not many people know her at all. Jessica, from the anime, the chef of the branch, looks very beautiful, but unfortunately is a dragon role. Porch, from the anime, appeared in Long Ring Long Land, is a girl with a very distinctive voice, and she is not very good looking. Kobato, from the anime, the doctor of the branch, looks very good, but unfortunately is also a dragon role. Lai Jia, this little girl, is a talented little secretary, many readers don't know her. After Khalifa was defeated, Iceberg just recruited her as a secretary, and she was a very good little girl. In the follow-up content, this little girl will still play a huge role, there is no doubt about this. Moyaki, when Iceberg recruited a secretary, she was one of the contestants, but unfortunately lost to Lai Jia. This is a dragon role, and basically no one knows her existence. Arubalu, from the anime, that is, Winter Island, looks like a normal character, the same dragon set. Lailu, Arubal's younger sister, doesn't look very good, so she probably won't appear in the future. The above-mentioned women are not very popular in anime, so the number of appearances in the following content is naturally relatively small. No, Bakura and Betty, those two don't count. Perona is very popular, so I won't introduce it too much. In subsequent content, it will appear frequently. Reiju, not to mention this one, the author likes her very much, so every time I write a dialogue between the girls, I will definitely mention her. Haha, by the way, Reiju ate swamp fruit, this must be mentioned. Nami, I won't say much about this, I will definitely mention it all the time. When boarding Sky Island, the author Jun specially gave Nami a close-up and let her play the role of a navigator. For no other reason, Nami's popularity is too high, all readers like her, so she will definitely be mentioned frequently in the future. In addition, Nami ate the hallucination fruit, please note this. Meidi, a role-playing role, will not appear often in the follow-up, but she ate the fruit of wine and wine, which needs to be mentioned. Makino, this gentle and lovely big sister, will be mentioned often in the future. After all, Makino's popularity is so high that all readers, knowing her existence, also like her very much. In the following content, it will be arranged to eat a powerful devil fruit. As for what it is, we will see it later. Kaya, this innocent girl, is undoubtedly very popular, and it will definitely appear in the following content. It is for this reason that the author let her eat the Logia soil fruit, the devil fruit known as the strongest defense. Alvita, this popularity is also very high, so every conversation will give her a shot. Abis, relatively speaking, is not very popular, so she rarely appears. To whisper fruit, and she will play a big role in the future. The above women are all with Chris. Next, talk about the women over at Alabasta. Robin, needless to say about this popularity, looking at the beauty of One Piece, King of Pirates, Robin's sauce must be one of the most popular. It is for this reason that the branch is left to her to take care of. Princess Vivi, who is also very popular, gentle and kind, will bring her to the new world when the branch is running normally. Lasha, a role-playing role, not many people know her, and she will basically not appear. Nikita, a person with the ability to light and flutter fruit, has very little quality. However, under the guidance of Robin, she got better and gradually became a lady. Marianne, a painter, is not very popular. The painter is actually very powerful, but it should not be written about her later. After all, not many people like her. Sarah, the thorn fruit ability person, is not very popular, and it is estimated that it will not appear much later. Next, let's talk about which squad leaders are on board. Many readers have mentioned this one, but they don't know how many squad leaders there are on board, so let's count them here. Burgess, eats sonic fruit, will be 2-color hockey. Poison eats Logia gas fruit, will be 2-color hockey. Lafitte is the vice captain and a devil fruit person. Luo is the captain of the first team. Hawkins has a low personality and has a very good relationship with Luo. Jin, who has the ability to explode fruit, will be very terrifying in the future. Van Auger, who wears the fruit ability, the captain of the 2nd Division, has a very distinctive speech, and always puts his fate on his lips. Catchphrase, "This is destiny." Kuro, who ate the fruit of air pressure, has a very high IQ and is second only to Beckman in One Piece, King of Pirates. Bartolomeo, still eating the barrier fruit, has a rebellious personality. Cavendish, after eating the fruit of speed, must be very powerful in the future, and his strength is absolutely terrifying. Bellamy, this guy is very gifted for armament hockey, practice. In the anime, his armament is very powerful. Enel, since he came down from Sky Island, he has been challenging all kinds of people. So, in the following fights, Chris basically doesn't need to shoot, and he will leave it to Enel to deal with it. This guy's strength will definitely be the Emperor's deputy level in the future, there is no doubt about this. Weipa, eat the fruit of recovery, this devil fruit is super powerful, so this person's strength will definitely be terrifying. Uroj, devil fruit power, weapon is a huge pencil, always smiling. Foxy, the person with the ability to slow fruit, in the anime, his development of this devil fruit is very rubbish. Now following Chris, it is naturally different, and the strength behind him is very good. Aquino, who has the ability to heat the fruit, can raise the temperature to 10,000 degrees, and his strength is very good. Dory, staying in Alabasta Kingdom, probably won't be following Chris anymore. Brigitte, like Dory, doesn't say much. The ones written above are the beautiful women and the squad leader on the boat. As for the animal, there is Padong, who eats the fruit of the mythical civet cat and can transform into any person. And Beppo, the fur clan following Luo. Seahorse, when stealing memories, was taken to the ship by Chris. Cavendish's personality, that is, the little black dog, will play a big role in the future, it is not as simple as a single dog. This ship is the whale that ate the fruit of the ship, the fastest ship in the world, no one. In addition, Bellamy's subordinates, such as Thatches, Rebus and others. Also, the sons of Aquino, the 4 priests of Enel, such as Cambachino and others. These are all in the squad, so in the content that follows, they are all mentioned in one stroke. Will not write more. Mainly write about the squad leader, other little people, I won't write more. As for this, I believe you should have seen it. About Chris's situation, here is a summary. Chris, hockey, 3-color hockey, fighting technique, facing peacock, day tiger, evening elephant and night K. Chow peacock has already used it, and day tiger has also cultivated it, but it has not been used yet. As long as Shixiang and Yekai, that is the content of the latter, I will not mention it here for the time being. Swordsmanship. Other hand, it has the supreme knife and blood red, and this knife, after eating the fruit of Paramesha, can become bigger and smaller, and it has been hanging on Chris's neck. As for the devil fruit ability, the currently developed moves are as follows. Almighty Push, repelling space, repelling mirror, repelling punch, repelling sound, repelling fatigue. Among these moves, everyone's favorite is definitely the almighty push, which is not much to say. As for the other moves, we'll talk about it later. Well, the front is a summary of the previous content, and then I will talk about the following plot. Here is the spoiler in advance. First, let me mention the situation about the next squad leader. Some readers left a message in the book review area before, saying that Chris's path is very similar to Rock's, and he has a group of strong teams. In fact, this is also true. Each of Chris's subordinates can be independent, and they will all be big names in the future. Drake is a very good subordinate, and in the following plots, he will definitely be accepted as his younger brother. Scratchman EPUB, the strength is also very good, the same will be collected later. There are also crows, that is, in the anime, the cadres of the Revolutionary Army. This will also be taken as a subordinate in the future. In addition, Killer will also be accepted as a younger brother. This guy is very strong and will play a big role in the future. Also, the Going Emperor Tessero, the strength of this guy, including the golden fruit on his body, is of great help to Chris. The back, it will naturally be taken as a subordinate. Next, let's talk about the women who will appear later. Of course, beauties, this is inevitable. First of all, in the Empress camp, if nothing else happens, the beautiful Bonnie will join her team. As the only woman in the supernova, Bonnie's strength is naturally very powerful. It is terrifying to be able to become a child. As for Momoshiki, Khalifa will pull into her camp. As for Khalifa, many readers have mentioned it in the book review area, and they all like this big beauty in stockings. Of course, she is 9 and naturally can't follow Chris, so let her be Momoshiki's subordinate. There is also Ain, a disciple of Zephyr, who cannot follow Chris, and is also arranged in Momoshiki's camp. As for Ain, from the theatrical version, but her popularity is still very high, and there are many people who like her. There is also a beauty giant Vice Admiral. This will also join Momoshiki's camp. As for the picture, it will be sent later. Now about the women on Chris' side. The singer Shinduoli, I believe everyone is clear, will join Chris's team later. Also, in the Sabayati archipelago, a nurse in white appeared, the one Tenryubito was going to take away. This will also join Chris's team later, and the pictures will be uploaded later. As for Fishman Island, there are many beautiful women, and Shirahoshi will definitely appear. Mrs. Shiarly, this fortune teller, with such a noble status, Chris will definitely not miss it. And 2 years later, Chris will kill Doflamingo, so the little girl Sugar, needless to say. There is also Monet, this woman died so tragically, Chris will not miss her, and will definitely join the camp later. After all, Logia Snow Fruit is also very powerful. It is rare to see such a powerful beauty. And in Wanokuni, Xiaoyu, a little girl with potential, naturally needs to be well cultivated, which will be a big help in the future. As long as Kazuki Hiyori, one of the 3 beauties of One Piece, King of Pirates, will definitely join the team later. On the other hand, Pudding is such a lovely girl, needless to say. There is also Impel Down, where Chris will visit at that time, Domino, a white-skinned woman, needless to say. And Sadie-chan, they are all characters in the team. There are many more beautiful women, so I won't list them too much. I'll post the pictures one by one in the future. The last point to mention is the hole dug in front of you. The first one, that is Golden Lion, will come to the door later, kill the remnant of the old era, and then snatch the devil fruit in his hand. The second one is the treasure of rocks. After Chris enters the new world, he will search for the treasure. As for what the treasure is, anyway, there must be devil fruits, not much to say. The third one is the remnant of the devil fruit tree. At present, Chris only has a residual image in his hand, and as for the other copies, whoever owns it will appear later. Wait for the location of the devil fruit tree to be found later. There are many strange devil fruits, such as ocean fruits, it is no accident that it is there. The fourth one, hunting Marine Admiral Akainu. This has been mentioned before, and has been mentioned many times, but now the time is not ripe, after Chris enters the New World and attacks a country. At that time, start hunting Admiral Akainu, kill him, and make Momoshiki the Admiral. The fifth one is, in the New World, to lay down a country. With Tessero, then this country will be a country of going, which will attract countless people, and naturally this country will become the most interesting place in the New World. The strongest country in the New World must be the country that Chris conquered. Unconsciously, I found that there are so many words written in this chapter. Of course, there are still many unwritten, these. Let's talk about it later. In addition, the younger brother is still in the past 2 days, adjusting the status, and starting to resume the update in a few days. After this restoration and update, there will be at least 3 updates a day, and there will be no problems. That's it, see you in a few days, sorry everyone. 248. Singer Shin Dali joins. The Phoenix Pajaru appears and becomes the squad leader. Everyone, resume the update, from now on, it will not be stopped again. The author seems to have no credit anymore, I guess you won't believe it, Halo. 2 days later. Chris, in the training room. What Chris said really makes sense, it's amazing. Shinduoli leaned on the chair, crossed Erlang's legs, and held Chris's quotation in her jade hand. Her pretty face was full of admiration. Yesterday, when the fleet was sailing, it happened to meet her. Under the influence of Baccarat's luck, her fate has long been doomed, and she can only be a member of the ship, which cannot be changed. Sister Shinduoli, your voice is really nice. Kaya looked at her, blinked her beautiful eyes, and said with a smile, it's all right, besides. Sister Karina, there is another singer on the boat, it's great, hee. Makino nodded lightly, stroked his dark green hair, and smiled. Isho, of course, those who can sing are very sweet. Nami stopped practicing, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and said something carefree. There are 2 singers and 2 chefs, one is Carmen and the other is Jessica. There are also 2 bartenders, one is Midi and the other is Makino. Well, if things go on like this, one day there will be 2 navigators on board. That's not good. Alvita stood the big black iron rod in front of him, and said generously, what do you say? You are the strongest navigator, who can replace you? It doesn't exist. Report. Pirate ship found ahead. At this time, the voice of an alarm officer came from outside, interrupting the conversation of the girls. Stunned for a moment. Reiju was the first to react. Mainu looked at the man in front, and Isho said gently, Chris, don't you go out and have a look. The others didn't say much, and watched Chris one by one, waiting for him to give an answer. We'll talk later. Chris brandished the blood-red sword without looking back, as calm as ever. Maya looked at them and asked with a smile, how about it, shall we go out and see? Forget it, since Chris said so, it's definitely not going to happen. The sweetheart queen shrugged her shoulders and responded casually. Then, the girls continued to chat and practice, and no one left the practice room. Above the deck. Hearing the voice of the alarm officer, the squad leaders looked over in unison. Mad, look at this situation, there is a new person who is going to join, way ha. Burgess raised his arms and smiled, and his voice spread throughout the ship. Bartolomeo put his hands in the pockets of his trousers, glanced at Enel, and said, needless to say, this guy is definitely going to shoot again. It's boring, at first glance. Little pirate, I don't want to waste time here. After Cavendish finished speaking, he turned and walked away, continuing to practice. Hawkins was still dead, and said in a low voice, anyway. It's none of my business. The others didn't say much, and they all went away. As for Enel, there was a trace of excitement in his eyes. Although he stayed on Sky Island for a long time and didn't come down, he has seen a lot of things about these pirates in the past few days. Not for anything else, but to find the dozens of people who were better than him in Chris's mouth. But so far, he hasn't seen anyone other than Chris. I hope this time I can make Lao Su happy, yeah ha ha ha. Enel carried the going stick and habitually plucked his ears with a rebellious look on his face. Soon, the two sides met. At this time, there was also a lively conversation on the Phoenix Pirates. There seems to be a large fleet ahead. Vice Captain Bigaro looked forward with a little excitement. A symbol of money in his eyes. It seems that we can have a good harvest again today, ha 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 ha. Pajalu stretched, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Hurry up, I can't wait. Statham said with a grin. Then, the Phoenix pirate ship came not far from Chris's fleet. Hey, the people on the boat, we are the Phoenix pirates, I'm Pajalu, I know the relationship, and surrender quickly. Pajaru stretched and rubbed his somewhat confused eyes. He felt that as long as he showed his name, the people on the ship would be so frightened that they would surrender obediently. Paheru, I know this person, his bounty I have seen, 100 million, so scary. Fuck you, 100 million is a fart, but the captain offers a reward of more than 700 million, how can this kind of scum be compared? What's the matter? A mere 100 million pirates dare to fight with us and seek death, right? Lord Enel, fuck them. Fuck, I will let you know what cruelty is, wow wow wow. The people below stood beside the railing one by one, yelling and glaring at the Phoenix pirates opposite. Tainiongs, the 100 million bounty is nothing but parallel imports. I will kill them in minutes. Burgess cursed, clearly displeased with the incident. I think you can fight this guy and teach him a lesson, so that your bounty will also increase. With a poisonous cough, gloomy, he quickly opened his mouth to instigate. Come on, I'm not interested in this kind of parallel imports, so let the new ones come on. Burgess shook his head and went to practice. The newcomer, how is it, you go to clean up this guy? Poison to Enel, since that guy Burgess wasn't fooled, he had to settle for the next best thing. Although I know that Enel is strong, it would be nice to see this guy again. Leave it to me, let me see if he can survive the 3 tricks of the god. Enel waved the going stick with excitement on his face. Looks like there's a good show to watch. Poison, leaning against the railing, very interested in this scene. At the beginning, Pajaru still maintained his arrogant posture. But over time, he felt something was wrong. It seems that these people are not afraid of themselves, but regard themselves as objects of appreciation. I'll give you one last chance, surrender quickly, or we'll start. Pajalu took out his phoenix chain and waved it a few times, threatening the pirates of Chris' fleet. And the battle captain behind him, Statham, also showed off his figure. Look, it really looks a bit condescending. But I don't think he looks like he can get a bounty of 100 million. Seeing Pajaru's gesture, the pirates in the fleet had more heated discussions. This made Paheru somewhat humiliated, and he felt insulted. Stenson, you go first, and take care of them for me. Pajalu turned to look at his battle captain, Statham. For him, it was too much of a bargain to play in person against an unnamed small team. Hearing Pajalu's words, Stenson nodded. Didn't say much, just pulled out his long knife and rushed up. But at this moment, a bolt of lightning struck Statham's back, knocking him down. Stenson fell heavily on the board, and the corners of his mouth kept twitching. Who is it? Which bastard dares to attack me? Stenson got up, took out the long knife in his hand and gestured. He looked around, and finally locked his eyes on Chris' fleet. It's me, Thor Enel. After Enel finished playing haha, he scratched his ears. He looked at the stupid big man opposite him with disdain in his eyes. Who is he? He was the god of thunder who ruled the entire Sky Island at the beginning. How could he put these little characters in his eyes? Ah, bastard, dare to be so arrogant in front of me, I have to. Teach you to be a good person today. Statham glanced at Enel and roared angrily. In his opinion, the boy on the opposite side was too arrogant. Stenson picked up the long knife, jumped lightly, and launched an attack on Enel. Enel's eyes turned cold, and he came directly to Stenson. Afterwards, he slapped Stenson several times in the mouth and kicked him back with the last kick. The next moment, Enel returned to his original position. Keep hitting, haha, as if it wasn't him who did it before. What happened? Statham asked with a swollen face. He looked at Pajalu beside him in confusion. It's okay, you go back to rest first. Pajaru shook his head, looking at Enel with excitement in his eyes. Seems that the guy opposite seems to be a master. Hey, boy, why don't you join our Phoenix Pirates? I will definitely reuse you. That's right, he took a fancy to the boy across from him. You don't have this qualification yet. We are the Chris pirate ship. If you surrender obediently, I can give you a qualification to join us. Enel glanced at Pajaru and said with a ha-ha. In the face of these people, he couldn't even raise the desire to fight. Hearing Enel's disgusting words, Pajalu was instantly angry. Bigaro, Gino, here, you all come together and teach this arrogant guy a good lesson. Pajalu pointed at Enel and said frantically. Hearing Pajalu's words, the three of Bigaro nodded and rushed up. Although it can be seen from the Stenson incident that Enel is very skilled, but the pirates will never admit defeat. Enel glanced at the Trio 3 casually, and then directly controlled the lightning to shoot down the Trio 3. The strength of these three people, he is not even interested in taking a frontal shot. Seeing that his three subordinates were finished like this, Pajalu was a little stunned. Originally, he wanted to look for an opportunity to sneak attack, but now it seems that he has no chance. Hey, if you want to do it or not, hurry up, I have to sleep, ha ha ha. Enel looked at the remaining Pajaru and moved his muscles and bones. Surrender, I will let you join my pirate group. At this moment, Chris appeared on the chopping board, and he quietly looked at Pajalu on the opposite side. Pajalu looked at Chris, a little frightened. On the opposite side quietly appeared in front of him. He didn't even notice it at all. Moreover, listening to the young man's meaning, it seems that the overly strong guy on the opposite side is still his subordinate, so now the question is, should I agree or should I agree? I want our boss to join you in your dreams. Bigaro said with a grin. He didn't want Pajaru to join these people. Because of that, his status as deputy captain would be lost. Chris ignored Bigaro's words, and wrapped his arms around him, waiting for Pajaru's reply. Then Enel appeared in front of Bigaro and beat him directly. I joined, and I will be your little brother from now on. Vivi trembled when Pajalu saw this scene, and hurriedly spoke. Enel is already so strong, the young man in front of him is definitely more perverted, and he is definitely not an opponent. Boss, what should we do if you join him? Bigaro's eyes widened, looking at Pajalu with disbelief in his eyes. How could the always proud Pajalu give in so easily? If you want to continue to follow me, join together. If you want to continue the journey by yourself, then we will part ways. Pajalu glanced at his subordinates, shrugged and said. No way, Chris in front of him is too powerful. If he doesn't agree to join them, I'm afraid he will kill him. All right then, we'll join with you. Bigaro said with a sigh. They had been with Pajaru for so long and were used to listening to Pajaru. If you let them go their separate ways, they won't get used to it. Bigaro looked at Chris and said, Captain, can we continue to follow Boss Pajalu? Yes, he can be a squad leader, so you can be assigned to his squad. Chris said quietly. After speaking, Chris turned around and went back to practice. For him, things are done, and to stay on is just a waste of time getting stronger. If he slacks off, his captain's position may be taken away by others. Yes, Chris made this rule not only to inspire others, but also to warn himself. No, It's too unfair that this guy can become a squad leader as soon as he comes. Isn't it better than trying to decide? Poison is somewhat dissatisfied, and likes to pick things up as always. Because of this, he missed a good fight. Since the captain said this, he must have his reasons. Besides, it is not yet the next battle for the squad leader, and the captain must be talking about it. Burgess narrowed his eyes and said loudly. He didn't care about Pajalu beside him. Not only that, but he also gave Pajalu a provocative look. He wouldn't mind fighting with Pajaru if he wanted to do it. By the way, let Pajalu know about his position on the ship. Pajalu stopped at Burgess' words, but he wasn't excited. Even his excited subordinates let him stop him. After all, he has just boarded the ship, and he has not yet figured out the situation on the ship. Don't worry, next time the squad leader fights, you will definitely beat him hard. Poison nodded, still with a hint of cunning in his eyes. That's right, what he said before was to provoke Burgess and let Burgess shoot, but unfortunately Burgess didn't fall for it. What the hell, you guy, why did you get involved with me again? You can do it yourself, too. Burgess scolded, and the guy started darting about himself again. Come here, I'll give you a good introduction to our captain's great deeds. Lafitte Vivi Isho, still so humble and polite, came to Pajaru's side and said with a chuckle with a glass of wine. After speaking, he sat directly on a chair. Pajalu said goodbye to his men and sat opposite Lafitte. He also wanted to have a good understanding of what happened to that strong man. 1 day later. Report. The front is the Devil's Triangle, do you enter? The front is. Seeing such a thick fog, the alarm officers panicked and began to give a frantic warning. After all, the Devil's Triangle is full of terrifying barks. You know, hundreds of ships go missing in the Magic Triangle every year. Everyone on the boat that was parked on the warning ship of the Sirens rushed out to check. After all, although they are all pirates, very few people have been to the Magic Triangle. Is this the Magic Triangle? It does look a little gloomy. Burgess looked ahead, scratched his head and said. Not only that, did you see it? There is already fog in front of you. Poison looked ahead, smiling with a strange color, especially ugly. Could it be the legendary terrifying bark? Pahiru's eyes widened, staring straight ahead. Guys, the above is a picture of Shindali. This, from the anime, appeared in the Devil's Triangle. I don't know if you have any impression. 249. Moria debuts, Anelves Moria. Looks like yes, damn it, I'm afraid it's going to be a little tricky now. Burgess said cursingly. After all, the captain of the dread bark is Moria. Moria is Shichibukai, _. What are you panicking about? Isn't there a captain here? And that big-eared thief's strength is not bad. Poison still had that weird smile that was unique to him. Bartolomeo put his hands in the pockets of his trousers, shrugged his shoulders, and said, last time I played Crocodile, we were not opponents. This time, everyone's strength has become stronger, and there are several more squad leaders. If you can't beat Shichibukai Moria, you'll be playing a chicken. Cavendish held the famous sword Durandal, full of confidence. The current young master is not. Alabasta can be compared at that time. Wait until Moria sees what real speed is. Ho ho ho. Enel carried the going stick with a disdainful look on his face. Shichibukai, it's all rubbish. After coming down from Sky Island, this god has been through thorns all the way, and there is no decent opponent. Really special mother is speechless. Luo, as always, said something coldly. I heard from the captain that Moria once fought with the 4 Emperor Kaido. His strength is probably stronger than Crocodile. Van Augur tapped his gun on the shoulder, and said expressionlessly, it seems that today is another fork in fate. Is that so? What? The guy called Moria, I'll leave it to this god. Enel grinned and yawned. At this time, Nami and the others also came out, and they looked at the scene in front of them curiously. Because it was still daytime just now, but when we got here, the sky darkened. What's the matter? It's not daytime now. Why is it so dark? Shinduoli put down the Chris quote in her hand with a hint of surprise on her face. Yeah, the sky was still bright just now. It's not going to rain, right? Kaya blinked her beautiful eyes with a hint of worry in her eyes. No, haven't you heard from outsiders? We seem to have reached the magic triangle. Baccarat glanced at them and said lightly. The magic triangle is what Chris said, that scary place, don't. Nami said in surprise. She looked out with a hint of anxiety. The rest of the people also started to panic. After all, they had heard the legend of the terrible triangle. Why are you panicking? With Chris here, we will definitely be able to protect us. Maya glanced at Chris and said with a sweet smile. Yes, Chris will definitely protect us, we don't need to be afraid. Nami's eyes also brightened and she jumped. It is right to protect you, but you should also improve your strength and become stronger as soon as possible. Chris glanced at them and said lightly. After speaking, he continued to brandish his red sword. Captain, we are in the terrifying triangle, and we will see the bark soon. Do you want to take a look? At this moment, Lafitte walked into the training room, turned his cane, very modest, looked at Chris and asked. He was also a little worried at this time. After all, Moria in it was Shichibukai's strength. Not yet, wait until Moria comes out. Also, I won't take action until the most dangerous moment. Chris said in a cold voice, wielding a red sword. He can't make these people feel that they cannot cultivate hard if they have their own protection. This case, it goes against the rules of the ship he made. You go straight to kill that. Isn't Moria better? Lafitte opened his mouth and finally said in a low voice. He was still holding a red wine glass in his hand, shaking it constantly. I need to hone them more. How to hone if they do ent fight? Chris stopped and glanced at Lafitte. Okay, I see. Rafit nodded and understood what Chris meant. Then, Lafitte went straight out. And Chris began to practice again. For him, only cultivation can bring him happiness. It is said that not only did the ship mysteriously disappear here, it seems to be haunted. At this moment, the sweetheart queen suddenly said faintly. Haunting can't be real. Hearing the queen sweetheart's words, Maya was stunned. I seem to have heard of this, but it shouldn't be true. Reiju was also stunned by Vivi, and said with a reluctant smile. Chris, do you think this is true? Baccarat looked suspiciously at Chris. She believed in Chris, and if what Chris said was true, it had to be true. If Chris says it's false, it must be false. Hearing Baccarat's words, Chris stopped practicing and looked at them. As for whether this sea area will be haunted, Chris is naturally clear. At this moment, the ship suddenly jolted violently, and there seemed to be exclamations and screams from outside. If you want to know if it's true, you can go out and have a look. Chris said lightly, and after that, he continued to practice. Seeing Chris like this, the women looked at each other. Originally what Chris wanted to say, but now I just let them go out and have a look. Obviously, there's a good chance it's haunted outside. I want to go out and see, do you want to go? Nami looked at the others and asked. Although she was a little scared at this time, there was excitement in her eyes. Come on, let's go and see. Baccarat said softly. The rest of the people also expressed their desire to see it together. It may be scary if you go to see it alone, but there is nothing to be afraid of when there are so many people together. They came to the shipboard outside, and they saw the ghost ship passing by at a glance. The ghost ship exudes a chilly atmosphere. And the most surprising thing is, there is a skeleton on it, drinking coffee. Turned out to be a living skeleton, which surprised them. But the skeleton ship was about to miss them. Burgess, should we go up and see? Poison turned to Shas beside him, eager to try in his eyes. Let's go, is there anyone else to be with? Burgess grinned and said with a big laugh. At this time, the rest of the people also had a look of eagerness to try. As for the women, they had all returned to the training room at this time, and they repeated to Chris what they had seen. After Chris heard their words, he just smiled and didn't say much. Always, boring practice there, but the women are not disappointed. They talked to each other with excitement in their eyes. You tell the group of guys outside, stay on the boat honestly, if they want to see, they can see a lot later. Chris stopped abruptly, then said softly. Hearing Chris's words, Nami walked to the door of the training room. Chris said, don't let you walk around, let you stay honest, and you will see a lot when we meet. Nami shouted, and then returned to the training room. Hearing Nami's words, the men who were still eager to try suddenly shriveled. What's the matter? Why didn't the captain let us go up? Burgess grumbled, apparently unwilling. I think the captain has his reasons. Since the captain has spoken, let's not go. The poison god flashed, revealing his ugly smile. Don't worry, since the captain said we will see a lot, we will definitely see live skeletons in the future. Lafitte looked at these people and comforted them. Hearing Lafitte's words, Burgess and the others' eyes suddenly changed. They can satisfy their curiosity by seeing this kind of living skeleton once. If you see a lot, it's not something to satisfy curiosity. Lafitte ignored them and sat alone in a corner drinking coffee. And Paheru sat opposite Lafitte, and then learned about Chris's past from Paheru's mouth. On the other hand, Enel scratched his ears, looked at the ghost ship far away, and shrugged. He doesn't care about this point. He is Thor after all. And just like that, the ship headed inside again. Not long after, the men on Chris's ship appeared atop the dreadbark. Yes, they met Moria. And it was stalked by Moria's zombie army. Just that the zombie army at this time has almost been cleaned up, and Moria regretted provoking this group of people. These guys came from there, it's so terrifying. Moria couldn't help muttering while looking at the group of people in front of her. Most of the people on this ship are very strong, and although they are not as strong as themselves, it is difficult for them to carry them together. And, most importantly, there seems to be a stronger aura on this ship. But, this is just Moria's feeling, not sure. Hey, are you Moria? Enel looked at the tall figure in the distance and shouted loudly. There is excitement in his eyes, such a tall figure looks very powerful. Moreover, a hair like a fiery scallion, looks like a devil, has two horns on the side of the forehead, and has pointed ears and teeth, which makes Enel have a kind of urge to go crazy. This guy looks really scary. Nami looked at Moria, who is very tall. Yes, it still looks ugly, and is so tall. The sweetheart queen also said lazily. She has no interest in this kind of man. He, it seems that you have heard of my name. You will all be buried here today and become my new zombie army. Moria looked at the people in front of her and said with a strange smile. At the same time with anger in their eyes, these guys almost destroyed his zombie army. What a bunch of bad guys. You are thinking too much about being buried here. Let's have a fight first. Enel looked at Moria across from him with excitement in his eyes. It looks like this guy's strength is really good. Maybe a fight with that guy Chris. It was too embarrassing to lose to Chris at the beginning, and he had to regain some sense of presence in the guy in front of him. Fight me, hey, you think too much, let's beat my subordinates first. Moria looked down at these people, shook her head and said. Then, with a strange smile, he looked at the core subordinate beside him. Habak. It looks like it's time for me to play again. Habak looked at the group of people in front of him and said with a strange smile. Speaking, he pointed to several zombies behind Moria, all of which he carefully selected. Then the zombies rushed towards Enel and the others. As for Habak, he followed behind the zombies, apparently preparing to find an opportunity to attack. Enel, we agreed before, these all are yours. Burgess shouted from behind. He looked at these zombies with disgust in his eyes. Not only him, but everyone else's eyes also had a trace of disgust in their eyes. Interesting to let them see this group of people. But if you want them to fight, they will feel disgusting. You guys, well, the bad things will be handed over to me. Enel looked back and said helplessly. But he didn't care too much. After all, he was Enel, the god of thunder. To him, the group of zombies in front of him is completely scum. Then Enel directly controlled the lightning, and several lightning bolts directly hit the zombies. Those zombies suddenly turned black, fell to the ground, and stopped moving. Seeing this scene, Moria's eyes filled with fear. Seems that the abilities of these guys are really extraordinary. Dare to kill my zombie, you bastard, are waiting for me. Habak's eyes filled with anger. He strode towards Enel. But he didn't eat any devil fruit, so his strength was naturally not enough. Enel glanced at him casually, and then appeared in front of him. One caught him by the neck and slammed it to the ground. Then Emil, beating, Habak suddenly became bruised nose and face. Really, how can you slap me in the face? Habak said vaguely. He felt severe pain all over his body at this time, and he no longer had the courage to fight. Absalom, hurry up! Habak shouted with all his strength. At this moment, the air behind Enel seemed to move. Enel disappeared immediately, and the next moment Enel appeared one step behind him. Then he kicked fiercely, and a figure appeared from the air and fell directly on the chopping board. Damn, why did you bastard remind him? Absalom gave Habak a stern look. Originally, he was about to make a successful sneak attack, but this guy reminded the bastard. Absalom wanted to continue scolding, but Enel wouldn't give this guy a chance. It's also straight up. Emil, beat him even worse than Habak. In the end, the two men were left beside Burgess for Burgess to watch. How is it? Both of your subordinates have been defeated by me now, can we do it? Enel looked at Moria opposite with a provocative look in his eyes. Damn, they are really two wastes, they can't even beat you. Moria shook her gigantic body and said a little unhappily. He didn't expect that his two subordinates went up together, and they all failed. It seems that this guy Enel seems to be stronger than I thought, way ha ha ha. Burgess looked at Enel's figure, raised his arms, and laughed. 230. Enel vs Moria, Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit vs Shadow Fruit. Indeed, the two of you have time to compete and see who is stronger. With a poisonous smile, he said his proposal. Whenever there is a chance, he will not hesitate to provoke a fight. Bastard, if you want to know the strength of that guy, go on your own, I don't have time. Burgess glanced at the poison and pouted. To be honest, he doesn't really want to deal with Enel anymore in his heart now. Because he knew in his heart that he didn't seem to be able to handle that guy. If he took the initiative to instigate the battle and lost in the end, that guy would definitely humiliate himself without hesitation. That would be so embarrassing. Hearing Burgess' words, a strange look flashed in his poisonous eyes, and he did not continue to speak. He looked at Moria opposite Enel, and he could feel that Moria didn't seem to be easy to deal with. You said, Enel, this guy can win. Bartolomeo put his hands in his trouser pockets, looked at the people around him, and Vivi frowned and said something. Moria on the opposite side is one of Shichibukai, and his strength is definitely not ordinary. Even though Enel is the strongest Logia, it is impossible for him to win against Shichibukai. Pajalu shrugged his shoulders and said casually. Kuro habitually pushed his glasses, his eyes flashed with wisdom, 5 to 5. If Enel wants to run away, it's impossible to catch him with Moria's strength. After all, the speed of lightning is really too fast. And if Enel doesn't run away and fights for a long time, he will definitely lose. Lafitte adjusted his black top hat, and Vivi Isho said, it seems that we will have to shoot together later. Last time I lost to Crocodile, who is also Shichibukai. This time I have reason to believe that Moria is definitely not our opponent. Van Augur tapped his gun on the shoulder, as serious as ever. With so many squad leaders here, his fate is already doomed. Aquino clenched his fist, the size of the sandbag, with a look of excitement on his face. Shichibukai, this is the strongest pirate in the sea. It's really good to be able to fight, ha ha ha. The other squad leaders didn't say much. They all stared at the battle ahead, their expressions all showing excitement, a look of eagerness to try. Enel was full of confidence at this time, and quietly looked at Moria opposite. Hey, big man, do you dare to fight me? Enel cleaned his ears and flicked earwax at Moria. He, kid, since you want to die, then I'll satisfy you, just right, I still lack a good corpse. Moria looked at Enel opposite and said with a weird smile. While talking, he deliberately took out his own scissors, and his eyes were full of greed when he looked at Enel's shadow. Since you agree, then this god is welcome. Enel shouted loudly. Then Enel becomes attacked. Get ready for God's punishment. Enel shouted, the wrist formed a thunder. Release it towards the opposite Moria. The thrown thunder formed a huge lightning column in the air. This guy, Enel, is really strong and a little too much. Burgess murmured as he watched the scene in front of him. The impact of this scene was too great. If he was hit by this lightning bolt, it would definitely be very uncomfortable. Kid, this move can't beat me. Moria used Shadow Clone early in the morning. Seeing that the situation was not good at this time, he directly switched positions with the Shadow Clone. Inside the lightning pillar is Moria's Shadow Clone. At this time, the huge electric column caused a huge sound. Everyone looked into the electric column, wanting to know Moria's situation. But what made them look ugly was that it seemed that Moria was still standing inside the lightning bolt. No, this guy is so strong that he can withstand it. Burgess was also stunned. No, Moria didn't take any damage at all. Foxy couldn't help but speak. This bastard shouldn't be invincible, right? Cavendish couldn't help but curse. The impact of this scene on them was too great. No, it should be some kind of move. Poison's strange eyes looked at Moria in the lightning pillar. He found out that Moria didn't seem to survive the electric column. Rather, his shadow. How is it possible? How is it possible that someone resisted my attack without getting hurt at all? Enel's face also became very ugly. So far, basically no one has been able to resist his attack without being injured in the slightest. Of course, Chris is an accident, that is an invincible existence. Boy, you are the frog in the well. At this moment, Moria's laughter came again. However, the voice was indeed behind Enel. Enel, watch your back. Bellamy's eyes widened and he reminded. Because at this time Moria appeared behind Enel. At the same time as the reminder, Bellamy couldn't help but look into the lightning pillar. At this time, he also discovered an abnormality. It turned out that the Moria in the lightning pillar was fake, and it was just a shadow. Without Bellamy's reminder, Enel heard Moria's voice and immediately knew something was wrong from behind him. He directly transformed into the form of thunder and lightning, and then shuttled through the air. Next, Moria's attack landed on the spot where Enel was before. It's a pity to let you escape. I still shouldn't remind you Moria looked at Enel and said regretfully. Enel is too perverted, how much power does he hide? Burgess looked at I in front of him and said in surprise. Enel's strength is not to say that he is the captain of the squad, even the deputy captain is qualified to compete. But the captain still forgets it. Enel will definitely not be able to beat it, there is no doubt about that. I don't know, but I know that you are definitely not his opponent. Poisoned Burgess said coldly. I said, do you want us two to fight first? Burgess looked at the drug and said unhappily, this guy has been targeting himself. The battle is about to start, keep watching. Poisoned his fingers to fight, coughed, and smiled softly. Although he wasn't afraid of Burgess in the real fight, he really didn't want to fight other than the battle for the squad leader. Hearing that the battle was about to start again, Burgess couldn't care less about the poison, and quickly looked at the battle scene. It's the same with you. I didn't expect your ability to escape is quite strong. Enel scratched his ears and said, his tone also full of regret. If he had just hit and defeated this guy with one move, the guys on the boat would definitely admire him very much. That feeling is really wonderful to think about. It's my turn next, hee hee hee. Moria said with a weird smile. Then Moria's shadow scattered directly. Countless little bats were formed afterwards, the little bats went straight towards Enel. Enel saw the little bat, and there was a hint of disgust in his eyes. God's punishment. Enel turned his wrist into thunder again and threw it at the bats. This time, the electric column was directly released horizontally, enveloping all those bats. But soon a scene that surprised everyone appeared again. The bats didn't take any damage, and continued towards Enel. Before long, those bats came to Enel's side. What the hell, why can't I kill these bats? Enel shouted, and hurriedly turned into a state of lightning to escape. Because a few bats came to Enel just now and bit Enel a few times. Enel turned into a state of lightning, those bats couldn't help Enel for a while. Hee hee hee, boy, why did you run around all over again, wasn't it amazing just now? Moria looked at Enel who was running around and laughed mercilessly. Hearing Moria's words, Enel gritted his teeth. When had Thor ever been so aggrieved? He couldn't bear it any longer. Thinking about it, Enel directly increased the speed and got rid of those bats in a short time. Then came not far from Moria 30 million volt thunderbirds. Enel directly beat the taiko on his right shoulder, presenting the thunder and lightning he made in the taiko. Afterwards, a phoenix-shaped thunderbird formed and flew towards Moria at a high speed. It turned out to be a phoenix. He can still create a phoenix, this is too exaggerated, way ha 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 ha. Burgess looked at the scene in front of him, raised his arms, smiled and said aloud. Make a fuss, watch it obediently, and don't talk too much. Poisoned eyes, Burgess said lightly. However, his pupils shrank, and there was a deep fear of Enel in his eyes. Of this guy is too strong. Even such a powerful person obeys Chris, which makes the drug more and more respectful to Chris. Oroch folded his hands together, looked like a master monk, and laughed. Is this the ability of Guro Guro no Mi, rumble rumble fruit? It is indeed the strongest Logia. Wayapa shrugged his shoulders, with a helpless expression on his face like a demon. If Enel was on Sky Island, why would he be called a god? This is the reason. The battle area ahead. Thunderbird is about to get in front of Moria. Hee hee hee, boy, do you really think you can hit me? Moria looked at Enel opposite and said with a laugh. After speaking, those bats suddenly appeared in front of Moria, completely blocking Moria. The Thunderbird hit the bats, and then slowly dissipated. No, it's like this again, my moves have no effect on this bastard. Looking at the scene in front of him, Enel said with some frustration. The guy on the other side's moves are too rogue, his own moves are useless against this guy. Hee hee hee, boy, you should surrender obediently, otherwise, you will probably die here. Moria laughed and waved, and the shadow turned into a spear and appeared in Moria's hand. Looks like Moria is about to do it, and Enel is in danger. Seeing the scene in front of him, Jin couldn't help frowning, his expression still so indifferent. Hey, Enel, that guy is about to start, what are you doing standing still? Burgess couldn't help shouting loudly. Because at this time Enel was still a little frustrated and stayed in place and did not move. Then Moria appeared beside Enel, and the spear in his hand stabbed fiercely. The guy across from his spear couldn't resist. Moria had a cruel smile on her face, thinking that she was about to deal with the guy on the other side. Next second, Moria's spear pierced through the air. Enel actually disappeared in front of Moria. What's going on? isn't that bastard froze in place. Moria was stunned. He controlled his body and looked left and right, but he didn't find anyone. At this moment, a thunder wolf came towards Moria, and in a blink of an eye, it arrived behind Moria. At this time, Moria hadn't reacted. Lord Moria, be careful. Absalom saw this scene and wanted to speak to remind Moria. But the words hadn't come out yet, it was too late. The thunder wolf slammed into Moria's body hard. Knocked Moria out, and at the same time, the lightning scorched Moria. Ha 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 ha, I finally got hit. At this moment, seeing that his move finally hit this guy, Enel said with a big laugh. Now everyone has discovered Enel's presence. Don't worship me too much, this god is a legend that you can never catch up. Enel turned to look at Burgess and they laughed. He just pretended to be distracted just now, and the purpose was to attack him for that guy from Heart Sound Moria. Otherwise, Moria has been defending, and Enel's attack will be pointless. Bastard, who wants to worship you? Burgess gritted his teeth looking at Enel's figure. At this moment Moria coughed twice and moved her body. It's really a hateful bastard, he even got you hit, hee hee. Moria said with some pain. While speaking, he also stood up slowly with his hands supported. At this time, his clothes were starting to be worn out. The skin on his face also had some scorch marks, which made his grim face even more frightening. It seems that you are not very good. Hurry up and surrender. It will save you more pain in the future. Enel looked at Moria opposite and said proudly. Surrender, hee hee hee, do you look down on yourself too much? Moria looked at Enel opposite and said with a sneer. The next second, Moria appeared behind Enel and kicked Enel out. Around Enel early. Enel accidentally fell to the ground. Although he was not seriously injured, he looked very embarrassed. You bastard, you actually attacked me. Enel scolded and stood up, his eyes very unhappy. Little devil, didn't you sneak up on me too? Moria said coldly. Then Moria beckoned. The zombie army he controlled also rushed up and rushed towards Enel. And his shadow turned into a bat and charged towards Enel. This guy actually wanted to play crowd tactics. As Shichibukai, it's too much for you to play this tactic. Seeing Moria's actions, Enel couldn't help but scolded. While speaking, Enel looked at the zombies and launched an attack. 60 million volt Troiran. Enel beat the taiko drums on both shoulders at the same time, showing the thunder and lightning he made from the taiko drums. Then it turned into a huge brontosaurus and rushed towards the zombies. No way, his moves are useless too. Those bats that Moria's clone transformed into, and he can only do it to those zombies. The huge brontosaurus and those zombies slammed together. Immediately, the zombies flew out backwards, and fell heavily to the ground, and there was no movement anymore. Moria's remaining zombie army actually let Enel drop it in seconds. Bastard, my zombie army, you must die for me today. Seeing that the few zombies she had left were devastated by Enel, Moria couldn't help roaring angrily. Those bats also came to Enel's side at this time to entangle Enel. If you have any ability, just use it. Don't always be like a shrinking tortoise. Enel turned his head to look at Moria and sneered. Damn, the battle between Enel and Moria is really hard to write. 251. Armament Hockey of Moria, very powerful. Shrink head turtle boy, you are courting death. Moria looked at Enel, who was facing him, with a murderous look in her eyes. He was really angry this time. Come on. Let me see what you are capable of, don't let this god look down on you. Enel looked at Moria and said with a laugh, but the sarcasm in his voice didn't hide it. Then bear my last anger. Shadow gathering place. Hee hee hee. Moria looked at Enel opposite and let out a final roar. Moria then faced the sky with both hands. The power of the shadow fruit covered a large area around it. Then there was a strange pulling force. Countless shadows were pulled out and slowly walked towards Moria. One by one shadows gathered in front of Moria. Moria looked coldly at Enel opposite. With the fusion of each shadow, it gradually turned into a black sphere. The figure also expands at a speed visible to the naked eye, slowly getting bigger and bigger. After a while, hundreds of figures were swallowed up by the black ball. Looking at the growing body of the black ball in front of him, Enel also has a feeling, not very good. Then his eyes flashed, but he decided to attack. 60 million volt Troiran. Enel tapped the taiko drums to his left and right, and then a thunder dragon appeared. Thunder Dragon charged directly towards the black ball on the opposite side. Soon, the Thunder Dragon collided with the black ball, but it didn't make much noise. There were several screams in the black ball, and then the Thunder Dragon flashed lightning flowers and disappeared. The Thunder Dragon didn't do any damage to the black ball on the opposite side. He, give up this idea, this time you are sure to lose. Seeing the scene in front of her, Moria said with a big smile. His strongest move be easily interrupted. Then Moria saw that the black ball was almost there, and moved closer. Then he opened his mouth wide and swallowed the already huge black ball into his stomach. After swallowing the black ball, Moria's face showed a hint of pain. But at the same time, his strength is also skyrocketing, and it is still skyrocketing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His figure suddenly skyrocketed a lot, and the whole person was like a balloon full of gas. The body is full of terrifying power. No, there is such an operation. I feel that this guy has a terrifying aura. Seeing the scene in front of him, Burgess said in surprise. He took a few steps back cautiously. Facing such a powerful enemy, he had no intention of going head to head. This is Shichibukai, it's strong enough. He. Moria, who had poisoned his eyes and body, said in a hoarse voice. Bartolomeo put his hands in the pockets of his trousers and tugged. Maid, I feel that he is stronger than the sand crocodile, is it my illusion? Cavendish sneered and said disdainfully, Paramesha shadow fruit, which is comparable to Logia rustling fruit, what are you kidding? Kuro pushed his glasses, his eyes flashed with wisdom, and said a word with no expression on his face. The captain once said that in Shichibukai, the bottom group is Crocodile and Moria. As for the strength of the two of them, I think they should be almost the same. Crocodile once challenged Whitebeard, and Moria challenged Kaido. Both of them have a brilliant record. If they fight for life and death, they will be indistinguishable. The others didn't say much, but nodded in agreement. Anyway, well, in their opinion, Enel is definitely no match for Moria. Although Enel was fighting against Moria before. But now the situation is completely different. Moria's full strength has greatly increased. It looks like you've become a lot stronger, let me try it. Enel looked at Moria's eyes and said excitedly. Even though Moria was supposed to have the strength of Shichibukai before, it was always a little bit mean to Enel. But it's different now, and Moria is now fully qualified to excite Enel. Then Enel, with both hands, directly tapped the two taiko drums behind her. A thunder dragon appeared directly in front of him, heading towards Moria on the opposite side. He was here to test out what Moria's strength is now. Moria saw the thunder dragon coming from a distance, and smiled disdainfully. Then he opened his huge palm and grabbed Thunder Dragon in his hand. Then the terrifying power radiated directly, and the Thunder Dragon was actually swallowed up and disappeared. He, boy, let you see how good I am now. Moria looked at Enel opposite with a trace of disdain in her eyes. For his current strength, Enel's strength is nothing. After speaking, a spear appeared directly in Moria's palm. Go, Shadow Horn, gun, destroy the enemy in front of you. Moria finished speaking, the spear in her hand flew out. Enel felt a little anxious when he saw the spear flying towards him. He quickly released the Thunderbird, which collided with the spear. However, it failed to stop the Thunderbird at all, and instead let the spear disperse. Then Enel casts Thunder Beast again, letting Thunderwolf go to block it. This time, Thunderwolf slowed down Moria's Shadow Corner gun, but Shadow Corner gun still charged. But Enel didn't rashly stay in the original place. He released Thunderwolf, just delaying time. He had already walked away at this time. Shadow Corner. The spear was empty, and the eye fell, but it was also very embarrassing. Boy, do you think that if you dodge this time, you can dodge the next time? Moria looked at Enel opposite and asked in a playful tone. For him now, it doesn't hurt at all for Enel on the opposite side to dodge a move. Because today, Enel will die by his own hands sooner or later. His shadow will also be controlled by himself. The guy on the opposite side seems to be quite strong. It doesn't look like a good fight in this state. Enel is in trouble, way ha ha ha. Burgess saw the scene, raised his arms, and laughed. From the very beginning, the outcome of this battle has been doomed. Van Augur tapped the gun on the shoulder and said calmly. Jin was indifferent as always. Enel has been able to harden steel for so long, which has greatly exceeded my expectations. Luo, carrying the demon knife and crying, said coldly, Logia Guro Guro no mi, rumble rumble fruit, you are indeed blessed. Ahead, the battle area. Why can't you avoid the next time because of your arrogance as a little bug? Enel looked at Moria opposite and said with a grim smile. Tell me the little bug has the ability, don't run away next time. Hearing Enel's words, Moria roared angrily. After all, his current state is at his peak, so how could the guy on the opposite side be his opponent? Moria stretched out her hands, and a spear appeared in his hands. Then Moria stepped forward with a huge body and rushed towards Enel opposite. And Enel smiled coldly in the air. Then he rushed forward quickly and disappeared directly in front of Moria. Moria's eyes flashed when she saw Enel disappeared, and she felt bad in her heart. He hurriedly turned his body, and the spear in his hand stabbed fiercely towards the back. But he stabbed empty, because there was nothing behind him at the moment. How could that guy disappear? At this moment, Enel appeared behind Moria with a mocking smile. Moria's ass hard with a powerful kick. Moria's huge body immediately fall to the ground. But it quickly bounced back, and he looked at Enel opposite him with a fierce look on his face. I have to say, little reptile, you completely angered me. Moria looked at Enel opposite and said coldly. Then he rushed towards Enel again. But Enel disappeared again, and when he reappeared, his fists hit Moria with the power of lightning. Moria then took a few steps back, a look of pain on her face. A part of the shadow seemed to want to spit out, but Moria suppressed it forcibly. It seems that I can't continue to give you a chance. Moria looked at Enel on the opposite side and her face became serious. Enel took advantage of Moria's opportunity to speak, and came to Moria's side again and had a meal, bombardment. But Moria had been prepared for a long time, and directly competed with Enel for a round. But at this time Moria was in the strongest state, so Enel actually fell behind this time. Enel felt a little embarrassed, but at this time he had no ability to fight back. He hesitated, whether he should show his strongest side. Moria quietly waved his spear. Enel, who was being beaten by himself, and stabbed Enel fiercely with the spear. At this moment, Burgess, who had been prepared for a long time, appeared directly beside Moria and missed the spear. After hearing the voice, Enel turned around and saw Burgess smiling. Hey, arrogant guy, don't you even pay attention to your own back? You don't need to thank this uncle. Burgess said with a grin. Thank you. I saw that you liked fighting. I'll give this guy to you. Hearing what Burgess said, Enel chuckled. It just so happened that there was still some hesitation. Since now Burgess has come up, let it go to Burgess. However, there was still a softness in Burgess' eyes at this time. He also felt the love from his teammates. But Burgess was in a bad mood at this time. He came over to save this guy's life. Why did he return the trouble to himself? You guy, I saved you, you actually took revenge, you bastard. Burgess looked at Enel and said unceremoniously. But by this time Enel had returned to the board and stood with Lafitte. Helpless, Burgess had no choice but to look at Moria on the opposite side. However, there was excitement in his eyes. Although he has no confidence that he can solve the guy on the opposite side, he is still willing to fight. Moria saw that her plan had failed, her eyes gradually turned cold. Burgess on the opposite side, the more unhappy he was, it was this guy who ruined his plan. Otherwise, the soul and body of the guy just now would be his own. But the guy on the other side is not bad either, the body looks quite suitable for being a zombie. You still have strength, why don't you go all out? Aquino looked at Enel next to him and asked suddenly. He could see that Enel was hesitating at the time, there should be some hidden cards. I was a little hesitant at first, but Burgess is here, just to see the strength of Burgess. I will save my strength for the next challenge. Enel took out his ears, and looked very proud, with a look of aloofness. Very good, I look forward to your next performance, I really want to see your full strength. Lafitte smiled, still keeping his gentleman's attitude. Enel didn't say whether he was participating in the squad leader competition, or the vice captain competition. But he knew in his heart that Enel was definitely here for himself, because this guy seemed to only like to fight against the strong. Way ha 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 ha. Stupid little bug, stop looking at Enel, now your opponent is me. Burgess looked at Moria across from him and laughed heartily. The man of the owner armament hockey. Although facing Moria, the fruit ability person does not have much confidence to defeat. But I never thought I would lose. Other words, even if you lose, you can still play a few tricks with the opponent. It's all right for you. For the sake of dying, I will accept your body. Moria glanced at Burgess opposite and said disdainfully. Then the spear appeared directly in his hand and shot at Burgess. At the same time Moria rushed towards Burgess. Burgess watched the scene in front of him silently, then took out his pistol and aimed it at Moria's spear. At the same time, armament hockey also wrapped up. The bullet flew out quickly and hit Moria's spear, deflecting Moria's spear a little. At this time Moria also came to Burgess. To be honest, Burgess missed his spear like this, which really surprised him a little bit. The guy in front of him didn't seem to be as weak as he thought. Of course, whether the strength is strong or not, it has to be hard to know. Moria's big hand waved directly at Burgess. Burgess' body is very strong, but facing Moria at this time, he is like a little bug. Even looking at Moria, he could only look up. Moria's fist was now the size of Burgess' head. He, big fist, have you ever seen a humble little bug? Moria looked down at Burgess, mocking mercilessly. Burgess looked at Moria, shook his head, and raised his fist. Armament hockey released directly, and then directly slammed into Moria's fist. After the fists of the two collided, there was a loud noise. Then, to the surprise of the two of them, neither of them could do anything to the other. Moria looked at Burgess in surprise, he was at his best. This guy is so small, he doesn't seem to be capable, and he can actually resist himself. Burgess also had some doubts in his mind at this time. In fact, he's been very calm all the time just. See, this guy Moria wants to confront him head-on. You know, what he has always been proud of is his strength and melee attack ability. Coupled with armament hockey's bonus, the average person will definitely be defeated by his punch. But now, he only seemed to have a tie with the guy on the opposite side. Moria saw that Burgess on the opposite side seemed to be distracted, strange issue, and kicked him directly. The unsuspecting Burgess was kicked back, as if he was about to fall. But Burgess has a wealth of combat experience, so he quickly stabilized his figure. Your strength is good, and you are not a fruit person. I like he. Moria looked at the opposite Burgess and said greedily. If you can cut out the shadow of Burgess, you will have another powerful zombie under him. Gentlemen, it has been stopped recently, but the author's bacteria have been in code words, and have been in save manuscript. Although it has not been updated, it has actually saved for 252. The squad leader moves together, hard steel Moria. I don't like men, so you should die. Burgess squinted and roared at Moria, who was facing him. Volatility. Burgess swung his right arm, and the hole-shaped structure in the elbow of the armor attached to his right arm sent shock waves towards Moria, who was facing him. Moria's face changed slightly when she saw this scene. The spear in his hand was thrown straight ahead. Penetrating the shock wave, the spear was blasted far away by the shock wave. At this time, the shock wave is about to come to Moria's side. Not only that, but the surrounding seawater also set off turbulent waves, even as high as the ship. Burgess is pretty good too. Seeing Burgess attack, Aquino was slightly surprised. That's for sure. Although this guy Burgess has a reckless personality, he still has strength. Poisoned, Burgess said gloomily. Lafitte turned his cane, and with a gentle smile on his white face, he said something. Burgess does have a unique talent for fighting techniques. His armament hockey progress is definitely the first, there is no doubt about it. Bartolomeo shrugged his shoulders and said casually, unfortunately, this guy ate one garbage fruit, or his strength would definitely be more than that. Pajalu shook his head, Paramesha sonic fruit, if it is placed in the outside world, it will definitely attract everyone. But in our team, this devil fruit is really at the bottom of the list. Kuro habitually pushed his glasses and said with a blank face, it's all due to Baccarat's lucky fruit, this ability is really unbelievable. The others didn't say much, and nodded one by one, deeply agreeing. For the good luck brought by Baccarat, everyone on board is recognized. This is an indisputable fact. At this time, Moria is also looking at the shock wave in front of her very seriously. Then he gathered terrifying power on his fist and slammed the shock wave fiercely. Burgess also rushed forward, and their fists collided again. However, due to the shock wave this time, Moria suffered a little. It didn't take long before it was knocked out. Moria fell to the ground hard, but quickly stood up again. Although he was knocked into the air, he only suffered a small loss, neither did he harm nor damage his strength. Moria was actually kicked out by him, this guy's strength is really good. Of course, it's still a little worse than this young master. Cavendish looked at the situation in front of him and nodded in affirmation. But at the same time, he praised himself again. Boy, you've also completely irritated me. I'm going to put the most disgusting shadow in your body. Moria looked at Burgess opposite and roared. He had already transformed into the strongest state, yet he still let the boy on the opposite side knock him flying. Moria charged directly at Burgess. Burgess looked at Moria rushing towards him with a weird smile on his face. Then he opened his mouth wide. Seeing Burgess open his mouth, Moria was somewhat surprised by Vivi, but he didn't think much of it. But at this moment, Burgess suddenly growled. Then, a blue-white light beam appeared in Burgess's mouth, and the outside of the light beam was surrounded by blue-white lightning. As Burgess growled louder, beam is directed towards Moria. Moria hurriedly summoned a bat to help him resist. But he was still hit by the beam, and was knocked far away, fell to the ground, and couldn't get up. This bastard, he turned out to be a fruit person, why did he deceive me? Moria twitched the corners of her mouth and asked angrily. His words were full of grievances, as if he had been deceived by others. I don't seem to have ever said that I am not a fruit person, way ha ha ha. Burgess looked at Moria's hearty smile and felt much more at ease. In the past, he was indeed not a fruit person, but since he ate the sonic fruit, it was different. Hearing Burgess' words, Moria nearly vomited blood. Indeed, this guy never said that he was a fruit person from the beginning to the end. However, since the beginning, the fruit ability has not been used, but has been fighting in close quarters, and the melee ability is particularly powerful. Who would have thought that he is a fruit-capable person? If you are weak, you are weak. Don't make excuses for yourself. If this young master goes out in person, he will definitely kill you in seconds. Cavendish approached them and looked at Moria on the ground and said disdainfully. Now that Moria has been knocked to the ground, he can taunt wildly. Cavendish, what you said makes sense. I'll leave it to you next, way ha ha ha. Burgess raised his arms and laughed. After he finished speaking, he patted Cavendish on the shoulder encouragingly. You nasty guy, don't touch this young master, but leave this trash to this young master to deal with. Cavendish shook his shoulders with a look of disdain on his face. Burgess smiled, then walked back to the board and continued to fight Poison. Cavendish turned his head to continue taunting Moria, but found that Moria had stood up. You're all right. Cavendish looked at Moria and asked in surprise. He thought that Moria was seriously injured, so he took the initiative to show off this incident. He, when did I say that I have this little trick that can only scratch my itch? Moria looked at the opposite Cavendish and said with a smile. After he finished speaking, the spear in his hand went towards Cavendish. That's not it, so Cavendish said exaggeratedly when he saw Moria directly attacking him. Then Durandal in his hand sent out the sword energy and directly knocked the spear to the side. That's it, come on Cavendish, let's see your strength, don't always be the little brother of a tortoise. With a laugh after seeing Cavendish's actions. After hearing Bellamy's words, Cavendish gritted his teeth and glanced back. This guy is really a bastard. After you've solved the guy in front of you, you will have to deal with that. Nasty. A showdown of bastards. Moria was even more dissatisfied when she saw that Cavendish dared to wander. These bastards don't see themselves as opponents at all. Thinking of this, Moria got angry and rushed up. Using all his strength, he directly pressed the opposite Cavendish to fight. Cavendish wielded Durandal and was able to resist Moria's attack, but it was a little reluctant. But if this continues, Cavendish will lose sooner or later. He didn't want to lose. After all, the two players in front played very well, and they both played against Moria. If he loses, he will definitely be laughed at by those bastards. Thinking of this, Cavendish gritted his teeth and waved it vigorously a few times. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly left the battle and kept some distance from Moria. Moria hit and found that her attack was in vain. Looking up, he found that Cavendish had reached a distance from him at this time. Immediately he gritted his teeth. One by one these bastards are so fast. You keep avoiding yourself like a monkey, can't you be confrontational with yourself? Why are you all like monkeys? You can't be a man and fight me like a man. Moria looked at Cavendish opposite and roared. He has been tortured by these guys and has no mentality now. Okay, since you want to be positive, the young master will satisfy you. Hearing Moria's words, Cavendish gently issued, tossing his hair. What I hate the most is the bastard who plays handsome in front of me. Go to hell, he. Seeing that Cavendish dared to act handsome in front of him, Moria roared. Then he rushed towards Cavendish. Bastard, go to hell, sword blew. When Cavendish saw Moria rushing towards him, he jumped, like an arrow from the string, and launched a surprise attack on Moria. Durandal's sword tip, flashing with a fierce sword light, has an unstoppable momentum. Seeing this scene, Moria didn't dare to care, and hurriedly summoned her spear, and went forward to meet her. Soon, Durandal's sword collided with Moria's spear. Durandal is clearly stronger than Moria's spear. But Moria's strength at this time, the power of terror in her body is stronger than Cavendish. So the two of them fought evenly, and after holding each other for a while, the two separated. Then the two figures flickered, constantly fighting, and the sound of weapons colliding constantly. But the two were unable to decide the winner. In fact, this situation is already very good for Cavendish, but Cavendish is still a little dissatisfied. The strength of this kid Cavendish has improved. After seeing Cavendish's performance, Lafitte adjusted his black top hat and praised. It's just a slight improvement, a guy who doesn't even know hockey, it's not worth mentioning at all, hee. With a poisonous smile, and there was a hint of approval in his eyes when he looked at Cavendish. Bastard, they all won, I can't lose, not even in a draw, otherwise this young master will be ridiculed in the future. Cavendish looked at Moria opposite and roared. You bastards, I'm going to kill you all, and you actually take defeating me as a comparison object. Hearing Cavendish's words, Moria roared. Then he attacked Cavendish as if desperate. Seeing Moria's actions, Cavendish felt a little miserable. He still looked for an opportunity to get out of the fight, and then watched Moria sink into thought. You bastard, you dare to lose your mind. Moria looked at Cavendish opposite and said with a weird smile. He was completely enraged in his heart now, because he found out that the group of people opposite seemed to look down on him at all. Cavendish heard Moria's words, he regained his senses, and then his face became serious. He stroked Durandal in his hand. Old friend, it's time for us to prove our strength, we can't let those guys look down on us. Cavendish muttered. After he finished speaking, Cavendish looked at Moria opposite him with sharp eyes. Looks like Cavendish is serious. Burgess said thoughtfully when he saw Cavendish like this. Come on, let's see what a serious Cavendish looks like. Seeing that Cavendish was serious, a smile appeared on Poison's face. After Cavendish finished speaking, he directly attacked Moria. Beautiful sword Swan Lake, beautiful sword slashing Stardust Prince, beautiful sword Round Table. All kinds of powerful swordsmanship. Cavendish hit it all out as if he was going to die. It's just a blast. Cavendish held Durandal in his hand, slashing quickly, sword energy swaying, swords, lights, swords and shadows flashing constantly. Seeing this scene in front of them, in fact, they all seemed to know each other. That's right, that's what Cavendish did when he was fighting drugs. However, Cavendish at this time is a lot stronger than before. After all, Cavendish is not an idiot either. He must be getting more and more proficient in developing the fruit of speed. This guy, the progress is really not slow. Jin looked at the scene in front of him and murmured. At this time, Moria held a spear, constantly resisting Cavendish's long sword. But Cavendish's long sword was so fast that Moria had no time to resist. A few tricks hit Moria. And Moria tried her best to knock Cavendish back a little. Then Moria hurried away some distance, and the boy on the opposite side seemed to be crazy. Okay, Poison, now it's your turn to show it. Cavendish looked at Poison and said with a chuckle. Everyone could see that Moria was a little afraid of herself now. Moreover, he quickly took a few steps back, and it was no longer ashamed to replace himself at this time. And most importantly, Cavendish would have no strength if he continued. Hearing Cavendish's words, Poison Vivi froze for a moment, but nodded. Seeing the Poison nodding, Kadish was also taken aback. He originally thought that the Poison would refuse. He had already thought about it, and if Poison was a refusal, Cavendish brought the topic to Lafitte. But now it's a good thing to say yes. Before Moria dared to come over, Cavendish rushed towards Poison. The Poison was heading in the direction where Calvin Chu had just been. Boy, where are you going? Seeing that Cavendish wanted to leave, how could Moria want to? She hurriedly chased after him with a weird smile. But Cavendish was faster, and soon came to the top of the boat. Poison replaced him in the position where Cavendish was before. Your opponent is me now, don't look at others, hee. Poisoning the opposite Moya, he said cruelly with a smile. Speaking, he couldn't help coughing twice, looking very weak. You're a sick child, do you really think of me as a character you can play around with? Moria looked at Duyi and said with a cold snort. This group of guys changed one by one, which obviously regarded themselves as the target of sparring. These guys are really assholes. You're right. In our eyes, the role you follow is similar. Otherwise, how can you beat those guys? Poison had a cruel smile, and his tone was full of disdain. Obviously, he also doesn't value Moria on the opposite side. The most important thing is that the guy on the opposite side actually called him sick, which made the Poison very angry. As far as your weak body is concerned, you should surrender obediently. I will give you a chance to rely on me, otherwise, I am afraid that I will crush you with one finger, hee. Moria looked at the poisonous taunt on the opposite side. While speaking, he also purposely stretched out a finger and gestured towards the Poison on the opposite side. I won't know if I can do it or not. Anyway, you definitely can't. Several people have verified this before. Poisoning the opposite Moya, he said extremely viciously. In terms of speaking viciously, the Poison has never subdued others. Not good to write, it's really bad to write. Last time I played Crocodile, this time I played Moria, I always felt there was a repetition. 253. Defeat. Moria was killed by the squad leaders. Bastard, you and those guys have to die. Hearing the poisonous words, Moya couldn't hold back the anger in his heart. These guys are just too much. Play one by one, suppress yourself a little and make substitutions. Don't give yourself a chance to fight back. The last person who said that to us is now buried in the sea forever. The poisonous eyes looked at Moria opposite, and the tone was full of coldness. Come on, let me see how powerful you are, hee. Hearing the poisonous words, Moya roared. After speaking, Moria went straight to the Poison. The guy on the other side looked like a sick seedling. Moria didn't even bother to think of a countermeasure against such a sick seedling. During this process, Moria beckoned, the spear instantly appeared in his hand, and flew towards the Poison. Poison was in place, with a mocking smile on his face. He didn't take any defensive stance, just looked at Moria sarcastically. Of course, he didn't do nothing, he was always quietly performing moves. The spear soon appeared in front of Poison. A flash of surprise flashed in Moria's eyes, but he didn't expect it to be so smooth this time. Burgess, who was watching the game next to them, they didn't have any worries. Are all familiar with the poisonous fighting side. After all, this guy's devil fruit is a rare logia. Then the spear attacked the Poison, and with a bang, it penetrated directly. Hey, boy, wasn't it arrogant before? Now give me your body obediently. Moria laughed in surprise when she saw this scene. To him, almost all who were stabbed by his spear were seriously wounded. Sick seedling on the opposite side will definitely not be able to resist for a long time now. Do you really think you beat me? Hearing Moria's words, the voice of Poison came again. It turned out that the spear did not stab the Poison before. At that time, the Poison had turned into a miasma and floated in the air. It looked so green and so strange. What, you didn't get hurt? Seeing the Poison's appearance, Moria was a little surprised and said, Logia, damn it, you are actually a Logia capable. Asshole, bastard. At this time, Moria's face was extremely difficult to see. Originally, he thought that the speed of this sick seedling must be slower, and it was definitely different from those monkeys before. But now it looks like it's another monkey. This move is even more abominable than those that dodge with speed. Boy, try again, my spear. Moria placed terrifying power on the spear, and then flew towards the Poison forcefully. The Poison is so long that it flies, I didn't dare to hit it hard this time. Because he could feel it, the spear flying this time was completely different from the last time. If you fight hard, you will definitely get hurt. Armed, this time it is obvious that hockey is used. After thinking about it, Poison still chooses to avoid the edge for a while, dodging Moria's attack. Spear failed, and the Poison returned to its normal state at this time. At this time, Moria had come to Poe's side, and then punched Poe's body hard. Surprisingly, the poison did not escape at all this time. Took the punch for real, and flew out. How about it? You can taste the power of my uncle's iron fist, black hee hee hee. Moria laughed as she looked at the poisonous man on the opposite side. At this time, he was in a good mood. After playing for so long, it was the first time he hit. Stupid stuff, can you hit me if I don't give you a chance on purpose? Poison got up with difficulty, coughed twice and looked at Moria opposite. At the same time, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. How could it be intentional? How could someone be beaten intentionally? And you must be seriously injured this time. Hearing the poisonous words, Moya Vivi was stunned for a moment, then shook her head frantically. He couldn't believe what the drugstore was telling the truth. Why is it impossible? Your attack is only a minor injury to me. It is worth it to exchange minor injuries for victory. The poison god said with a yin in it, sneering. He's been trying his best, calculating Moria on the opposite side. After all, he's not good at being positive. If he loses this time, he will definitely be ridiculed by the big stupid Burgess. Boy, are you too complacent? I'm not injured at all now, how could you possibly win? Moria looked at the poisonous face opposite and said with a gloomy expression. Really, look around you again, can you still get close to me now? Hearing Moria's words, Venom laughed mercilessly. Stopping at the poisonous words, Leah hurriedly looked around her. He was shocked to find that his surroundings were now covered with poisonous miasma. It seems that he can't get out. Asshole, when did you do this? Moria looked at the poison on the opposite side with a gloomy face. This guy is really too dark. When did he arrange these for himself? He didn't even know at all. Of course it was when you didn't know it. Now, you should just admit defeat, hee hee. Poisoning the opposite Moya, he smiled strangely and said something. At this time, in the area ahead, only a small hole was left that could be seen by both parties. Under such circumstances, Moria could not come out at all, there is no doubt about that. Poison is really annoying. Looking at the scene in front of Cavendish, he gritted his teeth and said, Maid, this young master really wants to kill this bastard. When the squad leader competed for the battle, Poison was using this trick to tease him. Let him be disgraced and disheartened to admit defeat. Such a result was naturally unacceptable to Cavendish. This is the miasma fruit, it's really scary. Pajalu shrugged his shoulders and said casually. Aquino laughed, toxic and corrosive, this is indeed very difficult. This devil fruit is really suitable for poisoning this guy. The others didn't say much, just clicked and agreed. Hee hee hee, do you have the qualification to want me to admit defeat? Moria looked at the poisonous anger opposite and said with a smile. After speaking, Moria summoned her spear and charged towards the miasma in front of her. The purpose is obvious, to open a gap and escape from here. Poison to this scene, Wei Isho, then dodged. The spear penetrated directly, but it also caused the poisonous miasma to corrode a lot. At this time, many things in this place were slowly corroded by the poisonous miasma. In the air, there is a pungent smell, and the ground is sizzling, as if the world is destroyed. Let this guy vent first, I guess we made a lot of grievances just now. Poison reached the Lafittes and said lightly. Burgess glanced at Poison, raised his arms and said, well done, you bastard, Wei ha 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 ha. Luo carried the demon sword and cried, as always, coldly, as Shichibukai, I definitely won't be killed so easily. Hawkins nodded, still looking like a dead man, he didn't show death, today is not his death. Others didn't say much, and looked at the poisonous miasma quietly. I saw the spear constantly shuttled through the poisonous miasma, but it had no effect at all. Once a piece is swept away, other places will be replenished, and there is no gap at all. Moria inside is about to collapse, because he can't see anything in the miasma. Confused everywhere, he could only throw his spear out over and over again in anger. Expect to be able to attack those who live outside. But after throwing it away, Moria also knew that it was impossible for him to hit the poison outside. After thinking about it, he summoned a bat and flew out. The bat came to the poisonous miasma, but it seemed to be unable to get out of it at all. This made Moria look gloomy. "A bunch of bastards, what are you trying to do?" Moria roared loudly outside. At the same time, he kept letting the bat pound the poisonous miasma. It seems that he wants the bat to open a passage for him. Listening to the voice of the guy inside, it seems that he is going crazy. Why don't we take action to solve it? Cavendish looked at the few people beside him and asked. On this matter, he still has to listen to the opinions of these people. "I think the time is almost up. Don't delay, the captain may not be happy if you delay any longer." Lafitte turned his cane, suave and gentlemanly. "Okay, I'll encircle it with 10 sides and see if I can solve that guy." Poison nodded, with a trace of excitement in his eyes. For this kind of thing, he never resisted. Then, he let those poisonous miasmas begin to slowly gather. "Damn, stop, don't use your trick, he can't die." Seeing the poisonous move, Nailu hurriedly said. "Why can't he die and be related to you?" Hearing Enel's words, Venom sneered, but didn't stop. At this time, Moria in the poisonous miasma, watching the poisonous miasma getting closer and closer, panicked in her heart. The corrosive power of this thing is very strong, and he has seen it just now. If he was wrapped in these poisonous miasmas, he would still be able to survive, but begging for mercy was not his style, and he was at a deadlock for a while. "Asshole, what can I do with this guy?" Enel scratched his ears, tilted his head and said, "Don't use your brain, the captain brought us here, which means that the guy on the opposite side must be useful." Kuro pushed his glasses, his eyes flashed with wisdom, and said lightly, "It must be the Shichibukai Alliance, there is no doubt about that. Besides, even if the miasma is encircled, Moria will have a way to break the situation. This is an inevitable thing." Bellamy grinned Isho, looking very crazy. "Okay, remove the miasma, let's kill him together, ha ha ha." It turns out that, well, I don't dare to provoke the captain. Poisoned, shrugged and removed the miasma. He dared to provoke others, but Chris, he didn't even have the courage to provoke him. Let's go together and clean up this guy." Lafitte Vivi Isho, after speaking, a pair of snow-white wings appeared directly behind her. Then it flew towards Moria, who was on the opposite side. Behind, Enel also rushed over. Then came Burgess. Poisoned to this scene, he sighed and did not follow. This kind of close combat should be left to these guys. Cavendish looked at Eye Poison, and followed Durandal with him. Then, the group launched a frenzied bombardment at Moria. Moria breathed a sigh of relief just now that she had unraveled the poisonous miasma. As a result, what came oncoming was, these guys, they all came together. "You guys, can you understand the rules and even play gang fights?" Moria couldn't help but yell at these guys. Moria then ran into the distance. In this case, it is impossible to be tough, and it is better to avoid the limelight. After all, that Guro Guro no Mi Rumble Rumble Fruit ability person is really too strong, there is no way to take him. But his running speed is simply not as fast as the group of guys behind him. Lafayette was the first to catch up, followed by Enel, then Cavendish, and finally Burgess. Prince of Stardust. Cavendish charged up with Durandal in hand. Volatility. Burgess watched as Moria attacked as well. As for the sound wave attacking him, it is useless, because the range of this move is too large, and he is afraid of accidentally hurting his teammates. 60 million volts Troiron. Enel tapped the taiko drums on both sides of him, and a thunder dragon appeared directly. Rushed towards Moria in the distance. Lafitte didn't use his skills, but pulled out a pistol and fired directly. Just like that, everyone's skills hit Moria one by one. Moria's eyes showed deep despair. He was knocked into the air, and before he landed, he was knocked into the air again. Shadows spewed out of his mouth. Slowly, the body became weaker and weaker, and after a while, the shadow was spit out by him. He returned to his original state and lay weakly on the ground. He was seriously injured by the attack from the group just now. In other words, the battle is over. Team leader Moria, the winner is the former. My young master is finally comfortable. Cavendish glanced at Moria's current situation and exhaled softly. Foxy shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "Fortunately he's not Logia, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to attack him." Fu, I've been hit by Lao Tzu's ability to slow down, he's just a little sheep. Bartolomeo put his hands in the pockets of his trousers, still looking very tugged, and said something. Last time I played Crocodile, too many people didn't know armament hockey, so naturally there was no way to take him down. But Moria is nothing, just a shadow fruit can't compare to Lao Tzu's barrier fruit, ha ha ha. Then, everyone looked at each other and came to Moria. Enel quietly looked at Moria in front of him. Before the battle, he was full of excitement, but now he is a lot colder. Because before the battle he didn't know how strong Moria was in front of him. After the fight, he was clear. Although he has some strength, he didn't let himself down, but he still couldn't beat himself. Then it's not worth respecting him too much. There is absolutely no need for this. Now the only person he respects and even admires is his captain Chris. That is an invincible man, the existence that Enel will look up to all his life. I lost, I don't know what you bastards want. Moria looked at the group of people in front of her and said with a sneer. In fact, he was also very aggrieved in his heart, because this time it was not an incident that he voluntarily provoked. It was this group of people who appeared here directly and came to trouble him. Moria thinks they must not have a fight with themselves, they must have their purpose. We really have no purpose in looking for you. We came here just by chance. Hearing Moria's words, Enel frowned. Hearing Enel's words, Moria was even more excited, and if he hadn't just been defeated, he would have fired at this time. Just because you're going to come up to find trouble for yourself, you're going to make yourself this miserable. I'll ask the captain to see if he has anything to say. Lafayette thought for a while and said to Enel. Moria was completely shocked when she heard Lafitte's words. Originally, he always thought that Enel in front of him was the captain, after all, Enel's strength was so strong. But after hearing Lafitte's words, he understood that Enel was not the captain. But Enel and others are so strong, and to be their captain, how strong does this person have to be? No need, I'm already here. Chris appeared on the deck and calmly looked at Moria in front of him. This scene was in his expectation, he had already guessed that Moria would lose. After all, Enel is the candidate of the Emperor's deputy, and he must be his left and right arms in the future. And the strength of others has also improved so much, and for hockey's cultivation, they have also improved a lot. In this case, if they can't beat Moria, then they can go home and farm. You're their captain. You look young. Moria looked at Chris and said strangely. He originally thought it would be a powerful middle-aged man, but he did not expect that it would be a young man. You've been defeated so badly, how dare you underestimate people? Don't tell me this time, did you forget about being beaten by Kaido, Moria? Chris put his arms around him and looked at Moria in front of him calmly, his voice was still so calm, without any waves. 254. Arrive at Sabayati Archipelago and challenge Rayleigh. Damn, who the hell are you and why do you seem to know me so well? Moria stared at the opposite Chris. He completely understood, and this was not passing by at all. This group of people must have just started. For themselves. Otherwise, their so-called captain would not know himself so well. I'm Chris, the captain of this ship. Chris put his arms around him and said lightly, the newest Shichibukai member. Don't tell me, you haven't received the news. Chris, you are the Chris who beat the crocodile guy. Moria Vivi was a little surprised to hear what Chris said. Although he basically doesn't ask about outside things here, he still knows a little bit about Shichibukai. Example, the news that the crocodile guy was defeated. It came to Moria. Moria was surprised for a while. That's right, it's me, but I didn't expect you to be so weak that you can't even beat my subordinates. Chris looked at Moria and said lightly. Moria's strength really doesn't deserve to be called Shichibukai. After all, the guys under Chris can beat this guy one by one. Of course, some may not last. You guys are going too far to fight with me again. Moria looked at Chris in front of him and roared in a low voice. At the same time, he was a little ashamed and angry, but he didn't know how to refute it. After all, Chris was right about this. After all, he was indeed defeated by his subordinates. Don't yell in front of me unless you want to fight me. Chris frowned at Moria Vivi. Obviously, he was a little unhappy. Forget it, I just got hurt. Moria quickly lowered her voice and shook her head in denial. Joke, the strength of each of the subordinates is so perverted. If it was Chris, Moria couldn't be sure that she would be able to resist a few moves. After all, it is said that Chris defeated the sand crocodile with only 2 moves. Since you don't want to do it, don't talk nonsense, I'll give you a chance to join the Shichibukai Alliance. Chris looked at Moria and said lightly. Shichibukai Alliance, what is this? Who is in it? Hearing Chris's words, Moria asked. He speaks a lot shorter now, and doesn't even dare to use his catchphrase in front of Chris. This is the alliance that I lead the organization, and now there are Doflamingo and Hancock in it. Do you want to join? Chris looked at Moria and said impatiently. His patience is almost exhausted now. After all, for him, now is a waste of cultivation time. Okay, add me. Moria nodded and decided to join. After all, the situation is pressing, and now Chris is here watching. Looking at his appearance, he seemed a little impatient. If he refused, maybe this guy would do something to himself. Besides, it sounds like the strength of this alliance is also very good. Okay, then it's settled, and I'll contact you later. Chris nodded, then simply walked towards the training room. Moria stared blankly at Chris' figure. Logically speaking, he agreed to join. Shouldn't he be very happy, and then celebrate for himself? Let's not celebrate. Why didn't even say, welcome to join, our captain's character is like this, you will understand later, way ha 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 ha. Quote. Burgess came over to Moria, tapped him on the shoulder, and laughed. Luo, carrying the demon sword and crying, coldly said, there are more and more members of the alliance, which is a good thing. Kuro habitually pushed his glasses, his eyes flashed with wisdom, and said something. Doflamingo, Boa Hancock, and the captain, plus Moria. In terms of quantity, it has already exceeded half. This is not a simple matter. Next, when it comes to Fishman Island, it will be Jinbei's turn to join. Enel scratched his ears, and said with a face full of disdain, what Shichibukai, that's all. Bellamy shrugged his shoulders and responded, what you said is too much and too arrogant. The captain may have personally said that Shichibukai's eagle-eyed Mahawk is an admiral-level existence. With your strength, if you run into this great swordsman, you can only run away obediently, ha ha ha. Bartolomeo put his hands in his pockets, still very tugged. Okay, don't talk nonsense, hurry up and get on the boat. Sabayadi Archipelago, I can't wait, quack. The others didn't say much, and walked towards the boat one by one. The Chris set sail again. For them, things are over here, and there is no point in staying. Watching the Chris go away, Moria suddenly became excited, these bastards really came for her. But after a long while, Moria sighed again. That, Chris is right, his strength is indeed a bit weak. Seemed that he should practice hard. You too, hurry up and improve my strength, and take a look at other people's men. Moria glanced at her 2 henchmen and said angrily. Absalom and Habak looked at each other, lowered their heads and said nothing. At the same time, they couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. Moria, their boss, couldn't beat those people. Okay, hurry up and follow me to practice. We all have to improve our strength. Next time we meet them, we must defeat them. Moria muttered. Afterwards, he went to practice. He really woke up this time. Chris, in the practice room. This Moria's strength is weaker than crocodile, I'm right. The queen's sweetheart stroked her pale blonde hair, said Isho with a smile. Reiju cultivated on the side, and Isho said gently, crocodile is Logia after all, and last time it was in the desert, he had the advantage. So the strength of the two of them, who is stronger and who is weaker, is really hard to say. Kaya blinked her big eyes. Sweet Isho, anyway. Well, the squad leaders have become stronger, and even Shichibukai can defeat it, it's really amazing. Makino patted her shoulder. As gentle as always, Chris keeps getting stronger, how dare they hold back. At this time, Chris in front had already picked up the phone and was making a call. Foo. Phone was connected. Doflamingo's demonic laughter was heard, which made it very uncomfortable to hear. Chris, my good friend, why are you calling me today? Is the sun going to rise in the west, isn't it? At this time, Don Quixote's cadres whispered one by one. Pika's voice was still so high-pitched, and she sneered, I don't usually contact you, but I'm definitely upset and kind when I call suddenly. Gladius shrugged his shoulders and said with a blank face, it's really annoying that he is a little devil, but he is so respected by the young master. Violet made a booing move and said weakly, everyone should be quiet, don't be overheard by Chris, it will be troublesome. The others didn't say much, just nodded, all agreeing with what Violet said. At this time, Chris said something directly. Moria has been defeated by my men and joined the Shichibukai alliance. Okay, I'll let you know about this, that's all. After speaking, he hung up the phone without any hesitation. Seeing Chris being so decisive, the beautiful faces of the girls all showed such expressions as they were supposed to. Nami looked away from the map and said carelessly, even if the other party is Shichibukai Doflamingo, Chris completely ignores him and doesn't take him seriously at all. Betty leaned against the table, took a breath, still calm, it's normal, after all, Chris is really too strong, why should you care about Doflamingo's feelings? If I guess correctly, the guy on the opposite side must be on the verge of rage, ha 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 ha. Perona was very happy and flew up and down the air with a silver bell-like laughter. All the girls covered their mouths and laughed lightly, all nodded, it was definitely very interesting. Dressrosa. Everything, as Perona said, inside the palace of the Highland, filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Hang up my phone, someone dared to hang up my phone, foo. Doflamingo opened his right fingers slightly, jumped up and down, grinned and said something. Buffalo got angry and shouted, young master, this guy Chris is too arrogant, he must be repaired severely. Torapal sucked his nose and said quickly, I said, Chris is courting death, and he dares to provoke Dover's face. You know, Dover is the chosen one, the strongest in this era. Diamandi leaned on the chair, crossed Erlang's legs, and said coldly, I really thought that when I became Shichibukai, I could do whatever I wanted, damn it. Others spoke up one by one, and everyone was very angry. Violet watched this scene quietly, although there was an angry expression on the face of Chinguo Chingchung, but his heart actually blossomed with joy. Master Chris, you did not disappoint me, you are still so mighty of hockey. HMPH, Doflamingo, you bastard, you should be mad at you. Chris, in the training room. At this time, Chris took out another phone and dialed again. Chris, why did you remember to call the concubine, do you miss the concubine? After connecting the phone bug was simulated as Hancock's. With fluttering hair, and wearing a dark red dress, She looked very beautiful and generous. Of the pirates is indeed well deserved, and she is always so beautiful. No, I have something to inform you. Chris glanced at it, then didn't look again. You don't think about concubine, but concubine misses you. The phone bug imitated Hancock, tossed his long hair, and had a sweet smile on his face. Moria also joined our Shichibukai alliance. I just wanted to let you know. Chris chose to ignore Hancock's words. Okay, I see. To be honest, do you really want to be a concubine? The phone bug imitated Hancock's side and fluttered his long hair. It's over. I'm hanging up. After Chris finished speaking, he hung up the phone immediately. The women around looked at this scene very indifferently. Because for them, it's normal for Chris to do this. On the other end of the phone, Hancock gritted his teeth when he saw Chris hang up. But in the next second, he couldn't help laughing again, with Chris's eyes in his eyes. Chris, even though you hung up on the concubine knows that you love the concubine. Raising her white arms, the two thumbs began to talk again, and they began to fantasize. Hancock. The left thumb moved, and Chris called out affectionately. Hi. The right thumb also moved. Hancock was very embarrassed, and responded in a low voice. Hancock. Hi. Thumb on the left, he said seriously. Hancock, will you marry me? The right thumb screamed in surprise. Chris, you're finally planning to marry me. How happy your concubine is. This marriage. Hancock finished speaking, clutching his smooth forehead. He looked like he was about to fall. 2 days later. Chris, in the training room. Looks like we're getting close to the Sabayati archipelago now. Nami looked outside, and after returning, she looked at the others and said. Sabayati archipelago, my luck seems to be coming soon again. At this time, Baccarat glanced outside, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Miss Baccarat said so, we must have good luck in the future. Hearing Baccarat's words, Karina laughed. Hurry up, I can't wait. At this time, Kaya clenched her small fist, and her beautiful and refined face was full of curiosity. Kaya's words caused all the girls in the training room to laugh. Report. Ahead is Sabayati archipelago, ahead is. At this time, when the alarm officer saw the front, he immediately shout out to the people on the boat. Hearing the siren's words, most of the people on the boat cheered loudly. After all, they had been floating on the sea for so many days, and finally they were able to set foot on land. Okay, get ready to disembark. Now that it's almost here, Chris isn't going to continue practicing. Wow, long live Chris. Hearing Chris' words, the women cheered. Afterwards, they all started a heated discussion that they should go shopping there after going to the island. Then, Chris led the girls and walked out of the deck one after another. Not long after, the Chris arrived at the Sabayati archipelago, and everyone disembarked. Ah, I can finally relax, way ha ha ha. Burgess glanced at the sky here, took a greedy breath, raised his arms and laughed. Which day are you not resting? Poisoned eyes Burgess unceremoniously. It's so poisonous, you can't keep saying this. Summon no, grass. Hearing the poisonous words, Bass said with dissatisfaction. What do you say, hey. Poison said with a smile, with a sinister smile on his face. Bartolomeo was still so tugged, touched his nose ring and said, can't you two guys calm down a little, day? Okay, don't say anything, just follow me. Chris raised his hand and stopped them. Then Chris took them to the 13th area. Where is Chris taking us? Kaya looked around and asked curiously. I don't understand, it seems that Chris has an acquaintance here. Nami looked at Chris who was in front of her and was confused. If you have an acquaintance, you say whether the acquaintance is male or female. Carmen Vivi frowned and said. Why do you think so much? You'll know when you get there. Reiju looked at Chris in front of him and muttered. In fact, they were very curious. Because Chris has never heard of it before, he has friends here. Chris quickly took them to their destination. This is a hotel called Shacky's Ripping Off. Chris looked up and walked right in. And Nami and the others followed without any hesitation. After all, they still have to look at Chris, and can't let Chris be deceived by other foxes. Although, this possibility is extremely small. Bastard, how dare you give me the credit limit within half a day, otherwise you will understand the consequences. A woman's voice came, attracting their attention. The speaker was a young woman with short black hair, wearing a black spider top, but with a cigarette in her mouth. This made Nami and the others feel a little weird. At this time, there was a pirate kneeling in front of the woman. It seems that the pirates have been cleaned up, and their faces are blue and swollen. Get out now. Shacky said and kicked the pirate out. Then Shacky sat on the chair to rest, and glanced at Chris and the others curiously. After all, it is rare to see someone like Chris bringing so many people here. And, most importantly, there are so many women behind. Chris and the others approached. Someone came to Shacky's side. Miss, what color panties are you wearing today? It was a chubby-looking pirate with a fascinated smile on his face. I remember wearing white today. Shacky thought for a while, then said casually with a cigarette in his mouth. Hearing Shacky's words, the person who asked her question was taken aback for a moment, and then left embarrassed. Obviously did not expect Shacky to answer so directly. Even Burgess was taken aback. They had never seen such a bold woman. As for Chris, he was still expressionless and didn't respond to these at all. To be honest, the scene just now gave him a feeling of déjà vu. If it wasn't for that fat guy who was really bad looking, Chris would have thought it was a skeleton pretending to be a gentleman. This group of guests, welcome to my hotel. Do you need anything to eat, or stay in the hotel? Shacky looked at Chris in front of them and said with a smile. At the same time, he carefully looked at the people behind him. It seems that the strength is not bad. This should be a relatively powerful pirate group. We. Burgess came to Shacky and opened his mouth, but said nothing. The scene just now was still there. He didn't leave in his mind. Why, are you also asking what color I am? Shacky looked at Burgess in front of him and laughed. Hearing Shacky's words, Burgess quickly shook his head and stepped back behind Chris. We neither live in the store nor eat. Chris looked at Shacky opposite and said lightly. Then you're here to find something. Hearing Chris' words, the smile on Shacky's face disappeared instantly. Since it is not a guest who came, there is no need to give a good face. Hearing Chris' words, Burgess and the others were actually a little confused. To come here to find something if you don't have a restaurant, don't eat, or do anything. Seeing how Shacky looked before, he doesn't know Chris either. It can also be said that I want to fight Rayleigh and see his strength. Let him come out. Chris looked at Shacky in front of him and nodded seriously. His purpose this time seems to be really looking for trouble. But it doesn't matter to Chris, as long as he can achieve his. Everyone, it's a new month, asking for a monthly pass. Ladies and gentlemen, please cast a monthly ticket for the younger brother. I know that the latest update is not good, I'm sorry for that. Everyone, I don't have the face to ask for a monthly pass. However, the chapters written by the younger brother are all big chapters, and on average, they are updated every day. 255. Shocked. Rayleigh vs. Chris, almighty push again. Invitation to battle. Shacky frowned subconsciously, knowing that Rayleigh's identity dared to do this, he must have a bit of confidence. Then Shacky stared at Rayleigh with interest, and she was looking forward to Rayleigh's reaction. Chris, right, you've been in a lot of limelight lately. Rayleigh said, filling the glass again on his own. It's understandable that the young man is young and energetic, but then, there's no need to come and bully such a bad old man like me. Rayleigh, S face was full of smiles, like a kind old grandfather. Hey, did you refuse? Shaki was a little surprised. She had seen Rayleigh when he was young, a guy of that level. When has he ever been timid? But looking at Rayleigh's appearance, it didn't seem polite. Could it be that this young man named Chris has reached a level that Rayleigh dare not run into easily? Thinking of this, Shaki can't help but glance at Chris more curiously. The left and right hand of the legendary One Piece King of Pirates is just a coward. Poison let out a mocking laugh. Burgess, who was beside him, also wanted to follow the trend and mock him at the moment. He always felt that when Rayleigh came in, his performance was a little embarrassed. But when he saw Chris' murderous gaze, he couldn't help shuddering, and he swallowed the words that came to his mouth. The poison was frightened and swallowed a mouthful of saliva, knowing that he seemed to have said the wrong thing just now. If it were someone else, Chris would not be held accountable at all, but he is very fond of Rayleigh. This is an old senior worthy of respect. Senior, don't misunderstand, it's just a discussion. It's rare to meet a strong man of the previous generation. I believe you won't give me this face. Seeing the fiery fighting intent in Chris's eyes, Rayleigh unconsciously moved a little. I haven't met such a young man for a long time. Well, this old man will accompany you through 2 tricks. Rayleigh drank the wine from the glass. Hearing this, Chris immediately reached out to grab Rayleigh's hand. This sudden ambiguity. The action caught Rayleigh a little off guard. Don't get me wrong, I'm just going to take you to an open place. Chris explained in a simple and expressionless manner. Exclude space. An instant, Chris and Rayleigh appeared in an open area hundreds of meters away from the tavern. This is... Startled. Incredibly shocked. Rayleigh was amazed at the speed that Chris showed. Even if he is stronger than himself, he can't be so fast. I am a person who rejects the fruit ability, and can achieve the effect of teleportation by rejecting the space. Chris put his arms around him, calmly as always, and said something. There, I saw them, ha 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 ha. Perona floated in the air, her voice was crisp and sweet, and approached Chris and the others. Go. Word. Karina quickly stepped forward and ran towards the gate. Nami shrugged her shoulders and said with a wry smile, It's too scary. His name is in the books I've read. Alvida carried the big iron rod, and smiled. Isho, that is, this name, I believe everyone knows it. Reiju walked with graceful steps and smiled beautifully. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable that a legendary character can appear here. Betty took a breath, still so calm. This battle is really looking forward to. My mother can't help it. The rest of the people also followed behind her, not wanting to miss this duel. Shaki pursed Vivi. Isho, Rayleigh's previous performance made her a little curious now, and followed out. The open space outside. Senior Rayleigh, although this battle is a competition, please do your best. How can you be happy if you don't have fun? At this time, Chris was extremely solemn. After coming to the world of pirates, he focused on cultivation and always yearned for battle. Since you have requested so much, the old man can't weaken your interest. Don't worry, I will stop there. A kind smile appeared on Rayleigh's face. Although he felt a strong breath from Chris. However, as the right arm of One Piece, King of Pirates, what kind of big man has he never seen? Naturally, there will be such thoughts. Who do you think will win this competition? Nami looked around to look at the others. Bakura said very confidently, the winner must be Chris, there is no reason, this is my confidence in him. Miss Bakura said so, it must be Chris winning. Reiju echoed. Makino stroked his dark green hair, still so gentle, for Chris, we are always so confident, needless to say. As for the squad leaders, they couldn't help but talk about it. There's something about this old man, he might be one of those, Chris said, stronger than me. Enel suddenly came out and said such a sentence, and the others immediately looked at each other. Enel is recognized by the Chris Pirates, the #1 powerhouse other than Chris. Everyone has seen his power. Stronger than Enel, then this Hades Rayleigh is worthy of attention. Also, although the other party is old, he used to be a big man. Since everyone has different opinions, it's better for me to open the market. How about you bet on a game? Silver Fox Foxy Hey Isho, how could he miss such a good opportunity? Bartolomeo put his hands in his trouser pockets and said, what is there to bet on? The captain must win. Bellamy spread his hands and laughed. The captain is the leader of the new era. How could he possibly lose to an old man? Ha ha ha. Kuro habitually pushed his glasses. His eyes flashed with wisdom, and said, Pluto Rayleigh, although he is a big man in legend. However, he is old and a remnant of the old times. So this battle, the captain will definitely win. Lafitte turned his cane and said politely, no matter what, it is worth being happy to see such a big man today. Gia, no matter how powerful the Pluto Rayleigh is, he is already old after all. Captain Chris is just a teenager. It's a good time, and I will overwhelm the captain too. Rayleigh to see if he's poisonous, and he doesn't take the opportunity to step on his feet and wait. I also press the boss. Padang took out 500 Baileys from his body, which was the only, huge sum, he had. After a circle, the members of the Chris Pirates are all treasured by Chris, and this is their confidence in Chris's strength. Foxy squatted down depressed and circled with his hands, speechless. It's still playing a chicken. I said Enel, didn't you say that Rayleigh is very powerful, why don't you press him? Enel glanced at Foxy with his unique dead fish eyes, and said softly, it's amazing, but the captain's horror, I have experienced it personally, don't press him. Isn't it? Find death. Enel looked at Foxy with a foolish look. People like Luo and Burgess also gave him a look of caring for mentally handicapped children. Foxy was petrified on the spot in an instant, and he co-authored it and joined the gang to trick me. Ho ha ho, well, why don't I put a hand on Rayleigh? Shaki walked over slowly with a cigarette in his mouth, and dropped 1,000 Baileys at will. Yaxi, it can be considered that someone has crushed Rayleigh, the king of the underworld, and he has a lot of vision. Foxy's eyes lit up, like a fool in his partner's eyes. Why did the captain let him on board at that time? Aquino expressed frustration with Foxy's performance. The others didn't say much, and they all turned their eyes to the front, watching the battle. The two of them have already started a fierce fight. Rayleigh, the Pluto, is indeed the right hand of One Piece, king of pirates, and armament hockey has reached the realm of transformation. Two are actually you coming and going, and neither of them can take advantage of armament hockey. Actually, it's comparable. Betty opened her mouth in surprise, and the cigarette fell out of her mouth. This is still somewhat unexpected. No, Chris clearly has the upper hand. Enel stared at the battlefield with a pair of dead fish eyes, and the two of them had a panoramic view of every move. He also used the heart net to perceive the state of the two more accurately, and Rayleigh was obviously struggling. It's unbelievable that you can practice armament to this level at your age. Rayleigh's armament has accumulated over many years, but it has fallen behind in front of a young man who is less than 20 years old and 20 years old. This had to make him lament the changing times. Since armament can't do it, I'm going to use a knife next. Rayleigh's eyes suddenly turned cold, and the saber that had been pinned to his waist suddenly came out of its sheath. The moment when the saber was unsheathed, Rayleigh's aura seemed to suddenly rise a lot, overshadowing Chris. Chris glanced at Rayleigh's knife, which, unsurprisingly, was supposed to be a famous knife. When the knife was unsheathed, the blood on his neck seemed to react slightly. Rayleigh's swordsmanship is very delicate, and ordinary swordsmen are definitely not his opponents. Aren't you going to shoot yet? From the blood-red sword, Rayleigh had already guessed that Chris was using swordsmanship. A cultivation base is not shallow, but Chris has been dodging since the beginning. Didn't mean to shoot. Don't you look down on this old man like me. Rayleigh snorted, apparently determined to make Chris pay for his underestimated enemy. Broken Mountain. I saw him with a light drink, and the famous sword in his hand changed its path according to the situation, and the momentum greatly increased. This knife faintly revealed a powerful deterrent force, and everyone around watching the battle felt a bit of depression. I'm going, what a terrifying strength. As a swordsman, Cavendish can feel the power of Rayleigh's sword even more. This knife obviously already has the strength of a swordsman. How would Chris respond? Alvida's eyes were on Chris. As this sword energy approached, Chris' figure slowly retreated, still with a relaxed expression on his face. Almighty push. At the moment when the sword energy approached his body, it suddenly seemed as if it had hit a mirror, and it turned towards Rayleigh. Such a change was really unexpected for Rayleigh, and he hurriedly raised the knife to block the blow from himself. What are you? Senior, I said, I am a person who rejects the fruit ability, I can reject all attacks. Chris said it lightly, but Rayleigh was shocked. He naturally knows the ability to reject the fruit. The generations of owners of this fruit are average in strength, causing everyone to think that this fruit is a useless fruit. Now it seems that those people in front of me just don't know how to use it. It's really not easy to develop the fruit ability to resist this blow. Chris' fruit ability is too heaven-defying. This kind of swordsman level attack is not easy. It can be rejected, it is simply unimaginable. Cavendish screamed, although he knew Chris' strength for a long time, but seeing it now, he still felt unbelievable. We only see him practicing swordsmanship on weekdays and fighting technique, but never thought that he would never slack off in the development of fruit ability. Lafitte lightly pressed his hat. This perseverance and time management, he knew that he would never be able to match. Burgess raised his arms and laughed, as expected of the captain, way ha ha ha. Van Auger tapped the gun on the shoulder, and said with a blank face, it's normal, after all, the captain is really too strong. It's very interesting ability, but don't think that the old man is only capable of this. Rayleigh was also ignited by Chris at the moment, and it was difficult for him to meet such a good opponent once. Since one attack can be repelled, the use of the fruit's ability 10 times or even 1,000 times is a great test for the user's physical and mental strength. Rayleigh doesn't believe in himself Chris can do the constant rejection. He instantly launched a fierce attack on Chris, and the battlefield where the two were in a mess, and the sword energy filled the air. Cavendish and Luo stared blankly at Rayleigh in the field. Is this still human? Almost every attack is a great swordsman level attack. How many people in the world can do this? Did you push Rayleigh to this level? Shaki, who was watching the battle, muttered to himself. She was shocked by Chris' strength. It's hard to imagine that he is only 19 years old. It's incredible. Senior, I forgot to tell you, I'm not. There is only one fruit. Rayleigh's frenzied attack did make Chris a little bit hesitant, but he still appeared calm. The Great Wall. Hearing a light drink from Chris, a thick city wall instantly popped up around him. This city wall envelops Chris's whole body, and outside attacks can't penetrate half a step. Ah! Perona looked at the wall around Chris in surprise. This is something Chris has never shown before. It's Kaya's ability, right? Makino looked at Kaya beside him suspiciously, and Kaya nodded in confusion. The ability to copy the fruit is also unbelievable. At this stage, Kaya can't show such strength. Jin saw the doorway at a glance. This is the ability of Chris' other one fruit. Hawkins, as always dead, said in a low voice, the captain once said that he ate many devil fruits. But I haven't shown my ability in this regard, I thought I was joking. Weipa shrugged his shoulders, and said with emotion, it's scary enough to actually eat multiple devil fruits. Luo held the demon knife and cried with admiration on his face, I believe that in this world, only the captain can do this. Yoroj put his hands together and said with a big smile, this is the captain's trump card, I didn't expect it to be used here. It seems that the captain is mentally prepared and is not worried about being known by Marine at all. What? Facing this sudden earth wall, Rayleigh's vicissitudes face was full of surprise. Even if he cultivated to his level, he couldn't take it anymore. Chris's endless means made him a little helpless. He still underestimated this young man. To actually possess the power of 2 devil fruits, and to ensure that the water in the body of both of them will not cause river water, you have opened my eyes to the old man. Rayleigh curled his lips helplessly, signaling Chris to stop fighting. Can't fight with the fighting technique, so I finally managed to use my swordsmanship. I still can't break the opponent's defense, how can I fight? I'm also on strike, old man. Ho ho, long time no see, you are shriveled, Rayleigh. Shaki took a breath and made no secret of his smile. Don't make fun of me, this young man is the chosen one, isn't it normal that I can't beat me? Rayleigh shook his head, he had to admit how strong Chris was. Senior, how offended. Chris walked slowly and bowed to Rayleigh Vivi. Rayleigh hurriedly raised his hand, forget it. It's just a competition, I'm not as good as others, it seems that this sea may be your world in the future, Chris. Rayleigh and Shaki looked at Chris with a deep meaning. Their expectations for Chris were high. Lend your auspicious words. Chris gave a rare smile. As for the little ones who watched, seeing this scene, they couldn't help but yell. Long live Lord Chris. La la la, Captain, you are too strong, my brother admires you so much. Quack, the right wrist of the One Piece King of Pirates is still not the captain's opponent. What's the matter, don't push it, push me again to kill you. Hurry up, don't say anything, I feel twisted, oh class oh class oh class. The squad leaders also talked about it. Pluto Rayleigh is strong enough, but in front of the captain, he can't take any advantage. When can I surpass him? Enel Vivi frowned, stunned by Chris' strength. Cavendish glanced at Enel and said with a sneer, when you learn armament hockey, talk about this again, big-eared thief. I should have expected this result a long time ago. If you have this time, you might as well wander around the island. The sweetheart queen felt a little regretful at this time. Nami brushed her hair and said carelessly, Chris's almighty push is really too strong, no one can hurt him at all. Reiju touched her delicate chin, and Yanran Isho said, isn't everyone expecting this result, it's normal. Bakura nodded in agreement, anyway. We can't do without Sabayati Archipelago for a while, let's go shopping. Sister Bakura, are you feeling some good luck again? Kaya looked at her, blinked her big eyes, and smiled sweetly and freshly, very beautiful. The others didn't say much, they looked at Bakura one by one, waiting for her to give an answer. Little brother knows that every time they put pigeons, they have no credibility to speak. However, I still want to say that starting from tomorrow, it will be updated every day, and there will be no more problems. Well, trust my little brother one more time. 256. The Annoying Tenryubito. New member Caribou, officially debut. At that time, the battle had just ended, and Chris and Rayleigh seemed to meet each other very late, and the two found an empty and secluded place and toasted. The crew members of the Chris Pirates have long been unable to contain their curiosity. After getting the approval of Chris, we went to the entertainment center of Sabayati Archipelago one after another. Come on, it's a rare visit to Sabayati Archipelago, hurry up and go shopping, ha ha ha. Nami looked at the girls and said something with a smile on her face. Alvida nodded and smiled. Isho said, after this stop, we are about to enter the new world, we really need to have a good time. Perona floated in the air with a silver bell-like laughter. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go, Haley ha ha ha. The girls didn't say much, they walked forward one by one, and started to prepare for shopping. Sabayati Archipelago is composed of mangrove trees one after another, and the root of the tree is this the ground of the island. Mangrove trees, large and small, are linked to each other to form the distinctive Sabayati Archipelago today. Sabayati Archipelago consists of 79 mangrove trees, that is, 79 small islands. In order to facilitate management and distinction, all 79 trees are numbered. After a long period of development, different numbered areas, it has also formed the characteristics of each place. Numbers 1 to 29 are illegal areas like the population auction house, and numbers 60 to 69 are Marine's quarters. Crisp pirates are now in areas 40 to 49 tourist areas and specialty shops. There are many local residents here, and everyone performs their own duties, and the entire island appears to be in good order. Street, all with smiles on their faces. There are some sounds of hawking, all of which are snacks that children like to eat. Padang and Beppo each had a marshmallow at this time. There are so many people here. Padang jumped up and down, with a smile on his face, very happy. The hippocampus has become Padang's little brother, followed behind it, nodded and made a whimpering sound. I love it here, there is so much to eat, it feels like heaven. Beppo looked longing, yearning for the prosperity here. The sound of opera came from the street bar. It is said that this is the tour performance of a world opera master. The hawkers' cry, the master's singing, the children's laughter, and the crisp sound of bubbles rising to the sky and breaking. The whole island is filled with a peaceful and warm atmosphere. Even a big guy like Burgess, your age, was influenced by the atmosphere here, and his face was full of smiles. This area can also be regarded as the entertainment center of Sabayati Archipelago, with beautiful bubbles and unique island buildings everywhere. Naturally, there are various specialties from all over the world. In other words, this kind of place is simply a woman's paradise. As soon as Hajime came here, the girls of the Crisp Pirates became uncontrollable, and almost didn't let go of any shop. Even Reiju and Makino, who have always been stable, started shopping frantically under the leadership of Nami and others. What a headache, these women. Luo, who was crying with a ghost on his back, rubbed his temples helplessly. He absolutely cannot understand this phenomenon. If we had known this earlier, we should have followed them to the population auction to take a look. I heard that there are many interesting things there. Kuro looked at the backs of Burgess and the others walking away, and now he regretted it a little. With them were Man-Demon Jin and the magician Hawkins. These four people were not very interested in the so-called population auction at first, so they were left to look after this group of female relatives. If God gives them another chance, they will definitely choose the population auction house. By the way, do these guys really need someone to look after them? Looking at the hordes of women shopping frantically, Jin fell into thought. 3 women in one show, this is more than a dozen women chatting, no grass grows wherever they go. With Reiju and Perona, their ability to protect themselves is not bad at all. There is a result. The probability of their accident today is 0%. I think we can find an interesting place and have a good rest. Hawkins put away his tarot cards and looked left and right at the other 3. 4 people at once. Reach a consensus and head towards a bar with an opera performance. The 4 of them were relieved, but it's a pity for Padang and Bebo. Of my sisters, and they can't be forgotten when they go shopping in a group. Padang, I'm so envious of the seahorses and little black dogs that follow the squad leaders. Me too. The 2 fellows who share the same fate and pity each other can only silently stay in the corner and complain to each other. By these beautiful and lovely sisters. Other hand, the squad leaders teamed up to areas 1 to 29th. The prosperity of this place is actually not worse than the entertainment center, but there are pirates and underground criminal gangs from all over the world. I don't have the skills to stay in this area for a long time. The squad leader and his party stayed in the underground casino and bar for a while, and then they heard that there was an auction of all fish for display today, so they naturally wanted to take a look. The activities of the human auction house are similar, all kinds of strange people caught by human traffickers all over the world. There are pitiful girls, and there are weird-looking but super powerful slaves. These people all ended up being auctioned off at high prices to a variety of people. It doesn't feel interesting, say. Fish. Poison pouted, feeling a little bored. Burgess on the side is has always looked at it carelessly. Ah. Lafitte adjusted his clothes and hats, always maintaining a gentleman's attitude. Have you seen the guys in front of you wearing bubble helmets? When everyone heard the words, they looked at each other, and sure enough, they saw 3 people wearing bubble helmets, 2 men and 1 woman, sitting in the best position of the auction hall. And within 10 meters around them, apart from bodyguards, there was not a single person waiting. That's the ultimate goal of our pirates, Tenryubito. Wayapa shrugged his shoulders and sneered. It's no wonder that the captain wants to overthrow them. Enno lives on Sky Island all the year round, and he knew a little about Tenryubito only when he came to the Chris Pirates. At this time, seeing the real person can't help but observe with curiosity. He used his heart to snoop on these Tenryubito's conversation, and gradually frowned. Tenryubito thinks so much of himself, even more than a god like me. Cavendish chuckled. They are self-proclaimed gods of this world. They wear bubble helmets so that they don't share the same air with us mortals. Hearing this explanation, Enno felt even more that Chris's choice to overthrow Tenryubito was correct. Since ancient times, people who pretend to be persecutors must not die. A coercion god like Tenryubito needs to be taught a lesson. I said, gentlemen, can you comment on Tenryubito's restraint? Although my barrier fruit can prevent the sound from spreading out within our range, it's always tiring. Bartolomeo couldn't help but complain. In this place where Marine can be surrounded at any time, it is very dangerous to talk about Tenryubito like this. Chris's plan was disrupted because of the carelessness of several of them. The consequences would be unimaginable. Bellamy haha isho. Just blame Tenryubito for being so hateful, quack. Everyone nodded. At this moment, the host suddenly appeared, and everyone's eyes were attracted. Dear guests, the mysterious finale of this auction is about to debut. The whole venue immediately. There was a burst of applause and cheers. Van Auger looked around and found that everyone here was looking crazy, but the pirates were fine. The same is true of some people who dress like Gentleman Lafitte, and it is conceivable that this finale will appeal to them. Everyone, please look. As the host's voice sounded, the spotlights of the entire venue shone on the center of the stage. I saw a female mermaid lying quietly in a beautiful water cage in the center of the stage. After being hit by the strong light, the mermaid shivered and began to swim in the cage. Mermaid looks beautiful and has a soft body, which undoubtedly set off an orgasm. Is this a mermaid? It's really pretty. Bartolomeo couldn't help but exclaimed. This is the first time he has seen a female mermaid. After the introduction of the host, the whole venue sounded one after another quotations, and many people wanted to have such a mermaid slave. Price has risen, all the way to more than 100 million Bailey. This is already a price that few people can support, and the number of people quoting has decreased significantly. When the bid reached 200 million Bailey, no one in the entire auction hall made a sound. The bidder is a pirate, who looks very strange, but looks very fierce. Gia, see who of you can be higher than me. This mermaid, Lao Su, is determined. With her, I can easily understand the internal structure of Mermaid Island, and then the treasure of Mermaid Island will be mine. Just when the pirate thought the overall situation was settled, Tenryubito, who had never spoken in front of him, suddenly raised his hand. 600 million. Silence in the scene, and after a while, there were discussions one after another. Crazy, 600 million Bailey buys a mermaid. I'll go, this is money and no place to spend it. Be careful what you say, that's Tenryubito, the wealth of the whole world belongs to them, and 600 million Baileys are nothing to them. 600 million. Silence, don't let them hear you, or you'll be finished. These guys are getting more and more annoying. Enno supported his tilted head in one hand and looked at the 3 Tenryubito with dead fish eyes. The guy who just quoted 200 million, at this moment, was like a bolt from the blue, and the whole person was stunned in place. When he reacted, he couldn't help but curse, but luckily his partner held him down. Brother, that's Tenryubito, we can't fight. Yes, Captain, this is their territory. We will find a way to deal with the Mermaid Island. After a while of persuasion, the pirate finally stabilized his emotions. 200 million Bailey is already the limit of what he can come up with. If he really spends 600 million to fight for it, it will not be worth the loss for him. In the end, no one dared to bid again, and the mermaid was successfully won by Tenryubito. Auction ended, and the people in the field dispersed. I finally saw the mermaid today, and I also saw Tenryubito. This trip is not in vain. Bellamy recalled the scene just now with gusto. The poisonous words showed a look of look at your unpromising appearance. The captain didn't say that the Mermaid Island is our next stop, and when we get there, the mermaid is not enough to see. I'm afraid it's just that. The guy who quoted 200 million is not promising. Bellamy was not to be outdone. When that guy saw Tenryubito's bid of 600 million, he immediately. I'm so scared that I don't dare to bid any more. I don't have any money and I'm still there to charge the uncle. Cavendish shook his hair, sneered, and said. As soon as you say this, immediately. Caused everyone to laugh loudly, and the loud laughter also attracted the attention of the people around. Didn't you see that just now? That guy was held down by a few people next to him, and he was not allowed to speak. I suspect that their family assets are at most 600 million Baileys. Foxy added. Hey, are you making fun of me? Just as the group captains were laughing and talking, a cold light came over, and one person was looking at this place with a murderous look. The squad leaders took a closer look and found that this person was the guy who had just bid 200 million. It turned out to be you, bro. Seeing how thin you are, it's no wonder you're cowardly at the end. Burgess casually stepped forward and patted the man on the shoulder. Unexpectedly, the pirate suddenly shot a cold arrow, and while Burgess was relaxing, he punched Burgess in the waist and knocked Burgess back directly. Maid, boy, are you tired of living? Burgess was a little stunned and a little sore from the punch. This made his anger skyrocket. Tenryubito, I don't care if I can't offend you, you are a bunch of things. The pirate shouted so loudly. A crooked melon and a cracked date are also worthy of laughing at me, Caribou. Caribou was followed by nearly 70 or 80 people, and at this time, they were in the majority, and they naturally spoke very hard. The other hand, the squad leaders of the Chris Pirates had black lines all over their faces after being yelled at by the other party. Especially Cavendish, he is a famous and beautiful man, and he is actually called Uncle Crooked Melon Split Date Unbearable Ant. Looking for a fight. Anger, Cavendish drew his sword and walked away, using the ability of his speed fruit to instantly approach Caribou. Just hearing a few squeaks, the clothes on Caribou's body immediately chopped shreds. Fortunately, he reacted fast enough, otherwise it wasn't just his clothes that were broken. Look clearly, I'm not. Crooked melons and jujubes, if you talk nonsense again, this young master doesn't mind gouging out your eyeballs. After Cavendish drew back his sword, he warned Caribou slightly. However, the eyes of the rest of the squad leaders fell on him. Together we are all crooked. Bartolomeo put his hands in his trouser pockets and said sarcastically, Cabbage, don't be too self-righteous and want to fight. Maid, bully my brother. At this time, Caribou's younger brother, Crib, saw that his brother was being bullied, and he was about to rush up to vent his anger for him. Boy, I advise you not to go any further. There was a sly smile on the poisonous face, as if frightening. Hee hee, what if I leave now? Where would Crib be frightened by the poison, and he continued to come forward. After hearing two sizzles, the clothes on Crib's body were suddenly corroded by something, leaving only a few figurines. What the hell? The frightened Crib quickly backed away. In tattered clothes at this time, and they looked like brothers in trouble. They looked at the few people in front of them with strange expressions, and did not dare to act rashly after seeing their power. We're from the Chris Pirates, and I'm Vice Captain Lafitte. Lafitte turned his cane, Vivi Isho, the gentleman said. Don't worry, it was the power of the poisonous miasma fruit just now, and it didn't cause any damage to you. 257. What Rayleigh says about Chris. Off to Fishman Island. No damage was done. Crib looked down at his clothes. Turning around, he saw his brother's ragged appearance again. I love you, Chris Pirates, you will cut your clothes. Crib grumbled angrily. Caribou, captain of the Brother Pirates, has a bounty of 170 million one Bailey. Crib, the deputy captain of the Brother Pirates, has a bounty of 90 million Baileys. You two are considered the best among the newcomers at sea, I'm right. Lafitte easily reported the names of the two and the bounty. On weekdays, he often pays attention to the trend of the pirate world. The strength of these two people, especially his brother Caribou, is enough to attract Lafitte's attention. It didn't take long for him to go out to sea, and the bounty reached a level of nearly 200 million, and he didn't have any fruit ability. Such a newcomer, more or less, made Lafitte a little interested. If you know us, why bother? Caribou looked at Lafitte warily. Your strength is not bad, are you interested in joining our pirate group? The invitation was approved by Chris, and Baccarat said he felt lucky. Before leaving, they got Chris's approval, and if there was a chance, they could invite some new people to board the boat. Join your pirate group and dream about you, just your pirate group, what's your name? Wait, Caribou speaks, and Creb takes over. Chris Pirates. Lafitte still maintained a gentleman's attitude at this time, very calmly reminding Crib. Yes, what Chris Pirates, you. Chris Pirates. At this time, Crib finally realized that something was wrong, and he seemed to be familiar with the name of this pirate group. Your captain is Chris, the newest addition to Shichibukai. Crib asked in disbelief. Rafet nodded, and the Caribou brothers immediately. His face changed greatly. Of course, they have heard the name Chris, a guy who has recently gained fame. Able to join Shichibukai at a young age, his strength is self-evident. Aren't you unhappy watching Tenryubito? Join us, and you will know the answer later. Yoroge folded his hands and smiled, a proper monk. What does it mean? Caribou is a little weird. The poisonous mouth inserted a sentence that Lafitte invited Caribou to join, not only because of the opponent's strength, but also because of his unpleasantness with Tenryubito. The squad leaders are naturally very aware of this. This is a good opportunity. Although I don't quite understand what you are talking about, I know that you are laughing at me just now. How can I join you? Lafayette and the others did not expect this Caribou to hold such a vengeance, and they still brood over this trivial matter. Hey, a man is so narrow-minded, it seems that you can't do it without educating you. Enel digs his ears at will. He stepped out and motioned to Caribou for a duel between men. Winning against me, the few of us here, can let each of you slap each other, dare you? Much time with Foxy, Enel also fell in love with betting. How could Caribou be endured by being provoked like this and accept this gamble without thinking? If I lose, I'll join your pirate group. Brother. Crib was in a hurry. Has only suffered 2 losses just now, and he thinks that Lafayette's group is not a good person, maybe this is a trap. However, Caribou waved him back. The decision has been made, and at this time there is nothing else to do except fight with this dead fish eye. Yes, you try to step back as much as possible, and wait a moment for fear of accidentally hurting you. Enel looked nonchalant. With his pair of dead fish eyes, Crib's teeth itch with hatred. However, when he saw the captains of the Chris Pirates, he consciously retreated 10 meters. He was stunned. It was as if someone was pulling him under his feet, and he unconsciously stepped back, 1 step, 2 steps. Enel didn't care about these movements in the world. You shoot first, I'll give you 10 moves. Caribou felt humiliated when he heard this. You don't regret it. Enel has already successfully provoked Caribou, and Caribou's shot must be full at this time. This Caribou does not have any fruit ability, and the swamp fruit that originally belonged to him has long been consumed by Reiju. But what is surprising is that the caribou fighting technique, which has no fruit, is practiced. The speed he showed was almost catching up with Cavendish, who possessed the speed fruit ability. However, his speed is fast and fast, after all, it is only human. Enel, who is facing Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit ability, is still not enough. Coupled with Enel's consummate heart and network ability, his attack was instantly slowed down several hundred times in Enel's eyes. Caribou, who tried his best, attacked several times, but failed to touch a single hair on Enel. All the pirates of the brother pirates were stunned, and this result was somewhat unexpected. Caribou had just come into contact with the existence of Haki at this time, and he had already practiced observation Haki. However, the entry-level observation Haki is really not enough. 10 moves 10, I am going to fight back. Enel's face. This made Caribou's heart shudder, his back shivered, and suddenly he had a bad feeling. But seeing that Enel didn't do anything else next, it was very confusing. However, doubts are doubts, and he has never met the other party before, which is enough to show that the other party's strength is not weak. Caribou was on alert. It's coming, it's coming. Bella glanced at the sky. Bartolomeo touched the nose ring, and said very dissatisfiedly, "This big-eared thief will pretend to be a fool." The rest of the people didn't say anything, they all took a step back again. God punishment. Suddenly, a heavy thunder fell from the sky, pouring down in a columnar shape. With a bang, the caribou was directly covered inside. Before Caribou could even react, he was already wrapped in it. His location, a deep pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters, was blasted out. Crib's first reaction was, fortunately he took a few steps back just now, otherwise he would have suffered at this time. Brother. Only then did he think of his brother, and he looked down quickly. At this time, Caribou's whole person was really struck by lightning, which is described by an idiom, outer coke and inner tenderness. Caribou, who was already thin, was now all black and smelled burnt. Looking at the caribou like this, Bartolomeo couldn't help but say, "What a charcoal-grilled chicken feet." Indeed, something like, "What did you do to my brother?" Crib questioned. Enel looked back. "Don't worry, with his strength, he can't die." Sure enough, the rescued caribou coughed a few times and turned his head with difficulty. "I lost, I will join you." "Tisk tisk, wouldn't it be all right? I have to suffer from this crime." He walked out of the poisonous crowd and walked straight to Caribou, with a weird smile on his face. Crib, who had suffered his losses, looked at him vigilantly. "What are you doing?" However, the poison did not pay any attention to him at all, and directly used a very strange pace, quickly bypassing the obstruction of Cribu, and came to Caribou. I saw him take out a bottle of medicine from his body and spread it evenly on Caribou's body. Then he took out another one pill and stuffed it into Caribou's mouth. Looking at Crib's suspicious eyes, he smiled and said, "We don't need a disabled or dead person to join us. If I don't take action, his injury will take at least 100 days of cultivation. Boy, don't worry, Poison is our ship doctor. If he takes action, your brother will recover soon." Cavendish patted Crib on the shoulder and said casually, "Although this guy has been coughing up blood, he looks like he will die at any time when he wakes up. However, he is indeed a great doctor, no doubt about that." Crib could only laugh bitterly and sighed. This is a bunch of people, and the one who uses poison is actually a doctor. And that dead fish-eyed guy, who can summon such a thick thunder, is he still a human? But since his brother had already agreed to join the Chris Pirates, he had nothing to say. He always listened to his brother. When Crib looked back, he was surprised to find that his brother, who was very weak just now, could actually stand up at this time. And he was still walking alone, completely different from just now. It's that guy's medicine. At this time, there was actually some gratitude in the god who looked at the poison. But the squad leaders won't pay attention, they just turned around and left. Kreb followed closely with his brother Caribou and the crew of his own ship. Looking at this situation, the team has become getting stronger and stronger, way ha ha ha. Burgess raised his arms and strode, laughing far and wide. Van Augervivi nodded and said coldly, "This is fate." Luo carried the demon knife and cried, as always, coldly, "It seems that we have to find the devil fruit again." Soon, when they returned to the Shaki bar, they found that Chris and Rayleigh had also returned to the bar. Two talked a lot, and Chris also learned more things that he didn't know before through Rayleigh. "Chris, you belong to the New World, let me be your coder, I want to send you into the New World in person." Rayleigh suddenly offered to coat Chris and their ship, much to Chris's surprise. Without denying, Chris nodded with a smile. "To enter the New World from here, you must infiltrate Fishman Island from the Sabayati archipelago, and then you can enter the New World." Since Rayleigh took the initiative to coat himself, Chris is naturally very happy. He is quite assured of the level of Rayleigh coding. After all, he is an old coder. "Captain, we're back." Burgess' voice came in from far away. Squad leaders brought Caribou in together, and seeing Caribou like this, Chris immediately understood what was going on. Lafitte greeted Chris Vivi. "Captain, this is Caribou, our newly invited partner, what do you think?" Although Chris had allowed them to invite new people and join them before, he still needed his approval in the end. "This is the majesty of the captain." Chris glanced at Caribou and nodded slightly, "Yes. You can be a squad leader, and your former crew is still under you." As with Foxy and others before, Chris directly appointed them as squad leaders to facilitate the management of previous subordinates. Caribou saw Enel and the others before, he would still say a few words, but he didn't dare to say a word in front of Chris. "Haha, newcomer, this is the temper of the captain, you will get used to it later." Burgess patted Caribou on the shoulder very enthusiastically to ease the atmosphere for him. Another squad leader, "Our pirate team is fiercely competitive." Poison coughed and said something. Luo came forward with the famous sword ghost crying, "This ship has a rule, which is also very simple, and its strength is respected. As long as you have enough strength, you can compete for the position of squad leader, you can also challenge to become deputy captain, or even captain." Kuro also pushed up his glasses, pretending to be high and deep. "Just a friendly reminder, just think about the last one, and don't practice it. There's another newcomer, and we're bringing back a newcomer too." The female shopping army has also returned at this time. During the shopping process, Bakura met Dai Yun, a nurse in white, and invited her to join the Chris Pirates. Dai Yun, a nurse in white, is a very young woman, with a well-proportioned body and a beautiful face. This is not surprising, after all, Bakura's ability is too magical. Of all the women she's attracted to, no one can escape, as everyone knows. "Yo, it's a doctor, and the poison's job is not guaranteed." Bartolomeo joked. Dugang showed his superb medical skills to everyone, but he didn't expect another doctor to come. Nami hugged the nurse Diane. "Diane's medical skills are very good, and we girls don't want to be treated by poison, his poisonous miasma is too terrible." Nami said everyone's heartfelt thoughts. It's fine that the poison didn't eat the miasma fruit, but now he is filled with a faint miasma from time to time. Everyone is afraid that when he can't control himself, it will be fun. "Okay, you bring these. Newcomers, familiarize yourself with our pirate group, let's go separately." After speaking, Chris left immediately. Since the Rayleigh coding needed to occupy the ship, he found a place to practice at random. "Let's go to Diane, let's watch Chris practice together." Alvita pulled Diane, smiled Isho, and followed Chris closely. "Yeah, this is our daily life, and you can learn a lot from watching Chris practice." Makino brushed her dark green hair, always so gentle and generous. A sweet smile bloomed on Karina's face. She was very happy. "I bought so many things today, it's really rewarding." The girls didn't say much and followed Chris. The squad leaders also found a place to practice. After seeing Tenryubito today, they strengthened their beliefs even more. Be sure to improve your strength quickly. 3 days later. The boat is finally finished coating. Chris and his party continued their journey after saying goodbye to Rayleigh and Shaki briefly. Watching the Chris pirates leave the bar in a mighty manner, Rayleigh and Shaki laughed in unison. It's a bunch of interesting guys. To be honest, I was really surprised when I played against Chris that day. Rayleigh shook the glass and said with emotion, if he shot with all his strength, I would not be his opponent at all. The new generation replaces the old, this is the truth. Looking back on the competition that day, Rayleigh is still full of emotions. You know, Chris told me the goal of their pirates. After adjusting his mind, Rayleigh Vivi Isho said. Shaki couldn't help but wonder, oh, what target? Rayleigh was silent for a moment. Chris said he was going to overthrow Tenryubito. Shaki's eyes widened, obviously a little surprised. She thought all pirates had only one goal, to be One Piece King of Pirates. Unexpectedly, Chris's goals were even more ambitious. This is incredible, I have a hunch that he can really do it. Rayleigh poured the glass and took a gulp. Look, it won't be long before a big change takes place in this sea. I believe that this change is enough to affect the whole world. Ladies and gentlemen, the above is a picture of Dai Yun. 4. This, I believe everyone should know it, from Sabayati Archipelago, the 258. Universal pull, attract the crushed fruit. There you go, to Fishman Island. Wow, that's amazing. On the deck of the Chris pirate ship, almost all the crew members were curiously observing the surroundings. It's completely submerged, and it's getting farther and farther from the sea, but you can still see the sunlight penetrating in. Nami's face was full of enjoyment and she was very happy. Perona floated happily in the air. In the underwater world, my fruit ability is not affected at all. Haley. Reiju touched his delicate chin and said generously, Rayleigh's coding technology is really amazing. The Chris pirates have successfully sunk to the bottom of the sea, sinking to a deeper place. As they dived deeper and deeper, the scene of the underwater world around them continued to change. The more you sink, the farther away the sun is, and the more you can feel the tranquility of the seabed. Various underwater creatures swim around the pirate ship. The creatures here are much larger than the shallow sea, and the shapes are also strange. What's even more surprising is that there are many sea kings here, and they are all very big. Kaya stays at home all year round, and naturally seldom comes into contact with these things. At this time, he is a little scared. These big guys will not attack us. Bar. Of course it will, Xiaoya, have you seen the wreckage of those ships in the distance? They were damaged by the attack of the Sea Kings. Makino opened both arms, threatening Kaya with a gesture. Nami, who was beside him, also echoed, yes, these Neptunes are extremely vicious, because they are ugly, so they will pick up cute girls like Kaya to attack. Just take a bite and eat it. Nami opened her mouth and imitated Aquaman. Two of them sang together, which made Kaya really worried. Okay, don't scare Kaya, with Bakura around, the Sea Kings won't attack us. Reiju walked over with a smile and reached out to touch Kaya's little head. At this moment, Bakura was standing on the bow, his eyes closed and his arms spread. A faintly visible white light radiated from her body, wrapping the entire pirate ship. The Sea Kings swimming around didn't seem to have seen the Chris pirates, and they didn't even look at them. Caribou, who just joined, couldn't help sighing when he saw this scene. This lucky fruit is too useful, so we can reach Fishman Island smoothly. Who had been sitting quietly, suddenly poured a basin of cold water on him. Not necessarily. What? Everyone was puzzled. Haven't you heard of Kalakan? Luo's expression was obviously a little surprised. Hearing the name of Karakan, Kuro suddenly realized, you are talking about that Undersea Overlord Karakan. Luo nodded, Many legends about the underwater world involve Kraken, and it is said that it is the overlord of the ocean world. In legend, the Kraken was huge, as long as an octopus and a squid. Aquino shrugged his shoulders and said something along the way. Bellamy grinned. Isho, it also has a title, the public enemy of mankind. Enel took out his ears and sneered, in front of this god, all sea kings are the same, not worth mentioning. Bartolomeo put his hands in his trouser pockets and said speechlessly, water can conduct electricity, so don't mess around, big-eared thief. Caribou nodded again and again, and said with some fear, this is the deep sea, everyone, don't be impulsive, or it will really end. To legend, Kraken inhabited the deep sea and specialized in attacking human ships. Almost none of the human ships that encountered him could escape to the sky. This is exactly what Luo is worried about. They are now able to swim in the underwater world, relying on this layer of coating. If they encounter Kraken, this layer of coating will definitely not last long. Once the coating is broken, all the devil fruit capable users of this ship will suffer. Miss Baccarat, please do some good luck to our ship. If you really want to meet Kraken, it will be a little troublesome. Burgess is brave, he is also a little worried in the face of such a silent deep sea. Hearing this, Baccarat nodded, and once again radiated a white light. This layer of faint white light was much richer than before. The moment Baccarat opened her eyes, her face was obviously pale, and the ability to use the devil fruit with such high power was a huge drain for her. Report. A white vortex is found ahead. A head is found. At this moment, the voice of the police officer suddenly rang. Tone is very urgent. Nami hurriedly stepped forward, took a closer look, and then let out a long sigh of relief. Baccarat's good luck really played a role. This rare whirlpool white dragon is indeed a big danger in the underwater world, which is a huge test for the helmsman. However, Nami found that the whirlpool white dragon ahead was just at an angle deviation from their ship. They just happened to be able to avoid the whirlpool white dragon and would not be affected by it. That is. Nami took a careful look, her beautiful face was full of doubts. Then she exclaimed, inside the whirlpool white dragon, it seems to be wrapped in a black wooden box. This also attracted the attention of other people, and everyone looked at it. I saw that the center of the whirlpool white dragon was indeed wrapped in a black wooden box. Poisonous name is a little excited, maybe there is something good. The last time they entered the Great Passage, they encountered such a wooden box and found the barrier fruit inside. Bartolomeo opened his arms and said with a smile, that's right, this devil fruit of Lao Su is just here, quack. After Nami thought about it carefully, she said, this time, the whirlpool white dragon is not as dangerous as the last time. We can barely avoid it now, and it's also thanks to Sister Baccarat's good luck. If you forcefully take that black wooden box, it will be difficult to be able to get a one devil fruit, or other treasures, but for these, it is not worthwhile to take an entire pirate group to take risks. I'll try it. Kuro, who is always calm and wise, suddenly stood up. Maybe I can use air pressure to force that black wooden box out of the vortex. In principle, this method worked, and everyone turned their attention to Kuro. However, Kuro failed after several attempts. He could indeed move the black wooden box, but the suction of the whirlpool white dragon was too great. Kuro's development of his own fruit ability, it is not enough to shake. What are you doing? Just when everyone was disappointed, Chris suddenly appeared behind them. Chris had been cultivating in the training room, and when he heard some commotion outside, he came out. But they found a group of them, watching something around the fence. Boss, we found a black wooden box, but it is in the center of the whirlpool white dragon, we can't get it out. Pa Dong hurried over, grabbed Chris' trouser legs, and looked for help. Lafitte danced, and said very gentlemanly, since the captain is here, then there will be no problem. Chris walked directly to the side of the boat and stretched out his right hand. Universal pull. Everyone only saw that The black wooden box easily escaped the shackles of the whirlpool white dragon. It was as if he jumped directly into Chris's hands. That's it. Caribou looked at all this in amazement. His dark face was full of horror. Was really shocked by Chris's hand. At this time, he finally understood why these guys were so convinced of Chris. The captain is indeed the captain, and I got it with no effort. Iroj folded his hands together, and his smile, as always, was contagious. Alvida looked at Chris with admiration. As expected of Chris, what can stop you? Kuro looked at his hands and shook his head helplessly. When will I be able to develop my fruit ability to the level of a captain? Cavendish patted Kuro on the shoulder and comforted. Don't be discouraged, the captain is not comparable to us. Since he said that our fruit has potential, it can definitely be developed. Cavendish didn't envy Chris's ability to develop the fruit. If he could develop the fruit of speed to this level, he would definitely have the opportunity to compete for the position of the deputy captain. Chris, let's see, what's in there? Karina stared at the wooden box, a look of anticipation written on her beautiful and refined face. The others didn't say much, and looked at the wooden box one by one, waiting for the answer to appear. Chris threw the black wooden box to Kuro, who couldn't wait to open it. As they had guessed before, in this black wooden box is indeed a one devil fruit. The shape of this devil fruit is slightly strange, in the shape of a hammer, and the whole body is blue. Reiju picked up the devil fruit and observed it carefully. It looks so strange. Nami on the side pouted. This devil fruit must be very unpalatable. Recalling the scene where she ate the devil fruit, Nami still felt miserable. That kind of taste. It's really. The blue hammer, could it be about the fruit of thunder and lightning? It is specially designed to restrain Enel. That would be interesting. Haley ha ha ha. Perona sat on the bow with a small head tilted, and her laughter was crisp and sweet. Enel wanted to open his mouth, but thinking of Perona's terrifying ability, he shut up. He didn't want to say in front of everyone, I'm sorry. I've failed so much, I want to be a piece of shit. While smoking a cigarette, Betty took out the devil fruit illustration and quickly flipped it for comparison. I found it. This is the Paramesha smashing fruit, which has the ability to smash everything. Makino took the devil fruit illustration and looked at it. No wonder it's the shape of a hammer, it seems to be very suitable for men. Her eyes swept across the surrounding crew members. Most of the squad leaders already have the ability to fruit. Bakura's beautiful eyes flowed, and he also asked, so who is more interested in this devil fruit? Captain, I think this devil fruit is very suitable for me, please give it to me. Paheru squeezed out of the crowd and spoke first, with a look of anticipation. He was one of the few people on the ship who didn't eat devil fruits, and his physique was more suitable for crushed fruits. Yes. Chris nodded in agreement. He's always been more casual about this sort of thing. As long as the person wants to, he has nothing to stop him. His time would never be wasted on such trivial matters, and at this time he returned to the training room and continued to practice. Thank you, Captain. With Chris' permission, Pajaru laughed, and his eyes were full of gratitude. Seeing that everyone else has eaten devil fruit and improved his own strength, he is also greedy. Now I finally got my own devil fruit. Eat quickly, don't ink. Poison's eyes were gloomy, and he urged. Yes, eat it quickly, let us see the power of this crushed fruit. Bellamy also coaxed and said something along the way. Perona was already floating in the air, grinning. You won't smash our entire boat, ha 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 ha. Nowadays, there are more and more devil fruit ability users on the ship, but everyone is still looking forward to seeing the new fruit ability. Pajalu couldn't wait any longer. Without saying a word, he directly stuffed the crushed fruit into his mouth. Not as Nami expected, the next second, Pajalu's face showed a very ugly expression. Rao is such an informal man, and his face is ugly at the moment. Like eating a dead fly. Pajalis simply ate all the devil fruit directly, ending the process of chewing. After a few seconds, everyone found that Pajaru had not changed. Burgess Hey Isho, sitting next to him urging, "Pajalu, hurry up and show us your abilities." "I just ate the devil fruit, but I don't fully understand the characteristics of my own fruit. I can only do a simple preliminary development." Pajalu didn't hide it, and walked directly to the place where the crew members usually practiced, and patted a big iron block with his palm lightly. Under the surprised eyes of everyone, the big iron piece gradually shattered into pieces of evenly sized pieces of iron. You must know that everyone has seen that Pajaru didn't actually exert his strength just now. But this is surprising. Bartolomeo was a little taken aback, just touching and shattering. "If this happens to my barrier fruit, wouldn't I have no way to parry it?" He couldn't help thinking of his own ability, which was defensive in itself. Now Pajalu's ability is to break the defense. It is his natural enemy. Kaya, who is also good at defense, is also full of amazement at this time. This ability is amazing. Once he gets close to him, he will defend at all. "No." Reiju touched his delicate chin and said gracefully, "It is indeed an ability that makes opponents feel tricky. Fortunately, he is our partner." Enel, who didn't pay much attention to these things at first, was also attracted by the movement here. "It's really good, but if you want to deal with Logia's ability, you need to develop it well. In front of this god, this devil fruit is still not enough to see." It is not easy to get the recognition of Enel. After all, his fruit ability is the envy of many people in the whole ship. It seems that relying only on the ability of the fruit is not enough. We all have to cultivate into a two-color hockey as soon as possible, so as to better avoid the restraint of the fruit attribute. Kuro pushed up his glasses, his eyes flashed with wisdom, and the words pointed out the problem. The restraint of the fruit's ability is innate, such as the poisonous miasma fruit. It is difficult for Pajalu to get close. But if Pajalu's speed is fast enough to be fatal in one blow, the so-called miasma fruit is just a decoration. Same way, if the development of Bartolomeo's fruit ability is better, or armament hockey matures, there is no need to fear the ability of Pajaru. Persistence in practice is the right way. Fighting technique and fruit ability development are the same. Otherwise, why do you think that the captain has never slackened? As the deputy captain, Lafitte was naturally obliged to guide the crew, and he said something politely. The most important thing he admires about Chris is Chris's terrible self-discipline. Hawkins still looked dead, and said in a low voice, "Anyway, this devil fruit is definitely very powerful." Bellamy shrugged, laughed, and said, "With Baccarat's luck, the devil fruit we got must be nowhere near as bad, ha ha ha." Everyone agreed very much, and after laughing, they all started their own cultivation. The rules of this ship, they have never forgotten. Strength is everything. Between the squad leader and the vice captain has never stopped, and everyone is holding back their strength, waiting for the next competition. 5 hours later. Report. Discover Fish Man Island. Discover. From the observation platform, the voice of the alarm officer came, and the tone was very happy and excited. "Gentlemen, there should be another update tonight, which is also a big chapter." "Okay, no more to say." The author continues to code words. The next chapter, The First Beauty of the Pirates, Princess Shirahoshi will appear. Look forward to it. 259. Mrs. Shiarly, the mermaid, predicts that she will join the Chris Pirates. After hearing the voice of the alarm officer, everyone stopped their business and looked down. I saw a huge outline faintly revealed below. Perona always looks lively and floats in the air. Wow, what a big island, Haley ha ha ha. Nami looked at the memory pointer in her hand, confirmed that this was Fishman Island, laughed and said something. Wrapped in a huge bubble, so pretty. It's not easy. I traveled all the way from East Blue, and finally came to Fishman Island, haha. Alvita stood on the second floor of the cabin and looked down. In the 10,000-meter deep sea, there is such a strong light, it is indeed the legendary Fishman Island. Kaya blinked her beautiful eyes and smiled sweetly and innocently. I've longed for this place a long time ago, and now it's finally here. I'm so happy." The members of the ship were admiring the magic of Fishman Island. Fishman Island exudes a dazzling light, surrounded by various deep-sea creatures wandering around. Although the scenery is good, Lafitte is always vigilant. "Everyone, don't be careless. It is said that there are sometimes Fishman interceptions around Fishman Island." Reiju looked at the Fishman Island below. Chris said that Fishman Island has 2 layers of obstacles, inside and outside. Each is wrapped in a bubble, and we may enter the sea water if we are not careful. If such a thing really happened, it would be very troublesome. It's no joke that the fruit person of this ship fell into the sea. It will really be buried at the bottom of the sea. Chris has already walked out of the training room at this time. There was no deviation from the way he remembered the Fishman Island. With Baccarat on board, they were very lucky and quickly found the correct entrance to Fishman Island. The pirate ship slowly entered Fishman Island, and when it entered the first layer of bubbles, the entire coating of their hull was sucked away by this layer of bubbles. The hull lost its balance. Nami keenly discovered this problem. Kuro pushed his glasses, smiled, and relaxed. "Don't worry, I'm here." In this place, his air pressure fruit ability finally came into play. Under his control, the ship regained its balance, and under the push of air pressure, the speed of the ship became faster. With these people around, this kind of trivial thing doesn't need Chris to do it himself. Bartolomeo patted Kuro on the shoulder and laughed. You did a good job." Luo held the demon knife and cried, "As always, coldly, Paramesha air pressure fruit is really extraordinary." Soon, the Chris pirates successfully entered Fishman Island. Fishman Island is a small world of its own. The sun is shining and the water is rippling. Queen Sweetheart jumped off the boat first and felt the scenery of Fishman Island. "It's amazing, the sunshine here is so abundant, it feels so comfortable to be exposed to the sun." Makino brought Kaya to the ground together, looked left and right. "It's the same feeling as on the top, except the water is a little more, there's no difference." Reiju stepped on the soft ground of Fishman Island with a pair of long legs, and said generously, "That should be the waterway specially made by the bubble craftsman in the air. I really want to swim in it, it must feel good." Fishman Island is gorgeous, there are bubbles everywhere, and there are many bubble waterways in the air for people to come and go freely. Nami pointed to a shallow pool in front of her in surprise. "Wow, look, there are so many mermaids." Perona is still able to float freely in the air in this place. The mermaids are so pretty. Haley ha ha ha. It's so youthful. Betty was holding a cigarette and saw the mermaids playing happily. A rare smile appeared on her calm face. Desire shrugged his shoulders and sighed. As expected of Fishman Island, it's really a dream island. The whole Fishman Island seems to be full of laughter and laughter. Mermaids can be seen everywhere, and they greet the new Chris. Baccarat also felt the welcome from the mermaids. These mermaids are so enthusiastic. After successfully landing, the group of them, under the leadership of Chris, went directly towards the direction of the Dragon Palace. At this time, the Dragon Palace Castle. Chris pirates, have they entered Fishman Island? Neptune, the king of Fishman Island, seemed very excited at this time. With his sons when the following people suddenly came in to report. Is said that the Chris pirates have entered Fishman Island and are now heading towards Ryugu Castle. Neptune, who heard the news, was a little excited, and the famous Chris actually came here. We've been following Chris since he first made his mark on the ocean, watching him make his name step by step. Now he finally came to our Fishman Island, ho 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 ho. Neptune and his 3 sons, Shark, King and Roller, noticed Chris as early as when he first appeared in the newspapers. That Chris would bring different changes to the sea. Overturned Star had an irrepressible curiosity on his face. I always read him in the newspaper, this time I can finally meet the real person. Shark Star was calmer and calmer. We guessed that this Chris is likely to be Shirahoshi's guide. Whether it is or not can be determined by seeing it once. Yeah, each generation of the Sea Emperor has a leader of his own. Unsurprisingly, it must be this Chris. From the moment he appeared, he was doomed to be extraordinary. Huangxing also couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes, and he had already identified Chris as the leader of Shirahoshi in his heart. Neptune got up and paced in the Dragon Palace. Shirahoshi has just mastered the ability to communicate with the Sea Kings, and Chris appeared. This must not be a coincidence. Our previous speculation should be correct. Father, whether he has met or not, we just need to arrange for Shirahoshi to meet him. Shark is also very decisive. Huangxing nodded in agreement. That's right, Father, I'll go meet them now. After speaking, Huangxing will turn around and leave to prepare things. Wait a minute. But Neptune stopped him and said solemnly, in order to show the sincerity of our fishman family, I'm going to meet Chris in person. Neptune's three sons exchanged glances with each other, and none of them objected to this decision. Fishman Island personally greeted him, which was the highest courtesy. Next, Neptune led his three sons and walked outside the palace. Mermaid Cafe. Kami, a mermaid waiter with green short hair, said, "Have you heard? A human pirate group came to Mermaid Island today." Beside Kami, sitting Kalian, there are Sarah, Isoli, Sheila Mela, Merlo, Madaka quintuplets. Hearing Kami's words, Sarah looked disinterested. What's the matter? We Fishman Island, a lot of pirates come and go every day. As the only way for pirates to go to the New World, Fishman Island has never been short of pirates. There are different pirate groups passing by almost every day. Sheila Mela hurriedly took over the conversation, as if she knew some secret. This is not an ordinary pirate group, it's the famous Chris Pirates. Is it? The one the newspaper said. The Chris Pirates. Kalian reacted just now. They have all heard of the reputation of the Chris Pirates, and they are also in love with Chris himself. Achievements at a young age, and he is very handsome, which is most able to attract the attention of little girls. That's right, it is said that they are on their way to Dragon Palace at this time, and they should have an audience with the king. Kami nodded excitedly and said something. Isoli on the side retorted, "Your news is behind, I just heard the news from the Dragon Palace." She said half of what she said, but suddenly stopped talking, deliberately hanging the appetite of these people. Sheila Mela urged, "What news? Tell me quickly." Isoli smiled proudly. It's not that Chris and the others have an audience with the king, but the king has to bring the princes and greet Chris in person, which shows the importance the king places on Chris and the others. This news is really exciting enough. After so many years, there are not many people who can be greeted by King Neptune in person. A big man, as expected of my Highness Chris. Mela looked like a nympho. These sisters were all smiling, and they were all in a good mood when they heard the news of Chris. How could this be? At the bar of the Mermaid Cafe, sitting a woman with short black hair, fair skin, and a pair of glamorous eyes. Mrs. Shiarly, the owner of the Mermaid Cafe. Just when these sisters were having a heated discussion, Shiarly suddenly exclaimed. Looking at the surprised look in Shiarly's eyes, Kami and the others were a little puzzled. What's the matter, Miss Shiarly? I just listened to you guys discussing Chris's affairs. I did a divination, but found. Shiarly hesitated. Apparently she hasn't fully digested this. What did you find, Miss Shiarly? Why are you half talking like Isoli? Sheila Mela couldn't stand it the most. Shiarly tried to calm down and replied seriously. I saw through the crystal ball's prediction that I am about to join the Chris Pirates. Startled. Incredibly shocked. Mermaid Cafe suddenly fell into silence for dozens of seconds. Shiarly is a very famous fortune teller on Mermaid Island, her predictions are always accurate. OMG, Miss Shiarly, then you're going to be in the same boat as Chris. Kami was very excited at this time. It is probably the dream of many girls to join the Chris Pirates. They never thought that someone would join them. But after calming down, it was no surprise. After all, Charlie's divination ability was so strong, it was not uncommon for him to join the Chris Pirates. At this moment, the news that the Chris Pirates entered Fishman Island has spread almost all over the entire Fishman Island. This is all because of the popularity of the Chris Pirates. This is the youngest Shichibukai in history. Of course, there are not only people who admire Chris on this island, but also some people who are hostile to the Chris Pirates. Fishman has become the object of human play because of its rarity. Sabayadi Archipelago's mermaid auction offers a glimpse. This also caused the Fishman's fear and hatred of human beings. The newly established New Fishman Pirate Group is a group of guys who hate humans. New Fishman Pirates, Hottie Jones, hurriedly held a cadre meeting after hearing that Chris was coming to Fishman Island. Guys, that guy named Chris has come to Fishman Island. Kadri Das opened his long mouth and said viciously, that guy killed Arlong and the others, was it Das? The other guy with black and white stripes also looked indignant. That's right, it's that Chris killed the boss of Arlong, these abominable humans. This black and white striped guy is named Jao, and he is also the cadre of the New Fishman Pirates, with magical invisibility. This guy has a lot of self-esteem, so when he heard that Arlong and the others were killed by Chris, it was like he was killed too. So he hated the Chris Pirates very much. Harmon, God has given them a great opportunity. Since they came on their own initiative, we have no reason to let them go. Hammond, the leader of the New Fishman Pirates, is a belligerent guy who likes to solve everything by force. New Fishman Pirates gathered together and chatted non-stop, basically berating Chris for killing Arlong. Most of them thought it was time to kill Chris. However, there are also some cadres who think that the time is not ripe, and the New Fishman Pirates should continue to develop secretly, not because of Chris. Leopard Tibetan, what do you think? After listening to the cadres, Hody Jones was distraught and could not make up his mind for a while. He looked up at a corner, where lay a drunk guy. This guy is a blue-ringed octopus, very similar to Hachi, and is a swordsman. Master. An indispensable force in the New Fishman Pirates, and is their main killer. Don't look at how drunk this guy looks at this time, in fact, his mind is clearer than anyone else. This Chris, the youngest king, Shichibukai, must have two brushes. Leopard Zhang hiccuped, as if he was drunk, and said. What do you mean, we have to avoid its edge? Hody Jones asked suspiciously. Leopard Zhang stood up slowly, and took another gulp of wine. As killers, we pay attention to knowing ourselves and the enemy, and taking surprises. I suggest that you first find out the strength of this guy, and then make plans. Kadri Das clearly disagreed with Leopard Zhang's views. Shit, he's about to enter the new world, and by the time you find out what's going on with him, he'll be long gone, Das. Hiccup, you keep saying that you want to avenge Arlong. I wonder if anyone here can beat Boss Jinbei. Leopard Zhang looked around for a week with a wine glass in hand, but no one answered. No, Hiccup. If Chris can become King Shichibukai, it means that his strength is comparable to that of Jinbei's boss. To attack such a person rashly, I see the newcomer, the fish pirates are not far from extinction. Leopard Zhang's words were every word, and the other cadres who said it were speechless. Hody Jones looked gloomy and was still thinking about something in his heart. Okay, I probably understand what everyone means, let me think about it again. In another place, there is also a group of people discussing the Chris Pirates. In a top hat, with a beard and upturned hair, was looking at a newspaper. The newspaper where Chris became King Shichibukai. This guy is here. I have a bad feeling that his arrival may have some other impact on Shirahoshi. We've been observing Shirahoshi for so long, nothing can happen because of this person, he. This is none other than the one with the ability of the target fruit, Vanderdecken IX. Dear everyone, today is another to watch, more than 9,000 words, my brother really tried his best. In addition, the above is a picture of Mrs. Shirley, this. Everyone knows it, so I won't count the words. As for Kami, Kalian, Sarah and other mermen, their pictures will be released one after another, and they will not be forgotten. 260. Neptune hosts a banquet for Chris, and Princess Shirahoshi finally appears. In the slightly dark room, Vanderdecken X, wearing a top hat and braids, was sitting on the sofa with a revolver in his hand. For many years, our family has been looking for the legendary Sea Emperor since my ancestor Vanderdeck and I. Now, this mysterious Sea Emperor has finally been found by me, King Vanderdecken IX. If I can talk to the Sea Kings and control the power of the sea, if it can be used by me, my dream of conquering the world can easily be realized. Vanderdecken X seemed to be muttering to himself, and seemed to be talking to the person next to him. Their family has been devoted to finding the Sea Emperor for many years, trying to use the power of the Sea Emperor to conquer the sea and the world. Of every royal family on Mermaid Island are secretly watched by the Vanderdecken family. Last time Tenryubito came, Princess Shirahoshi's cry made him completely discover that Princess Shirahoshi was able to communicate with the Sea Kings. That is to say, the Sea Emperor Poseidon of this generation is Princess Shirahoshi. Now Shirahoshi is still in the growth stage. Vanderdecken X plans to approach Shirahoshi and guide Shirahoshi for his use step by step. The news of Chris becoming Shichibukai reached Mermaid Island. He overheard about the leader of the Sea Emperor. Since then, he has been keeping a close eye on Chris. He does not allow Chris to be the leader of Shirahoshi. He stubbornly believes that there can only be one leader of Shirahoshi, and that is him, Vanderdecken IX. Captain, then what are you going to do? I will listen to you. At the side of Vanderdecken X, a bald sea monster was always by his side. The bald sea monster has a strange appearance, a huge body, and a bulging body, which looks very ferocious. Vanderdecken X suddenly slammed the revolver in his hand on the table, became inexplicably excited, and said something. It's been so long, and I haven't been able to get Shirahoshi's favor. I tried my best to get close to her, to be courteous, but in exchange for her and Neptune's disgust, what does this mean? As soon as this Chris appears, that Neptune actually went to meet him in person, why? Vanderdecken X became more and more excited as he spoke, and at this time he had stood up and kept walking around the room. The bald sea monster noticed that his body was shaking, and he looked very angry. Captain, don't be angry, one day we will overthrow the rule of the Neptune family, and then you can do whatever you want to her. Vanderdecken X snorted softly, returned to his seat, and gently stroked his upturned beard with his hand. The appearance of this Chris also means that the distance between me and Shirahoshi will grow further and further. Our family's plan is very difficult to achieve. He gently picked up the revolver on the table and aimed it into the void. Since I can't get the power of the Sea Emperor, then no one else can get it either. A cruel expression appeared on Vanderdecken IX's face, and his eyes suddenly became fierce. What the captain meant. The bald sea monster was a little surprised. Killing Shirahoshi is no ordinary trivial matter, and I am afraid it will cause great turmoil in Mermaid Island. Then Shirahoshi has been protected by the guards in the palace all day, and it may not be so easy to attack her. For the bald sea monster's worry, Vanderdecken IX was simply dismissive, and he gently took off the glove on his right hand under the dim light. I am the one who has been cursed by the target. As long as I touch the person, I can hit 100%. See this hand, I haven't washed it since I was lucky enough to meet Shirahoshi many years ago. Now, it finally comes in handy. So-called target curse is the ability of the devil fruit. Vanderdecken X ate the target fruit. As long as he touches it, he can shoot that person with everything. At this time, Neptune and his sons were on their way, unaware that his daughter was in danger. I want to stay here forever, to see how comfortable these mermaids are. Nurse Dai-yun was an ordinary person, and she couldn't help but envy when she saw such a leisurely life on Mermaid Island along the way. Baccarat folded his crimson hair and said, Dai-yun, if you want, I can discuss with Chris and let him keep you here. Dai-yun hurriedly stopped. That won't work, I'm just talking about it. Finished speaking, she secretly glanced at Chris, her face slightly red. Boarding the ship, Dai-yun just longed for life at sea. After boarding the ship, she suddenly found that it was a good life to be by Chris's side. Perona floated happily in the air, sometimes in front, sometimes behind. I don't know what fun things are in Dragon Palace City. Ah, will there really be dragons? Haley. Reiju stepped forward with a pair of long legs and came to Chris's side. Chris, why do we want Miyagi? Why didn't we just leave here? On Reiju's delicate face, with a bit of doubt, he said something. Bakura, who was on the side, also left at this time, looking up at the Dragon Palace in front of him. Of course it's because we have good luck here. I don't know what's going on in the Dragon Palace. Is it possible that there will be members of the mermaid royal family joining us? Nami narrowed her eyes and smiled. Betty relit the cigarette and took a deep breath. Chris once said that the merman is a great ally we can win. They have been violated all the year round, and the world government does not care about it, so they have long been dissatisfied with Tenryubito. Alvita carried a huge mace and pressed the hat on his head. Since Bakura said that we have good luck here, it seems that we have a good chance of winning them. Makino noticed what seemed to be a situation ahead. Look, that seems to be the army of Mermaid Island. Why did the army of Mermaid Island come to us? They are not going to be our enemy. Kaya doesn't know why, so she's a little worried. Not far in front of them, a large group of King's army appeared and walked towards this side in an orderly manner. Neptune and his sons were in the center of the King's army, and they were very ornately decorated. Lafitte neatly arranged his suit and straightened his hat. It's an enemy or a friend? Wait a minute, it's clear, are we still afraid of these soldiers? It would be really cool if there was a riot here, way ha ha ha. Burgess raised his arms and laughed wildly. Few minutes later, Neptune and his party finally came to Chris. The King's army spread out neatly and orderly, setting up a welcome battle. Neptune hurried forward with his 3 sons with a big smile on his face. Captain Chris, welcome to be a guest on Fish Island. The 4 of them greeted Chris at the same time, and Chris also greeted them Vivi out of courtesy. I'm Neptune, the King of Mermaid Island. I heard that Captain Chris is coming, so I brought the guards to greet me. If there is any offense, I asked Captain Chris to take care of him. Nipton's words revealed his respect for Chris. Chris was a little surprised by Neptune's attitude towards himself. That the king of one party can do this is enough to show that the other party attaches great importance to and respects him. It is my honor to be welcomed by you. I hope our arrival will not disturb you. Chris showed a rare smile, not so cold and ruthless. Wang Xing walked out from behind Neptune and smiled. Where is this? Our brothers have been wanting to see you for a long time. If you don't dislike it, please go to the Dragon Palace to talk. We have already set up a banquet. Rollover Star is also Haha Isho, took the initiative to make a gesture of invitation. Yeah, I have been. I saw Captain Chris in the newspaper, and now I see a real person. I didn't expect to be so young, and I will definitely make a big difference in the future. Shark Star, who has always been calm, also stepped forward at this time and took a closer look at Chris. It's obviously a talent, and it's not as scary as the rumors. The sudden enthusiasm made Chris a little uncomfortable. The good luck brought by Bakura was too great. Neptune touched his fluffy beard and was very satisfied with the performance of his sons. Chris, Captain, let's stop talking here. The banquet has been set up. Let's take everyone to Dragon Palace. Betty gently exhaled a smoke ring, and said with an admiring tone, Fishman Island is really simple and honest. The Neptune King and Princes are so hospitable and have no pretense. It really makes people feel good. Alvita's eyes kept on Chris's body, and he exclaimed, it really is Chris. No matter where he goes, he will be so respected by people. Perona floated over with a smile, nodded again and echoed, that's natural, someone who can be greeted by the king in person, how can such a status be comparable to ordinary people? Kaya blinked her beautiful eyes and said with a smile, I heard that the mermaid princesses in Dragon Palace are very beautiful. I don't know if that's the case. Nami's eyes shone with anticipation. Looking at how gorgeous they are dressed, there must be a lot of treasures in Ryugu Castle. As Nami's like-minded friend, Karina's beautiful eyes are bright, and her pretty face shows the same expression. It goes without saying that there must be many rare things that you can't see on land. The Queen Sweetheart folded her hair elegantly, and her red lips slightly opened. I am more concerned about whether they have good pearl powder here. It is said that the pearl powder here is beautiful and the effect is very good. Makino shrugged his shoulders and smiled. It seems that everyone is very longing for Ryugu Castle, which is really exciting. A burst of laughter. Chris and his party, under the leadership of Neptune and the others, quickly entered the Dragon Palace. Along the way, when all kinds of mermaids saw Chris and the others, they couldn't help but stop and watch for a while. At the same time, they also expressed their kindness to them. In the Dragon Palace city, the pavilions are overflowing with gold and magnificent. Majestic. The buildings here are particularly beautiful, and there are all kinds of novel underwater plants, which are colorful and quite gorgeous. Well-trained guards patrolled the city, and everything seemed in order. The scene here naturally aroused everyone's amazement, and the squad leaders were also very impressed with this place. With a poisonous cough, Han's face didn't have that gloomy look on his face. The royal family is. The royal family, look at how magnificent this place is. Our country will have to look like this in the future. Gave Poison a disdainful look, and said tuggingly, Frog at the bottom of the well, we will definitely be much richer than this in the future, and naturally we need to be more magnificent. The dignified Chris Empire must be the richest country in the world, hee hee ha ha ha. Kuro pushed his glasses, his eyes flashed with wisdom, and said solemnly, the buildings here are indeed magnificent, but I don't think this is the type that the captain likes. He is not very interested in these foreign objects. Enel walked leisurely, wearing a pair of dead fish eyes, and didn't seem to care much about anything. I don't think he is interested in anything other than cultivating. This kind of person is too scary. Enel finished saying this. The surrounding squad leaders looked at Enel with a strange look at the same time. As if saying, you are not that kind of person. But Enel simply chose to ignore it. Perona, be careful, don't wander around. Like a big sister, Makino looked at Perona, who was floating in the air with concern. Seeing this, the King Star, Haha Isho, waved his hand casually. It's okay, it's okay. There are soldiers patrolling here at any time, and there will be no danger. I have already told them to protect you. Reiju's beautiful eyes turned into a crescent-like smile at this time. Everyone looks very happy. This dragon palace is indeed much more refined than the outside. Tisk, this carved railing is actually made of sterling silver. Tisk, I just saw that the words on the plaque over there are all pure gold. The attention of Nami and Karina was obviously different from the others. Is a panoramic view of the valuable things here, and I am amazed. Captain Chris, please take a seat. Neptune made a gesture of please respectfully. At this time, everyone had come to the banquet room. A variety of wines and delicacies have been prepared in the hall, as well as various special desserts from Fishman Island. Rover Star and the other two princes are in charge of the squad leader and the female family members. Everyone, please also take your seats. This banquet is specially designed for you. Please enjoy it as you like, don't be restrained. In fact, how could the squad leaders be restrained? They just waited for Chris to sit down, and then began to enjoy the wine to the fullest. On the boat were amazed by the unique desserts and candies of Fishman Island. They shared and tasted each other, and exclaimed again and again. Neptune seized the opportunity to exchange cups with Chris, and the two chatted a lot between glasses of wine. Banquet was in full swing. Neptune raised his hand and summoned the three of them to his side. You go and call Shirahoshi over and let her come out to meet our guest. Ladies and gentlemen, The above is a picture of Kalian. In Fishman Island, there are a lot of mermaid beauties. I guess you don't know their names, so they specially released pictures so that you will know. As for other pictures of mermaid beauties, they will continue to be released in the next chapter. That, each chapter can only put one picture, explain.